Good morning, everybody, and welcome on a glorious day in Timaru. We're about 12 k's from the heart of Timaru on the South Island. It is a glorious day here. Highs of about 15 degrees expected. A little bit of morning cloud, but it's clearing for a great afternoon of racing. Round two of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Series, and we'll endeavour to bring you up to speed on all sorts of stories that are happening in the pit lane and cover the racing as it unfolds for you in something of a radio-style commentary. You'll be able to see timing on our coverage here on Facebook. We'd love you to be involved in a sense by leaving a comment below on either the SERDEC or Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page, and we'll endeavour to answer some of those questions that you may have, perhaps find some of the drivers or team members and speak to them as the day unfolds. As you join us, qualifying for the 3 hour has wrapped up just a short time ago. So Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander have taken pole position for the main event a little bit later today. So one GTR unfortunately can't be here, and that is the winners at Highlands just a few weeks ago, the Hamilton Asphalt's crew of Chris Vanderdrift and Lance Hughes, of course, back in the Waikato region observing the new regulations in that part of the world. So unfortunately they are spectators for this one. A big hello to the Hamilton Asphalt's team, but it's one GTR out, another one in at the top of the 3 hour standings. And we've got two 1 hour races to come your way as well, classes C and D and classes A and B. And we can tell you from what we've seen so far, record-breaking pace potentially at Levels Raceway today. The 17-year-old Ryan Wood, fast in Friday practice, getting a bit of pressure from Chris and Johnny Small, the locals, but the numbers that we're seeing from Ryan, who was just sublime at round one at Highlands, and looking to try and continue that on today. So some racing set to come your way at 20 past 10 local time, so in just over 7 minutes from now. Two 1 hour races. We'll bring you the trophy presentations at the conclusion of those as well, and then we'll venture into the 3 hour. There is a little bit of a lunch break along the way. We'll have some stories and bits and pieces that we'll play for you as that unfolds. We're delighted to integrate. We're big on supporting local at the moment, and there's a good local crew here at Levels Raceway that are involved in the commentary, of course, headed up by Paul Lancaster, along with the two Bs, B1 and B2, Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney, and the CEO of Motorsport New Zealand, Elton Goonan, is with us today, and lots to talk about in the landscape, including some news overnight that will please Hayden Paddon in the pit lane here, and that is the return of a World Rally Championship round for New Zealand in 2022. The WRC confirming a 13-round calendar overnight, and New Zealand proudly again hosting a major event on the world stage. Our roads in this country are regarded as some of the best in the world, and the WRC community very much looking forward to getting back to this part of the world. And we're penciled in, as far as the calendar is concerned, at an absolutely beautiful time too, at what, it's not quite the penultimate round of the championship, but it could be a very decisive phase, the third to last event on the calendar. So cars leaving the pit lane as we welcome Paul Lancaster to the commentary, and Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney are here with us as well, getting set for the first of our 1 hour endurance races. Nice mixture of cars in this, some TCR machinery, a magnificent little Toyota 86, which was so fast at Highlands last time out. A couple of people that have got new cars as well. Mike Hall I was talking to in the paddock area before in car 117, a VW Golf TCR machine that up until recently was in Finland and has some racing history, if you like, in TCR terms in Germany. So he's here learning that car at Levels Raceway, and had a nice bright smile on his face, Paul, as we welcome you this morning when I spoke to him a little bit earlier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rusty. You're on about the different amount of machinery out there at the moment too, and of course, one of the cars out there is probably a fan favourite, the wee Fiat 500 out there, car number 15 of Ari Pettigrew. Now, Brendan, you'll know Ari is more a rally man.
Yes, Ari and his co-driver Sam Gray were very successful in the Rally Championship in New Zealand this year, and they're very old but very well driven 3 Series BMW. But he's qualified 20th fastest in the 1 hour field. Very cute little car, if we could say that for a motorsport vehicle.
And I think Hayden Paddon was talking in the coverage from Highlands about Ari and the connection that he has to the Paddon facility there down at Highlands.
Yeah, he's part of the team with Hayden Paddon, so they also took out the Teams Championship. With a name like Ari,
it's very fitting, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd be expecting him to do very well. Ari's father is a motorsport enthusiast, so I'm sure that influenced his name. Hopefully Ari can go on to do bigger and better things.
So cars getting all set now on the starting grid there. See them slowly getting into position there. And Andre Simon obviously will be one to watch, preschool. But a vast range of machinery there. You'll see Tim Dossett in one of the many Honda Civics here, racing in the ECS Cup. Started as racing in 2K Cup originally, did Tim. But you'll see coming up to the front row there, P2, it is Andre Simon. That's traditionally here, Rusty's the best side of the track to start on. It is on that even number side of the track with the racing line.
Just going to swap a microphone over here with Paul and Brendan, who'll be juggling the baton perhaps during this commentary session. We want all of you involved in this. So just getting one of the Hyundai TCR entries into place, car 200. Scott O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Had a meal with Scott last night and very excited about this car. We were talking about Hayden Paddon only a short time ago, and it was originally Hayden's car. Hayden's been assisting him in learning this TCR machinery, and he's got a fond or a soft spot, Scott, for the old British Touring Car Championship super touring machines back in the day of the 90s.
I'm just looking out there, Rusty, for Reece Gould, who's our pole man. No sign of him out there. So he's not backed up behind any other cars there. We've got an empty spot in P1. Bit of a traffic jam sort of halfway back, but there's no sign of the Signature Homes TCR car. So at the moment on the front row of the grid, Andre Simon starting in the P2. And just looking down the end of pit lane here, we've got a few cars lined up that have obviously missed getting out onto the track. A couple of Civics, a couple of Integras down there. And maybe we see our pole sitter starting down here in pit lane. He's third in line. So, a bit late getting out of the pits, Rusty.
So that's a story that we'll follow for you. I've just fired off a message to Kate Paddon, who does an amazing job with the Surdec team here, to see if we can't shed some light on that. And I'll wander down to the lane at some stage to get some more info on that. So
there's 6 cars lined up in the pit lane that obviously haven't made it out on the track. One of them's the pole sitter. So he's going to go right to the back of the pack because I'll have to wait for everyone to go through. So that is not good news for that team, Reece Gould, etc. All good for Andre Simon though. He's going to have the front row all to himself. Second row, Dennis Chapman in car 22. And then car number 200 there, that very, very fast car of Scott O'Donnell in the Hyundai 130. Third row of the grid.
Brenda's just picked up on something there too, Paul, to do with the little Lotus, which is sort of boxed in on the grid there and not, I think, near Debbie Chapman's car. So I don't know whether there's...
Well, yeah, he might be coming up to... where did he finished 10th? I think he finished qualifying. So I think someone's out of... 15th on the grid. 15th on the grid, so he's way down the field. He should be back further. Robert Gardner it is in the wee Lotus Elise. So a wee bit of confusion going on at the moment. A few drivers' doors open, so already they're getting hot. Sun is beating down here at Levels. Strapped into a race seat in a car that's not moving, no airflow through it.
That's a huge blow for Reece. Brendan pointing out a moment ago quite rightly that, although we're in endurance trim and it's a 1 hour race, to be starting from the lane is a huge, huge setback.
Well, it's basically like qualifying 30th, pretty much.
After all that good work in qualifying.
That's right. Yep. So we can see the Lotus going back into position now. And you'll see a few of the spots left open on the grid there, way back in like 13th and 14th. A couple of the cars in the pit lane. Dean Cook's one of them. Jordan Ray's the first of them. And as I say, 6 cars lined up in pit lane ready to go. One of them, the pole sitter, Reece Gould.
So, Paul, that's a big advantage for the 200 car and the 486 car, not having anyone there on grid 1. Although position 2 is the favoured starting position at this circuit, being the racing line, it's a lot cleaner, particularly if we do have conditions which are a bit wet and slippery, which they obviously aren't today. Grid 2 generally launches better.
Also too, Brendan, they've just released the field around for the warm-up lap behind the safety car. These cars are going to have a chance to warm their tyres up a little bit more and get a little bit more heat into the brakes than these guys sitting here in pit lane who are sitting stationary at the moment. So it's going to be a hairy first couple of laps for these 6 cars. So cars behind the safety car as they go through Castrol now down the back straight. And we won't be far off a start. But a bit of controversy here already at Levels. Pole sitter getting caught out, getting out onto the track, sitting in the pit lane entrance here along with 5 other cars. And that's played right into the hands of Andre Simon, the round 1 race winner in the Toyota 86.
Paul, I might just answer a quick question too that's come in from Chris on Facebook, just in relation to the stream that we're providing today. So it is a limited coverage that we've been able to put together here, a little in a last minute sense. So we're giving you radio style commentary, if you will, with timing to give you a sense of what's happening as the races unfold today. And we've got some video content that we're making during the day too that we'll intersperse with you. So you'll be able to see turnarounds of the interviews at the end of the race and things like that. So doing our best. Hope you enjoy it. We'll paint a picture for you, and the good team here, headed up by Paul, know Levels exceptionally well.
Thanks, Rusty. Good to have you here again. I think last time we seen you here at Levels, you were
I'll
you
be
were
on my
up
best
one of
behaviour
those
today, Paul. Best behaviour.
up one of those poles there, straightening up one of our horns for us. So that was very good of you on your way through to Highlands a few years ago.
It's nice to be back. Massive fields that you've been able to attract here. The thirst, the want to go racing in this part of the world's been huge, and it's, hats off to everyone involved here, from the South Canterbury Car Club to the organisers.
Safety cars and Rusty waiting on the lights now as Andre Simon has got the front row pretty much all to himself, but O'Donnell comes up beside him as they come across the line and head down to the corner for the first time. You've got 6 cars.
Oh, contact in the back. RX-8's gone around and one of the TCR entries.
Yeah, car number 199 it is. Car 199, Marcus Barnett and the wee Seat Leone. And the Parmenter RX-8. So contact, not too sure who started that off, but anyhow, we'll see a safety car straight up.
So just to paint the picture there, they got a little awkward under brakes all bunched up coming into turn 1 there. And I think, I'd need to have a look at it again, Paul, but I think the RX-8 may have stepped out the rear of the car and perhaps then had contact. But whether the Mazda was balked into that position for some reason, and then the contact ensued with that little TCR venturing off to the left-hand side of the grass there.
He'd been into the wall pretty hard, but he's driving it away, so we may not see a safety car here at all. The safety car went down to the start of the pit lane, but they have not put it out, so we got away with a safety car there. As we see a new race leader by the looks of it, Scott O'Donnell. Car number 200 in front. And the Hyundai i30N, he's going to lead first time across the line.
Big move under brakes, Paul. The 86 will get there.
He gets the job done. Andre Simon down into Parenco, but O'Donnell's still all over the back and is going to Castrol. This is just lap number 2. She's busy for 3rd and 4th as well. Dennis Chapman coming under some pressure there from the 4th place car.
Oh, blown tyre. Something's gone wrong for our race leader. Andre Simon, the left front, I think the suspension or something has collapsed, has it? In that left front.
Yep.
What a shame.
Suspension failure on lap 2 for Andre Simon. Now that's going to be in a bad spot, so that will bring out a safety car. Halfway down the back straight, out on the grass, Andre Simon from the race lead. And has stopped on the grass, as you say, Rusty, left front suspension failure.
Big story, Paul. Remember the form that he had at Highlands, the lead that he brought into round 2 of the championship. At the conclusion of things today, will be at the halfway mark of the series. So that's a blow to Andre Simon.
Plays into the hands of Reece Gould, though, pole sitter, who's already made a few car lengths up. And safety car comes out onto the track as our race leader comes across the line. That's the Scott O'Donnell Hyundai TCR. Dennis Chapman currently sitting 2nd place.
Crew of the 199 just beneath our position in the commentary box here. They're having a good look around that. So it doesn't,
Yeah, the
Attention
right.
seems to be focused to the right front, doesn't it, at the moment?
It looks like the right rear to me. That's
Yeah.
looking at the car number 20 of the Brunton Parmenter car, who are involved in that first corner incident, also into the pits. They're sending the TCR of Barnett back out, though. So obviously happy with the way things are going. But safety car on lap 3 here at Levels for the Group A and B cars. And the race leader at the moment is Scott O'Donnell.
So some bodywork that's obviously come off that sayat on that right rear that you point out. They did spend a bit of time looking at the front of the car, but maybe he's been able to get away with just some superficial bodywork damage on that car. Rejoins at the back of the field.
Yeah, I did see one of the officials over there in that flag point jump out and grab a piece of carbon fibre. No doubt very costly piece of material. So yes, a flatbed on its way out there to pick up Andre Simon's car. Lap number 2, suspension failure down the back straight. He's actually lucky it happened when it did, and not another 200 or 300 metres down the track. It could have been all over straight down to the John Jones steel sign. So drama already. We're only 5 or so minutes into the race. Mike Hall has had a good start too, up from 5th up to 3rd. He's sitting in behind Dennis Chapman in the first of the Audis.
That's the car that we spoke about just before the start of the race here today. So new machinery for him, has been able to get the car brought in from Finland where it was originally based. It cleared customs in the last little while, and so lots of learnings for him in that car around this venue. That's a nice start. Early days in this one though, but currently 3rd in the queue behind the safety car.
Yeah, sitting 4th, Daniel Crop too, car number 56, the first of the wee Civics. And a very quick wee car here, Daniel Crop. He was here a month or so ago, did a lot of testing. Tucked in behind him is Debbie Chapman. So the Chapman team having a good run here at the moment. Dennis in 2nd, and Debbie sitting there in 5th. Sixth overall, the 24 Red Racing Honda Civic of the Booth and Gibson, car number 91. And there you'll see Reece Gould already up to just about inside the top 10 after starting from pit lane, and he'll be rubbing his hands together as he drives past the stricken car of Andre Simon over there, trying to find a way of lifting this car up. They obviously can't tow it. There's a good team there though from Hilton Haulage with the big pal finger lifter. They'll get the cradle on it and get it up and out of the way nice and safe. So drama, Rusty. I think last year we pretty much had an incident-free race. Might have had one safety car for a lap, but pretty much last year she was a solid hour sprint.
Might take this opportunity, Paul, just while we're under safety car here, and it looks like the lights are still on. Flatbed's still obviously out there doing some work to recover that car of Andre Simon, so we're not set for a resumption of play just yet, but thought we might do a bit of a shout out to our sponsors here. Firstly to Carter's Tyres for supporting the series, and many of the team can't be with us here. They're up in the North Island there, and obviously restrictions around various parts of the island there that they're observing. Huge thanks this round, of course, brought to us by the crew from Michelin Motorsport, so we're very grateful for their support. And other sponsors throughout the Surdex series, including Allied Petroleum. The Harris Race radio team do a phenomenal job covering big distances to be here and ensure that we have good communication, and a shout out to Pirelli as well. So thank you for your support.
Can't do it without the sponsors, Rusty. Can't do it without them. So we might lose a lap or two under the safety car here. Still trying to get that car of Andre Simon's up off the ground. They do have the cradle over the top of it now.
Just staggered, Paul, about what happened just a couple of laps in, that collapse or fail of some kind in the left front of the car. Gut-wrenching at this stage of the championship, and they have literally had to pick that car up under its underpinning, so to speak, and they're loading it onto the flatbed now.
Yeah, and it could be simple as one nut not being done up tight enough, or a split pin not being put in.
car was so fast, wasn't it, from the overtake that was executed beautifully?
That's right. He went under brakes at the end of the front straight on O'Donnell and was leading down the back straight, and then bonfire. Looked like an engine failure for a start, but that was just the smoke coming off the left front tyre as it worked its way in underneath the car.
Fantastic little venue this, and I'm the newbie here, coming in, getting reacquainted. I know very, very little of it. I'm well aware of its history, but my question here is that it looks like it's a layout for this 1 hour that could really suit the little TCR cars.
That's right. Yep. Well, anyone really. You've got to be there at the end, Rusty, like anything. And it only takes. Look at Andre Simon.
Exactly.
Something simple's ruined his day, or Reece Gould. Just not make it out of the pit lane by 5 or so seconds and being held back can ruin your day. And if you've been doing testing and stuff like that, it's the finer details that sometimes can put you into trouble. But he's worked his way back through, Reece Gould. He's currently sitting in 12th after having to start from pit lane. So
safety car works in his favour, doesn't it? In that sense,
certainly does. It's bunched the field back up. So if he has a good couple of laps after the safety cars, we see the Hilton Haulers truck now removing that car of Andre Simon off the track. So I would say that we'll see lights out on the safety car next time round.
So many laps into the safety car, is that going to change anyone's pit strategy?
That's a good question. Brendan in the background rightly pointing out, with this amount of laps under safety car, does that mean a rethink, a change of play in the way they strategically approach this one?
Well, these cars, because it's a 1 hour race, is comparatively short. As an endurance race, they would have had their fuel burn sorted out quite well, so they were carrying the minimum amount of fuel in the car to get it as fast as possible. Well, we've just had half a dozen laps under the safety car, so that's affected their fuel burn. So do they pit at the same time or not?
Do they go a lot harder?
Yeah, does it mean they can go harder than they originally planning? Because a lot of these cars would have had a target time they wanted to stick to for their hour. Well, now they've got a little bit more fuel on board. Can they just give it the jandle a bit more? How's that going to affect things? But there's the sad side of a race car coming in on the Hilton Haulage truck. Big shout out to Hilton Haulage. They've been a big supporter of motorsport in South Canterbury for as long as I can remember. And also a shout out to those poor flaggies sitting out there in the sun today. Without our volunteers, it wouldn't happen.
So lights out on the safety car. We have just over 10 minutes it's elapsed in this 1 hour race, and O'Donnell has been set free, and he puts the pedal to the metal in the Hyundai TCR entry and immediately establishes a couple of car lengths over the Audi. Hall looking for a slightly different line through turns 1 and 2 and puts pressure on. He might sneak down the inside here and snatches. Wrestles, not quite. Second place from the Audi. Back to third for him now.
Yes, he wasn't quite far enough up there, was Mike Hall, but he's definitely putting the pressure on Dennis Chaplin as they head down the back straight once again.
That's a strategic pit stop there. Yep. Because of the slowness, bring him in, get him out of the road.
So Mark Peach up in here. We see Reece Gould in the pit lane at the moment, but you're saying this is a strategic move?
Strategic stop, get his compulsory pit stop out of the window, and then he can press on to the end.
So tell us about missing the start there. Was that how did that happen?
They broke an axle in qualifying.
Right, so you've done pretty good in the end.
Well, not me. Reece Gould.
And Petchy, before we go, I mean, for people that are, nice to see you again, for people that are coming into the track today, beautiful looking car has been on display. Yeah. Just tell us a little bit more about that and expectations and things like that for it, for the Nissan GTR.
Yeah, well, obviously very disappointing to the race fans and the team alike, but the Signature Homes GTR car that's parked in the pits for everybody to have a good close-up look at is sitting in the pits because the crew that run it and the engineer and the other driver are all in lockdown or in level 3 in Auckland. So that's the difficulty. Such a shame. The car's here, everything's here ready to go. We've got one driver but nobody else.
Thank you very much for stopping up to the commentary box and filling in a couple of key blanks for us. So he's got that pit stop out of the way. Strategically different approach to a couple of others. Just pick his way through the field now, basically.
Yeah, he's sort of put himself in the back markers, which are not too difficult for him to overtake. and so it was a good pit stop, and of course the leader's got to make theirs later in the race.
And in addition to that, he's well acquainted with that car and has done some good things with it, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He loves the car, and it's a good consolation that, you know, he decided to keep the Hyundai, and so which is only requires him and a couple of guys to do, and so we had some South Islanders that helped, and that's great. So he's he's in there with a good chance. So we'll watch him closely. Here he's coming through on pit straight now. Making a lot of time up, so we'll watch with interest.
Hey, thanks for taking time out of your schedule and dropping by the commentary box to chat with us. There he is, Mark Petch, who's known exceptionally well in New Zealand motorsport and embedded with that signature Holmes cruiser, where he's watching with great anticipation as Gould makes his way along the straight opposite our position in the commentary box here and moves by another one, Brendan. So maybe that play will work in his favour.
It'll be interesting to see how their plans work out over the next 45 minutes or so. So far 8 laps down, we still have the Scott O'Donnell car, the TCR Hyundai car 200. Was 3.3 across last time round, just crosses the line for lap 9. Waiting for Dennis Chapman to come across the line now, 4.5 seconds. So pulled out over a second just in that one lap alone, Scott O'Donnell. Then we have Michael, car 117 in third, Daniel Kropp fourth.
Here's Reece now as you're rattling off the times coming past us. Picked up another spot, moves by the little Fiat and is on the back of 2 other cars, including an RX-8.
Okay, unfortunately he's a lap down, so we can't see where he is right at the moment. Car 5 in 26th place. So we'll see how that pans out. But making his way through the field easily, as Mark Petch pointed out. We'll just see how that gets on at the busier end of the race. So about 45 minutes left to go now.
Don't forget we're live on the Cerdic Facebook page, and it's been shared as well, I noticed, through the South Canterbury Car Club page and of course on Motorsport New Zealand. So if you've got a question while the stream is happening, fire it through. You can see the timing there on the screen. We'll endeavour to paint the radio picture for you as the race continues to unfold. Hall puts a bit of pressure again, under brakes on that Audi into turns 1 and 2 and has another little look up the inside, but Chapman's got that covered. He's seen that move before.
That's right. Dennis Chapman's done many laps around our circuit here at Timaru, Levels Raceway, competing in mainly classic cars, but is now taken to touring car racing. And then we just had Ari Pettigrew go across the line, car 15, that lovely little Fiat 500. Be interesting to know the history of that car. It does look like a professionally built race car. But still, Dennis Chapman second, Michael third, Daniel Kropp fourth, Debbie Chapman 5th place.
Big afternoon of racing still to come your way here at Levels. Another 1 hour of competition coming up with an array of Porsches. And then, of course, it's the 3 hour. Lots of good partnerships in that. Different strategies to what you see unfold in the 1 hour again. Hall has a look down the inside of Chapman. A little bit of lap traffic to contend with this time. The VW is the door firmly shut by the Audi this time. That makes Hall's life a little bit harder. Good battle, that one. Nice to watch.
And good to see a variety of cars there, Rusty, giving it all. Like at the back of them is a Honda Civic, giving the TCR car and the BMW touring car a go.
Keeping an eye on Ari's pace too. You were giving him a shout out earlier in the coverage, continuing to circulate there in the little Fiat, giant killer.
Certainly is. Got a very talented man behind the wheel, as we mentioned earlier. A successful season in rallying. Doesn't seem to be doing too bad at circuit racing either, Rusty.
It's so often been the case, hasn't it, with good rally drivers over time, and it wasn't certainly on the other side of the ditch where I grew up. Not uncommon for people to dabble successfully in both. Colin Bond, very good as a rally driver in Australia, and incredibly deft touch when it came to touring car racing as well.
I think George Fury may have been a rally flicker too in his earlier years before he took the turbo Nissans to Bathurst and endeared himself to the V8 fans, shall we say.
So just been down, guys, and checked on Andre Simon's car. They broke a bolt on the lower ball joint that holds the hub. It just sheared a bolt clean off the top, so they're putting it in the trailer.
What a shame. One bolt totally changes the complexion of the day and also the championship.
The wee Lotus going through the pit lane there, car 17, Robert Gaha. Good wee battles within battles going on. You see Mark Denton coming down the front straight in the BMW. He's got the wee Starlet tucked in behind him. About to have a lap put on them.
Looks like O'Donnell continuing to chip away and build that lead as well over Dennis Chapman, who crosses the line there now in the Audi. Closely pursued still by Mike Hall.
Yeah, Reese Gould not too far away from Debbie Chapman either in car 223. She goes a wee bit wide on the exit of Power & Co. Loses a wee bit of time. Reese now right on the back as they go through Castrol now. As we see the two TCR marks go down the back straight. Debbie in the Audi.
And the significant thing in all of that, Paul, is that we're yet to see the pit stops from the others play out and just how that shakes things out in terms of the leaderboard. But this is very good pace from Reese.
Yeah, we just seen him dive up the inside of Debbie Chapman there at the end of the back straight as well through John Jones Steel. So like you say, still early days. 40 minutes left, so a third of the way through.
You talked about it in qualifying this morning before we came on air, just how busy the track gets here. I mean, then it's about searching for clear track, clear air. And negotiating traffic here is quite a challenge, isn't it?
It certainly is, you know, and you can't not have the slower cars in the field. That's what endurance racing's all about. So you've got the likes of the O'Donnell Mini going through there, who's probably lapping 10 seconds a lap quicker than these faster guys. And, you know, if you do the math, it's getting lapped every 6 laps. So they spend a lot of the race looking in the rear vision mirror. And that's all part of their endurance racing too, as being aware of what's around them. As we see the Barnett TCR car having a wee dive. Oh, locks up, just about collects Jordan Ray on the in as they went into Power & Co. And he definitely would have flat spotted something then, was Barnett. He was at one of our early race lap 1 incident people.
Yeah, 199, the Barnett car pull, now up to lucky position 13.
He's going to try and get past Ray now as they head down into John Jones Steel, and he gets the job done. As Reese Gould comes through to reel off another one. Where's he sitting now, Brendan?
So the Reese up under 20, he pops onto the front screen. So he's a lap down, but of course he has had his pit stop, and a pit stop here does cost you around a lap.
That's right.
So might have taken that lap penalty at the right time of the race, as Mark Petch pointed out earlier on.
That's right. It's around the 55, 58 second mark to do a pit stop through here at Levels. Quite a long pit lane.
So Tim Dossett, the 119 Honda Civic, the local boy from Point, just down the road here, crosses the line, currently 8th place. Fastest so far, a 108.9. 37 seconds back from the leader.
Debbie Chapman just getting a wee bit out of shape up at the hairpin. She's underway again, kicked up a bit of dust, so she's fairly dry off on the grass. Ground's looking fantastic here at the moment. It's been Dennis Chapman, it was, sorry. Pretty hard to tell those two Audis.
So that's pushed Dennis down the field a little bit. He's back to 4th place with Debbie Chapman that we were mentioning earlier, now in 5th.
So yet to see them stop though, Brendan. So
Tim Dossett, who we were talking about earlier, just crossing the line now, 108.9. Okay, the 199 car of Marcus Barnett now up to 11th place. working his way back through the field after the altercation at the first corner with the Brunton Parmenter RX-8. So the leader crossing the line now, 17 laps down. Just over 37 minutes left to go in this 1 hour race.
So just looking at the lap record, Brendan, it's a 101.8 from Matt Whitaker back in October 2018 with 55 laps. So we've seen that even last year, I think, 55 laps as well.
But that's the next class up. That's right. This class is the first time. Yeah, you can say it.
So just Mark Petch was saying that, of course, that race record was when our 1 hour field was a complete field with faster cars in it. So this is the first time we've had a solely Class A and B field running. So the record will be set today for this field.
That is correct, Brendan. Must be getting near the halfway stage now of the first race of the day, as we see the wee Lotus having a wee dive around James Mitchell and the wee Starlet, number 32, and eventually gets his way through.
Okay, second place man Michael just crosses the line now, completing 18 laps, just under 6 seconds behind Scott O'Donnell.
Yeah, O'Donnell now just putting another lap on the other O'Donnell, which I think's his son in the wee Mini, Harrison.
Okay, the Gibson Booth Civic just crossing the line now, car 91 in 6th place. Best time so far is a 1:08.1, which was that last lap for them. Okay, car 199, Marcus Barnett crosses the line to finish his 18th lap, still sitting in 11th position. Okay, Scott O'Donnell crosses the line once more, 19 laps completed. 6.5 seconds now back to Michael, 1:17, second place. Daniel Kropp, third. Dennis Chapman, fourth. Okay, Dave McLean, car 158, just crossing the line now. Currently in 20th place.
Yeah, so we see a few cars starting to come into the pits now. One of the wee Starlets and one of the Integras looks like Dean Cook it is in car number 95. We're getting near that halfway point, Brendan.
Yeah, 34 minutes left to go, Paul.
34 to go, so we're getting near that halfway point where we'll see a lot of the cars sort of use that halfway point as their pitting option.
So Jordan Ray just crossing the line on the Honda Civic now. 19 laps completed for Jordan.
Yeah, so that was a good move by the Signature Homes team. You can see him out there now, Reschool, getting closer to Scott O'Donnell. And although he might be a lap down, it's looking good come pit stop time when Scott O'Donnell comes in car number 200.
So 15th place now for Reese Gould. Reese lapping in the 104s where the leaders are doing 105s.
So he's really going for us. We see the Gibson and Booth Honda Civic come screaming into the pits as well. So a few of them coming in doing their driver changes. A lot of these guys are having two drivers. Some people elect to do the 1 hour themselves. As we see Tim Dossett continue that wee battle with Jordan Ray coming down the front straight, tucked in behind. Then it's Barnett, who's had a pretty eventful sort of race.
Actually got those two Hyundais on the same pit straight now.
Are they?
Yep.
Okay.
So that was a quick stop by Dean Cook. He's out of the three cars that just came in, he's the fastest out by a long way, car number 95. So the two Hyundais out there at the moment, just been pointed out by Mark Petch. Scott O'Donnell in front in the 200 car And then it's tucked in behind Reece Gould, not too far away, and then Mike Hall. So
They are a lap apart,
they are a
though,
lap apart.
but they are sharing the same bit of track.
I would expect the pit stop to be well over a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, just had the 99 car, William Taylor, Honda Integra, across the line, currently in 6th place.
Battle still continuing between Brad Rule. He's coming under all sorts of pressure from and behind him at the moment, Barnett in the TCR car.
So Marcus Barnett now up to 9th position after their little altercation with the Brunton Parmenter car in the first corner, which has remained in the pits.
Dramatic, Gould's closed right up on.
Yeah, you can see it on the track there how much Reece Gould is closing down every lap. He's catching Scott O'Donnell, and he's just about on the back of them now as they go down the back straight into John Jones Steel. In fact, only a half dozen odd car lengths now, so Reece Gould on fire.
So when we're looking at the times, Paul, lap times, Reece Gould's currently about 1.5 seconds a lap quicker than the 200 car of Scott O'Donnell.
And of course we know that Reece has already done his pit stop. So looking good at the moment for the Signature Homes team after the broken axle they had this morning after practice. That wee battle between Dossie and Brad Rule now. Dossie pulling away.
So Marcus Barnett up to 8th now, and as you've mentioned, right on the tail of car 119 in front of him, 7th position, Tim Dossett.
Reece Gould right on the back now of Scott O'Donnell. We might have a look at him up the inside into Castro. No, he doesn't. He pulls back in behind as they go out wide, down onto the back straight. Let's see what happens this time.
So
If he can get by, it'll be a nice wee mental thing to say, look, I've done my pit stop and I'm already passing you. So here he goes having a look down at John Jones Steel. Has a dive at the last minute, goes through. Great move from Reece Gould. And he importantly gets past that car who's leading at the moment. He's unlapped himself, but he's already done a pit stop. So that's putting a challenge down to Scott O'Donnell, saying, I've managed to unlap myself and do a pit stop. Michael still currently sitting second overall, 8.5 seconds back. Dennis Chapman sitting in third. These cars still yet to pit. And Daniel Kropp only a couple of seconds behind Dennis Chapman. So some good battles still going on. As we get down to 29.5 minutes. So we're just over the halfway point. We should see a few cars pitting in the next lap or so.
Paul, just quickly a message too that's come in via Facebook, and we thank everybody that's watching the live stream via the South Island Endurance Championship page, via Motorsport New Zealand, or the South Canterbury Club Facebook page too. So a couple of you asking about not being able to see the cars. The stream that we're providing is something that's come about at the kind of last minute, I guess you could say, but we're going to do a radio style coverage for you here. We've got timing that we'll bring you during the day, and we're going to intersperse it with some visuals that you'll see too. So at the conclusion of each race, we'll conduct an interview with the top three, and we'll turn those around fairly quickly for you. So we'll paint the picture in a radio sense as we go here. You'll be able to see the timing, and we'll intersperse it with a few updates and interviews too.
Bit like listening to the Test cricket in the old days, Rusty.
That's it. Get the old transistor out.
While you're out painting the fence on a summer's day.
Yeah, well, no doubt there's a few of you around the country working in the garage at the moment, tinkering away. Big hi to everyone who can't be here, but it is a glorious day here. A wee bit of cloud just come across, but I think definitely that's good news for us here in the commentary box, where it's probably a balmy 40-something degrees.
Okay, so Scott O'Donnell's just crossed the line for the 25th time a few moments ago.
You will see the odd pit board being waved out there, which means that we'll see a flurry of pit stops. You'll see Mark Denton just coming in the BMW car number 181. He comes in. We'll see how quick it takes him to get out and around the car.
About 27.5 minutes left to go in this 1 hour race.
So Denton's out, he's around. Of course, the biggest thing is trying to get the belts back on without panicking too much. Hello, the wipers are going on it, so he's hit something as he's been getting in.
Going in for their Warriner fitness check.
Yeah, but Michael doing a consistent job at the moment.
Yeah, sitting in the mid 105s, now 26 laps completed. Dennis Chapman crosses the line. So the current gap between first and second is just over 10 seconds. And then another 8 seconds back to Dennis Chapman. Daniel Kropp, 4th place, 4 seconds further back.
Mark Denton on his way out, car 24 in, which is the Toyota 86.
Okay, Debbie Chapman just crossing the line now. She's in 5th place.
Car 71 coming in to serve his pit stop. It's Noel Simons from Lincoln and one of the Integras in the field.
Okay, Reece Gould crosses the line, still doing low 104s.
Yeah, just look at the gap between, as we see the race leader come into the pits now with the lights ablaze, how big that gap was. Because Reece only passed him a couple of laps ago, and we have a safety car out. So safety car, we'll just try and have a look around the track.
Flurry of cars coming into the pits now, Paul, with the safety car action.
Just trying to see, it must be up the top end of the track because we can't see anything from our view. And of course the top end of the track up round McKissick Curve is out of our view due to part of the hedge up round through the embankment there. But it looks to me that it may be up round there, but safety car is out with, what, about 20 minutes to go, Brendan, is it?
25 minutes left to go, Paul. So if any of our viewers are up there following on Facebook as well, if they could just put a message up as to what's happening, that'd be really good.
Yeah, but Reece Gould just coming around now, and he is going to pass to probably take the race lead as he comes across the line now with the race leader in the pits. Yeah. So flurry of cars into the pits.
Car stopped on the track. It's at the top end.
Yeah.
Not sure of the number. Okay, we've just had the 199 car that was involved in the earlier incident come in for a pit stop. This is their second stop.
We'll just see if there's a car drops down the timing list there, Brendan, as these cars come through. You might know. We know Dean Cook had just been in for a service.
And of course this is working in favour a little bit of Scott O'Donnell, who came into the pits just as the safety car went out, which means the rest of the field slowed down. So it's not as time anxious for him, I would say.
So Dennis Chapman, well, they're holding the cars at the pit lane here. Now they're just releasing them. So Dennis Chapman's sitting at the end of the pit lane. He'll be absolutely furious and wanting to get away, so he's away. So I don't know why they held them there for that many seconds. No. So Reece Gould coming down. Should take the race lead this time.
There we go. He certainly does, Paul. 28 laps down for Reece Gould. Still waiting for the 200 car of Scott O'Donnell.
And here we go, the race leader, who was the race leader, has just lost it, Scott O'Donnell. Yeah, he's well over a minute and a half, and he's only halfway down the pit straight. So a long stop for the O'Donnell team. And he'll come out, we'll see. And Mike Hall's not far behind him, so those two very close together. So it's about a minute 35, I think, for a stop, which I'm not too sure. Mark Peach, I would have thought that would have been a little bit longer than usual.
Yeah, something must have happened getting his belts on. That's always a difficulty. And, the choice is to sit for 75 seconds or jump out, run round and get back in, and then you've got to have a really clean assembly of your belts, and that's a little difficult when you're a bit bigger like Scott is.
Okay, so Ari Pettigrew's just rolled through for his pit stop, car 15, the Fiat 500.
Yes, I'm sure if a lot of you people could see the wee Fiat, it's very, very quick. In fact, it out-qualified a few of the Honda Civics. Harry Pettigrew behind the wheel. We see one of the wee Mini peeling off into pit lane, Harrison O'Donnell. As the safety car goes through, the Mobile 1 safety car. And a big long line of cars, and this is normally where things can happen when the field is compressed back up. The leader, Reece Gould, just goes past us. He's sort of sitting halfway through the pack at the moment. The safety car has not picked the race leader up.
So currently behind the safety car we have the number 224 Starlet of Bryce Mitchell, Alan Turner from Ashburton. So that'll be a good photo, lads. Get your photo behind the safety car.
Yeah,
I hope a TCA car right behind you.
I hope he's got a nice big rear vision mirror there, Brendan, because he's going to need it with the likes of, you were just talking about the TCR car, but there's also Dennis Chapman not too far away. Then you're looking down through the field, you've got a few of the Civics, and then Reece Gould, who's on a charge, fastest man on track at the moment.
Yeah, so the positions at the moment, we have Reece Gould leading, Daniel Kropp, car 56 seconds. Scott O'Donnell got pushed back to third after that pit stop. Michael in fourth place.
I don't know if Daniel Kropp's done his pit stop yet. He might be one that might be getting close on fuel and might be leaving his pit stop to the last minute, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
So we've got the Harrison O'Donnell, Blake Knowles Mini just coming through the pits now.
Yep, having done their service. So
Done
under
their
safety
stop.
car here at Levels, we still haven't worked out which car it is that's off track up the top end of the track, if you know Levels, up through the McKissick curve. They have installed a nice new gravel trap up in there, which has been wanted for a long time from a number of drivers. It's quite daunting going through John Jones Steel, then heading up that back, up along that
So
straight.
safety car in now, Paul.
It is in. So keep an eye on the start. We've got the wee Starlet out in front that's going to see the field compressing up at the back. Just keep your eyes on the faster cars coming through. He was slow getting away from the start there, the wee Starlet. And the TCR car number, we've got a brake lock up too from the Gibson Booth car. And pretty lucky that there wasn't some Constantina effect going on there. 3 wide through Castrol though on the restart. Reece Gould being one of them. As they head down the back straight once again as we get underway after the safety car. Reece Gould getting held up a wee bit here by some of the RX-8s and Integras and manages to thread his way through. And eventually gets past 2 or 3 of them, dives up inside another one under brakes and manages to clear a gaggle of cars all in one go. Our race leader.
So really a wee bit of a reset, Paul. Just under 20 minutes to go now. It's not much more than a sprint race with the field being reset.
She's all on, but everyone's still out of position though, Brendan.
Still a couple of cars that are leading that will need to have their pit stop.
That's right. Oh, we've got a spinner up there. It'll lock the rear brakes up and round it went. It's on entry to the hairpin. Quite easy to lock the rear brakes up and it looked like one of the Integras.
Yeah, one of the white Integras.
And there might have been the Taylor car. Locked the brakes up and around it went. And hopefully he can get that underway again. Looks like he's got it moving. But so everyone now line astern as they go through Castrol. Our race leader currently sitting 4th as you look at the track at the moment, about to be 3rd as he goes through on Jordan Ray in car number 61. But effectively the race leader, Reece Gould, in the Signature Homes TCR car. He's just gone past one of them because we've seen the Barnett car just slow up on the entrance of McKissick Curve just as they go out of sight. Bit more dust being kicked up the top end there as well. As they come off the back straight through John Jones Steel, you can go out wide there and just put a wheel out in the dirt. Round through the left-hand sweeper. Reece Gould right on the back of Dennis Chapman as they come down through the kink. He might have a look under brakes here, Reece Gould. He has a wee dive up the insides. They're going to Parenco. He's got the job done before he even gets to the corner. Goes up the inside of Dennis Chapman. So starting to get cars back under where they were because Chapman's done his pit stop too. So where's he sitting there overall?
Dennis is a lap down from the front runners, Paul, after all that action.
So give us the gaps, 1st to 2nd.
So 1st to 2nd. 1st is Reece Gould. Scott O'Donnell is in 2nd, 7.5 seconds back. Daniel Kropp, another 2.5 seconds back in 3rd place. Michael 4th, just nearly 3 seconds back on Daniel Kropp. And then Dennis Chapman's 5th place, but a lap down from the first 4 cars.
Yeah, and I don't think Daniel Kropp has pitted as yet in the number 56 car, so we'll just keep an eye on that.
So
another one
Schooled out leading the field, Paul. Look,
yeah, he's class act at the moment.
no one in front of him. Clear track.
Just starting to open up that gap between himself and Dennis Chapman. Even though Dennis is a lap down, you can physically see the distance growing.
So now 8.3 back to the second place. Scott O'Donnell.
Hall doing a nice tidy job too, and another one of the TCR cars, car number 117. Tim Dossett having a good battle with car number 64, Clark Scott, in the Type R Integra. Dossie, a former 2K Cup champ. Big shout out to all the 2K Cup guys out there that are listening, that got their first round tomorrow at Ruapuna. Unfortunately, I won't make it. Got too busy.
Mrs. Lancaster only let you out one day for the weekend, Paul.
That's right. No, I've got too much to do. We just brought a batch, so spending a lot of time there doing stuff.
So William Taylor, that had the spin at the hairpin a couple of laps earlier, car 99, just passing a few cars. We have the leader go across the line again, 34 laps completed for Reece Gould. Just under 16 minutes left to go.
No doubt by this stage the drivers will be getting...
Okay, so unsafe re-entry gives car 64 the bad behaviour flag. That's Clark Scott from Queenstown in the Honda Integra Type R.
And we slap on the wrist for him, so they'll be keeping an eye on him. But, you know, it's such a vast array of cars there, from Mark Denton, the BMW, right back to the Renault Clio of car number 193, Warren Black from Oamaru, to the Fiat 500, to the Civics. Plenty of different makes and marks of machinery there. But at the moment, it is the TCR cars, which are just working their way into New Zealand in the last 2 or 3 years or so. And just fantastic pieces of machinery as Reece Gould comes through. Not too far away, Dennis Chapman.
So Reece Gould, 35 laps. Still pulling out a lead from Scott O'Donnell.
Yes, 10.8 seconds the gap first to second. So doing it about a second a lap, Brendan. Reece Gould, a 104, his best lap time. Last time through a 104 as well. So he's keeping it consistent. Whereas Scott O'Donnell's best lap's a 105.4 and last lap through was a 106. So about a second a lap. Looking down through the list, Mike Hall sitting 4th, Daniel Kropp sitting 3rd, I missed him out, Dennis Chapman 5th, Gibson and Booth, first of the Class A cars, sitting 6th overall, doing a good job there on the wee Civic. Then it's Chris Mackey, Brad Rule and Tim Dossett rounding out the top 10. Ari Pettigrew in the Fiat 500, he started 20th, he's up to 19th. 3 laps down. So just under 14 minutes left in the first of the Carter's Tyre Services 1 hour endurance race series for Class A and B.
Just with that 13 and a half minutes remaining, I thought it might be good for people that are tuning in via Facebook to do a little update on a few significant things that have happened in this race so far. And importantly for the series leader coming into this round of the championship, that Toyota 86 looked very fast early on, but a rare and frustrating bolt failure in the left front upright took Andre Simon out of things. We had an early safety car, some good strategic decisions by the Signature Homes team to pit early, get that done for Reece Gould, and man, he then chased hard, didn't he? Chased the field down hard, and that approach seems to have absolutely worked. It's been a masterstroke for him. So he is top of the timesheet now, if you're just tuning in and having a look, from Scott O'Donnell, who was our early race leader. Some good pace from that Hyundai very early on, and Daniel Kropp ahead of Mike Hall now. Those positions have swapped. It was the other way around in the early sort of phase of the race.
Daniel Kropp coming in now.
So we've got Daniel Kropp coming in for his pit stop now, so he'll drop at least a lap down the field.
Yes, he was sitting fourth on the list.
So that'll put Dennis Chapman up into 4th place and put the Gibson Booth car up into 5th, which is doing very, very well for a A-class car. 12 minutes left to go.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see where Daniel Kropp comes back out when the times correct themselves. If he can get their pit stop out of the way reasonably quick. So here comes a race leader down through the kink onto the front straight. Goes past a couple of the slow of the cars there. Car number 224. The wee Toyota starter to Bryce Mitchell and Alan Turner. Got another one to get through as it goes through Castrol. Dean Cook it is in the 95 car. Dean Cook, another one of the X2K Cuppers. Started out there, and this car was a 2K Cup car. It has slowly built it up over the years to a SS Cup running car.
So 13.5 second lead for Reece Gould last time round. Car 199, Marcus Barnett, that was tied up in the first corner incident, which set the excitement off, now in 12th place.
So it's been a good recovery from just about everyone that's been in trouble. You know, when you look at Barnett and Reece Gould earlier on, having to start from pit lane after that broken axle and practice this morning. Qualified it on pole and done a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, took their pit stop early and have worked their way studiously through the field. Now leading quite convincingly and also the fastest runner at the moment.
The second place car just coming through, Scott O'Donnell.
So 13.7 second lead now for Reece Gould over Scott O'Donnell. Just over 10 minutes left to go.
Michael doing a good job in 3rd place there. He's 28 seconds behind Reece Gould, but you know that's not too bad. Sitting there in 3rd, he's 15 seconds behind 2nd place car Scott O'Donnell. Then we wait for Dennis Chapman to come through. He's a long way back, probably just about a lap down Dennis Chapman, but currently sitting 4th. And more importantly for Dennis, is he's in front of his wife, which is always...
Well, I don't know.
Always
Diego,
a bit of a
who
winner.
gets to do the dishes?
Well, traditionally, Dennis likes winning the first race, but always lets her win the second race. But unfortunately, just the one here today for them.
Yeah, he knows how to keep a happy marriage going, doesn't he, Paul?
He's got it pretty sus, Dennis Chapman, as he comes through. And he's definitely a lap down from the leader as the leader comes through, not far behind him.
So 40 laps completed. Reece Gould nearly 15.5 seconds ahead of Scott O'Donnell.
Tim Dossett's currently sitting 9th overall. Good job from Tim. Sponsored by Carter's Tyres, who are of course sponsoring the Endurance Series this year once again. Big hi to Matt and Dwayne and all the crew up there. But sad that you guys aren't here again with some magnificent piece of machinery that you normally turn up with.
So Brad Rule crossing the line now, 10th place in their Honda Civic.
Here comes race leader again though, down through the kink. Kicks up a wee bit of dust as he comes through there, down to reel off another one. Reece Gould in the Signature Homes TCR car.
Okay, Dave McLean crossing the line, car 158, 38 laps completed for them, 3 laps behind the leaders.
That's not too bad, the old Integra.
Not too bad for the Integra, being an Integra man yourself there, Paul. You just don't talk about that immediately behind it's a Fiat 500.
That's right, then an old Beamer. So as you're getting a wee bit busy sort of mid-pack here, got Robert Garger there in the wee Lotus. Got Barnett tucked in behind the TCR. Hall's been held up a wee bit there from that 3rd place. He wants to get through on those guys. Then you've got the Gibson Booth car tucked in behind him, then the wee Mini, which I've managed to clear. So Robert Garha goes through on Denton. It's been a race-long battle for Denton and the wee Starlet, car number 224. They've been stuck like glue, the two of them, all race long, and that's what it's all about, the wee in-house battles all the way down through the field. Another two cars having a good battle coming through the kink now onto the front straight. Car number 32, James Mitchell. And then we start then the Renault Clio, car number 193. They've had a real good battle all race as well. A car slowing coming into the pits.
So I'm wondering if that's a scheduled pit stop, Paul.
Might be Dave McLean, I think it is, in the Integra. She might have need a bit more juice in it, perhaps.
Okay, Mark Denton just crossing the line there in that nice 3 Series BMW.
Hello, we've got a spinner down here, and it's Barnett. He's his resume in this race is still growing, this time with a spin rather than I'm in the bank. And he is stuck there. He looks like he just managed to get it underway. He's spun down halfway between Parenco S's and Castrol, but he's got it underway again. Yellow flag is brought back in.
So he was 12th when he crossed the line, Paul. We'll just have to see how that incident's panned into his race results.
I don't think he would have lost too many spots. Race leader, though, going down the back straight, about to put another lap on Tim Dossett. And he should clear Tim by the end of the back straight. So we see Dave McLean coming back out onto the track. So might have been a wee splash and dash there.
We've got a drive-through penalty for car 117. That's Mike Hall
from
Mike
Hall.
Queenstown. So currently third place.
Yeah, he's just come across the line now. He would have seen that and just about outbraked himself going into Parenco. So drive-through penalty. I wonder what that's for.
So Michael did have...
Oh, we've got another spinner up there just coming out of the pits. Sorry, out of the hairpin. Another spinner there, Brendan. Just trying to pick up who that is.
The 199 car again, Paul.
Is it?
Yeah.
So Barnett, perhaps he might be dropping some oil somewhere. If he's had 2 spins and a half a lap, we'll just keep an eye on him.
Or could have low tyre pressure in one of the tyres.
Yeah, or he could be spilling some oil. Yeah, good battle going on there at the moment. Dennis Chapman
so we've just got
coming under all...
Okay, so Hall that has the drive-through penalty.
Oh, straight ahead he goes. He had a wee dive up the inside. Sorry, Brendan. It was O'Donnell had a dive up the inside of Dennis Chapman going into Castrol. Realised that he couldn't do it. Locked his brakes up and shot straight ahead out onto the grass at Castrol there. He's managed to get it going again, but he's going to have a couple of good flat spots on the front of that TCR car, and he's just coming back onto the track now, so he's lost probably half a lap. And we'll see if he's punctured a tyre or something. It won't feel too good anyway when he brings it back onto the track. A bit like Fred Flintstone. And he'll be able to feel that through the steering wheel easy as. So
we've just got Michael serving his drive-through penalty at the moment too, Paul. So Scott O'Donnell was second, Michael was third.
So both of them getting into trouble. So where's our 4th place man sitting?
Well, Dennis Chapman was in 4th and he was a lap down.
He's come across the line now. So probably no gains, no losses anywhere there from those guys, but it was very much a coming together. So Hall having a big dive up, O'Donnell was having a big dive up the inside of Castrol Curve, trying to get through on Dennis Chapman. Dennis Chapman came across and he had to lock the brakes up, Scott O'Donnell, which then he overshot. Once Dennis Chapman was out of his way, straight ahead out onto the grass.
So here we've got the 200 car just trying to roll to the finish now, Paul.
Yeah, he thinks he's got a flat tyre because that's what it sort of feels like when you've got a nice big flat spot on the tyres there. It'll be thumping and doing all sorts through the steering wheel. We see Reese Gould come past us 3 wide up the inside of Jordan Ray and one of the wee starlets. And he wanted to clear them out of the way pretty quickly. Reese Gould got the job done. Mike Hall circulating again. Has he done his drive-through penalty?
Yes, he's just done his drive-through penalty, Paul. So currently sitting in 3rd place, we've got Marcus Barnett that had that earlier spin. So he was 12th before his spin, now back to 14th place. Scott O'Donnell's still sitting in second, but circulating very slowly.
Okay,
We've got another car pulling on the inside of the back straight.
Yes, it's happy hour now in the 1 hour series.
So
Getting low on fuel, some of these cars, number 64, he's still under power.
so that's Clark Scott from Queenstown in the Honda Integra Type R, going very, very slowly on the grassed area, going along the back straight.
Yes, perhaps a flat tyre, I would say, if he's out on the grass there. Might see him cut across the short circuit.
Reschools just put a lap on the second place. Yeah, just notice that Reschool has put a lap on Scott O'Donnell after Scott had the off in the in turn 3. So obviously that car's got serious flat spotted tyres, I would say. Must be pretty difficult to drive.
So Daniel Kropp just coming out of the pit lane now. He's been in the pits for a long time, so we've forgotten about him for a couple of laps. But that was a long time there for Daniel Kropp. He was sitting third before he came in. So, not long to go now. Yeah, that's right. Got 1 minute to go. Reschooled it is out in front. 47 laps complete, so a long way off the record of 55. A couple of safety cars, bit of drama. Oh, you were different classes. You did right, Mark Petch. Last lap board is out. So everyone will just be trying to get it home as we see the Integra still sneaking around the side of the track there, car 64. Thank you. And we've still got Scott O'Donnell cruising around in car 200. So Mike Hall's managed to get through on Scott O'Donnell on that last lap. Scott O'Donnell just creeping around the track reasonably slowly after that incident earlier. So we've got two cars creeping. Just look for our race leader on the last lap. Reschooled it is in the Signature Homes TCR car. He's coming into the hairpin for the last time. Best lap time of a 1:04.056 for him. Round through the left-hand sweeper. And it comes down through the kink and will take the race win. Reschooled in the Signature Homes TCR car. Takes out the race win for the Class A and B cars. Long way back to Mike Hall in car number 117. In fact, here he comes now through the kink. And will come down. He finishes the lap behind the second place car does. And then we go back to the third place car, Scott O'Donnell, who was circling the track pretty slowly. And here he comes now through the kink. And he'll be wondering what that noise is in the front of the car, but he'll take third overall. Scott O'Donnell, been a pretty eventful sort of race for him. Sorry, fourth he ends up. Dennis Chapman ends up third once everything shakes out. As we wait on the rest of the field to come through, Daniel Kropp comes through. And where does he finish eventually? Way down the list after getting stuck in the pits. Running third for most of the race, Daniel Kropp. The wee Fiat comes through. Ari Pettigrew, he'll finish 16th overall in the wee Fiat 500. 3 laps down. Not a bad effort there from Ari. And we've got car 64 stopping out there on track once he went past the finish line. So Reese Gould coming down to the start-finish line. Rusty will be down there shortly to get a few words. In the end, a good strategy call from Mark Petch and the team to bring Reese in nice and early. And then, of course, had that safety car a little bit later on, which played into their hands quite nicely. Going about a second lap faster than anyone else, Reese Gould. So Mike Hall comes down, car number 117 finishes second in the VW Golf TCR car. So three TCR cars on the front row. Dennis Chapman will come down, will take P3. And he will be pretty happy with himself there too, Dennis Chapman. Getting it on the last lap though from Scott O'Donnell, who slowed down after that moment he had earlier down at Castrol where he locked the brakes up. So top three down there. Over to you, Rusty.
Grab a mic check from you real quick. Can I just get a mic?
Okay, you're right. The top three have come in at the conclusion of a fascinating first 1 hour race. We're going to talk to them as they get out of their cars. There's all sorts of stories to tell. What a way to start the day here. Firstly, for our eventual race winner, Rhys Gould, he started from the pit lane, so we'll get some clarity on what unfolded there. Scott O'Donnell bolted very early. We saw that incident for the series leader coming into this round in Andre Simon, a frustrating, a heartbreaking bolt breaking, a very inexpensive part in the left front upright. Gould went out of sync when it came to pit stops. He got that done early and absolutely bolted. And some good battles towards the end. Scott O'Donnell looked like being on course for a podium, fighting hard with Dennis Chapman in the end. Mike Hall was able to get on the podium, so lots to discuss as we wrap up this first race. Dennis, can we get in? What a mighty fight for third place in the end. Can you just tell us firstly what happened with Scott when you were coming down?
I'm not sure. He didn't hit me down there, so he must have just spun out. And then up at the corner there, he sort of was going slow, and I sort of he just kept blocking me. And in the end, I sort of got around the inside of him, but we bumped into each other a little bit.
Good race, and the layout seems to really lend itself to the TCR cars, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it's bloody good when you get used to driving them.
Did the race go to plan from a report card standpoint beyond all that for you?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether we came in the right time with the pace car, but you can't tell.
Well, that mixes it up, doesn't it? I mean, there was a couple of safety cars there, and for the crew, they've got to think on the run.
Yeah, no, we did well, I think.
Good on you, well done.
Thanks.
Clearly enjoying himself. Third place there today. Dennis Chapman in the Audi TCR entry. We'll talk to Rhys in a second, but why don't we go to a pretty happy man who's walked away with second place in that opening race. Brand new car for you. Few things went on as the race unfolded too. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, brand new car. Just arrived a few weeks ago and first time at Timaru, so it's all pretty new. But it's hard work out there, but yeah. Tough old field.
Tell me, if memory serves, just sort of going back over the race, there was a drive-through that you had to contend with as well, wasn't there?
That's correct, yeah. I was trying to get past one of the other cars down the bottom of the straight here, and little tap there, so yep, down to me. So yep, lost a little bit of time there. So never mind. Unfortunate, but still end up second, so I'm happy with that.
I can tell, to think that this car has only arrived, I think, from Finland not all that long ago, and you've emerged from this round with a podium result. You're going to get to spray some champagne. That's a nice way to kick things off.
Well, probably the only good thing for Lindau to end up worth $10 is to spray it around, I think.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Well done. Let's go to our race winner. Can we get a word? That was an unbelievable fight because we had the boss come up and have a little bit of a chat with us. Firstly, the decision. What happened leaving pit lane at the commencement of the race? What went wrong?
Oh, we just had to fix the axle for a start, to replace that from the qualifying. We didn't have a lot of time, so we just had to get in and do that. And it was a little bit of a rush at the end, and we obviously missed the window to get out in the track. But starting for pit lane wasn't all that bad in the end. Just been a lot of passing and something a little bit different with an early pit stop strategy, that type of thing. But it was all go out there.
Mark Petch came up and spoke with us in commentary during that one. Was that something you'd thought about while you guys were at the end of pit lane? Let's go out of sync. Let's do something different here.
It probably was while we're sitting there. We knew we had to do something different to sort of mix it up a wee bit, and it sort of paid off for us in the end. But no, it was good fun out there.
The lap times from the very early part of this race, you were on fire, car was on fire. It was just great, wasn't it?
Great car and a great team. So no, they did a great job today. So. Excellent. No, I've enjoyed it.
Pretty cool to win the second round. What's that feel like?
Yeah, no, excellent actually. So we'll go to Teretonga this next weekend and see how we go down there. So looking forward to that too.
Good on you. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
There he is, winner of the 1 hour there. Our first today. We've got 2 races still to come your way in our live stream coverage. But Rhys Gould opens the account in the Signature Homes entry, taking out the opening race of the day.
Thank you very much, Greg Russ, down there conducted the interviews. And congratulations to Reece Gould and all the teams there on the podium. Mike Hall finishing second and Dennis Chapman third. Just having a look down the rest of the list though, for you who might have a vested interest in that list. Obviously that we just had the podium getters there. Fourth place it was Scott O'Donnell in the end. Fifth place, first overall in class there, Andrew Gibson and Paul Booth in car number 91. They'll be pretty wrapped with that. Fifth overall, first in class. Sixth was Debbie Chapman. Seventh was Brad Rule. Eighth, Tim Dossett. Good effort for him. Ninth, Willie Taylor. And rounding out the top 10, Chris Mackey. Then we go Robert Jaha in the Wee Lotus. He was 11th. Then Jordan Ray, 12th. Marcus Barnett ended up 13th with all his race dramas. Then James Mitchell, 14th. Warren Black, 15th. Ari Pettigrew, 16th. Dean Cook, 17th. Mark Denton in the BMW finished 18th from Clark Scott. And then it was the Mitchell Flynn car, number 224, rounding out the top 20. And looks like we have lost our timing screen after that, so the top 20 anyway. Up next though, it's a race 2 for the 1 hour Carter's Tyres Endurance Series classes C and D. Ryan Wood will be on pole position, a 1 minute .236 in qualifying, and had half a second in the end over these small brothers who will start beside them on the grid. Then second row will be Jared Owens, Marco Shelp. Then Derek, father and son, 5th, Ben Byers 6th. That'll be first 3 rows as we look out the commentary box window, and we see Reece Gould chasing Dennis Chapman up the track with a bottle of wine. So good stuff, no doubt that will go down a treat at the moment. Dennis having a big chug along as he walks back to the car. So great stuff there. All 3 cars on the podium, TCR cars. Next up though, it's the hot rods for the 1 hour Carter's Tyre Endurance Series Class C and D. All the Porsches. The car I'm looking forward to is car number 23, Jordan Mickles, in that new Ford Fiesta Mark car V8. Very nice car indeed. He will start 7th on the grid. And the car on the trailer, and that's car number 158. Comes back in on the back of the Hilton Haulers truck. And car number 158, Dave McLean it was in the end from Gore. So a bit of a DNF for him. But great stuff. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with the second race of the day. And that's the 1 hour C and D class.
We are the drivers who do it for the love. The weekend warriors. Motorsport leaders. And future speedsters. We are the marshals. The officials and the volunteers. Early starts, long days, longer nights, weather blights, the sides of roads, remote starts, pit lanes, and finish lines. We are the support crew, the mechanics, and the technical wizards. Bruised bodies, broken cars, protests, and penalties. We do it for the passion, for the adrenaline, for the friendships, and the camaraderie, for the cheering fans, and the roar of the engine, for the child inside who dreamed of racing glory. We are Motorsport New Zealand.
We're back live in Super Round 2 of the Cars Tyre South Island Endurance Series, broadcasting on the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page.
No one would have believed the dawning of 2020. That pandemic, bubble and lockdown would become everyday language. That mask wearing in public would become compulsory. And that we couldn't travel in our country, let alone overseas. That our roads would fall quiet but for essentials. And the lovers of our sport, motorsport, could only go racing in our dreams or online. From home.
Up to speed as we go here. A look at an all Porsche front row, and it's a great story, this one, isn't it, with Ryan Wood, 17-year-old, who made such an impression at Highlands last time out, has been very strong in karting, has dabbled in more recent time as well in the Supercars E-Series and impressed some people on the other side of the ditch there. Is in contact on occasion with people like Shane Van Gisbergen, so this guy has a very bright future. But he's up against a couple of fast locals here as well. This should be a fascinating battle.
It should be indeed, Rusty. So right beside him on the grid we've got the Small brothers, so local boys, and third is Jared Owens, fourth Marco Schelp, who's last year's race winner, in which was the only 1 hour race. Now we have the field split in two, and then back in fifth place we have the Derricks in the Timaru Signs and Graphics Porsche. They were second overall in the 1 hour field last year, and as you've mentioned, do have local knowledge of the track. But also hard to beat talent when you've got Ryan Wood there in car 40, half a second faster in qualifying. So possibly the Ryan Wood car is the ex-Derrick car, driven by father and son.
Again, another massive roll-up of cars for this one. We saw a terrific race at Highlands last time out with Wood amassing something like a 30-second lead. It was whittled away about mid-race distance, and then he built that style of margin back up before the conclusion of the race. Highly rated by the group of people that are around him. I know Jimmy Hewlett, who's been a very experienced engineer, worked on both sides of the ditch for that matter, and known in rallying circles as well, has been super impressed with this youngster. Lots of growing to do as a teenager on what he does outside the car, but for a relative newcomer to car racing, having stepped up from karts, he's been mightily impressive so far. Comes in as the driver to beat. Very different venue to Highlands last time out. If you've got a question, just leave it down below there on the on the Facebook page too, and we'll endeavour to answer that as we go.
So yes, it's very different to Highlands, as you mentioned, Rusty. Very short, tight circuit here, Levels Raceway, Timaru. But very technical. We're just waiting for the safety car to come into the pits, and the green light to go. Luckily, all the 1 hour field was able to make it out this time. The A and B class earlier on, we had 5 cars stuck in pit lane that didn't make it out for the start and had to start at the back of the grid.
Mobil 1 safety car into the pit lane. They bunch up at the front. Wood will lead them. It's an armada of Porsches, and they're unleashed on Levels Raceway. Wood settles into second. Little bit of a... kicks up a little bit of dust through 1 and 2. We've got a spinner. Got a
Porsche facing the wrong way. We've got one of the Falcon touring cars parked on the inside of the circuit, just waiting to come back out.
We talked about Chris and Johnny Small and the campaign they would mount. Yeah, and the campaign they would mount here. They were very serious about. It's clear someone's run off. Couple of maybe the right hand side tyres going off in the dirt off turn 4, I think that is, down the back there. Kept it in a straight line, though, which is good. Now, Wood starts to try and sneak up the inside. Was there contact there? If there wasn't, it's a great battle. He's not able to get that pass done just yet, but he looks racy. He looks fast.
All right, waiting for him to cross the line, lap 1. It is the Smalls, but only just. Will Ryan Wood have a look at the end of the front straight? Tucks in behind, but he's keeping them honest.
He's harassing them. Here he goes. Has a look at the inside. Door closed there. Smalls cut that option off. Gets good drive off that turn and then can unleash the car in the back straight. But they kind of mirror each other. There's nothing in it at this stage.
Okay, you don't want it to do anything silly in the first couple of laps when you've got a whole hour racing ahead of you, but the first 4 cars cross the line within 1 second.
Amazing.
Smalls, Woods, Owens and the Derek Porsche in 4th position. Car in the pits already. Michael Driver, one of the local boys in the Bailey Caravan Porsche. Up on jacks.
Woods again looking for options, trying to make options if he can. Left and right, not able to get it done there. Loses a car length maybe. Couple more. Ooh, kicks up again, gets aggressive over the curbing in that second place. He wants to get by, he wants to get it done, but there'll be a call for calm here, you would think, from the team. We've got time on our side. It's an hour-long race, 57.5 minutes remaining. Ryan Wood looking aggressive in P2 at the moment.
And the Smalls do get a better run onto the back straight, do pull out half a car length over Ryan Wood in car 2. Oh, the 66 car there of the driver's Bailey Caravan car sounding a bit flat as it's rolling through the pit lane.
I wonder if that was the car that we saw venturing off at the back there, just putting a couple of wheels off maybe before. Looks okay though, looks straight as it left pit lane. Meantime, this battle up in front continues. No change to positions. If you've just joined our coverage, it's the Smalls, their entry that is on top of the leaderboard at the moment. Car 16 from Ryan Wood, who leads this series coming into round 2 again. Just clips a little bit of dirt coming through 1 and 2.
Riding the curbs very hard. He is there, Rusty, unsettling the car as he comes off the front straight.
Good drive out of that one, but not enough to get by. It's very evenly matched at the moment, and a nice watching brief from Jared Owen sitting there in 3rd place in an older model car doing some impressive things.
Well, at the moment, Jared just might have to sit there and not make mistakes. The position might come to him if those two at the front get too racy.
Don't forget, we've got the big 3-hour race to come your way at 1:30 local time this afternoon. This is our second event of the day. There'll be some pit stop activity as well. A couple of entries have got 2 drivers. Some are single driver entries, and when they do their compulsory stops, it's a bit of a show in many ways. The driver has to either pre-nominate a length of time for their stop if they decide they want to keep cool and stay behind the wheel, or they can unbuckle, get out of the car, do a lap of the car and jump back in, or they can in fact swap drivers. So Again, Wood takes that.
Taking another 0.2 of a second out of the small car in front of him. Yeah, the first 4 cars still just over a second between them. It's the Small brothers, Ryan Wood, Jared Owens, and the Derricks in car 148. And quite a bit of a gap back to car 5. Just over 2 seconds back. Ben Byers, car 256, another Porsche. Oh, that's not ideal, B2. That's our vehicle 811, Rod Janice from Kaiapoi, doing it for the tradies. Looked like the driver Porsche was deciding whether or not to come into the pit lane that lap, but sneaks out another one. So we still have the Small brothers just under 3 seconds ahead of Ryan Wood. Fastest lap so far, Ryan, a 1:01.8, and the Smalls are doing 1:01.9. So hopefully the driver Porsche stays out of the way coming down the back straight, doesn't have an influence on the outcome. Jared Owens and Derek in the 4th position Porsche have dropped back a little bit as the Small and Wood car races away. Okay, we have McFarlane car 7th, Dippy, Shelp, Jordan Mickles. 10th is Chris Nicholas. 11th, Bruce Davidson. 12th, Alan Dippy. 13th, Martin Neal. 14th, Mana Malmazak. And Steve Scholes rounding at the top 15 as the leaders cross the line once again. Ryan Wood another 10th closer. Okay. Change of leader. So now it's Ryan Wood, the Small brothers, Jared Owens, and the Derek Porsche. Let's see if Ryan can pull out a lead now. He did look very racy, did look a lot faster, just couldn't get past, although the Smalls do seem to be closing up at the end of the back straight. No, Ryan Wood holds his position going into John Jones Steel and into the unsighted part of the circuit. Just waiting for our leaders to come back into view. Yeah, Ryan Woods pulled out a few car lengths over the Small brothers in car 16 going through the unsighted part of the circuit. Crosses the line. His lead is just over a second. Jared Owens still 3rd, the Derrick still 4th. So we've had the McFarlane car, car 7, go up into 5th place. Ben Byers drop back in car 256 to 6th. So Ryan Wood, race leader, fastest so far, 1:01. Only 8 minutes gone so far in the second 1 hour field. 58, Steve Scholes in that lovely Janetta just crossing the line, 14th place. 1:06.4. Best time for him. Okay, car 12, the Horn Falcon touring car that had the spin earlier on, crosses the line. 19th place for them. Leaders across the line once more. 1.7 seconds separating Ryan Wood and the Smalls Porsche. Okay. And we do have Ryan Wood closing in on the first of the back markers. Let's see whether that will affect his lead, but so far 1.7 seconds between Wood and the Smalls. Okay, car 58, the Janetta crossing the line once again. Car 30, car 11, Grant Aitken, 16th position at the moment. So Ryan Wood crossing the line, 9 laps down, 1:02 that time. So the back markers are slowing them. He's got just over 2.5 seconds back to the small brothers. Jared Owens just a half second further back from them in third place. The Derricks nearly 2 seconds further of drift. Oh, the car 66, the Michael Driver car that was having problems early on in the race, is now pitted and pulled into the back part of the pit area. Obviously something a bit more terminal. Okay, we've got a driver here ready to go. Chris Small waiting to get in the car. Alright, just working their way through back markers, 10 laps completed. It's getting quite busy down the front straight at the moment with faster and slower cars. So we've just got car 74 crossing the line.
That was actually really solid driving there too. Opted right out of the way of that fast charging bunch, stayed well clear of it.
Can be quite tricky because you don't want to compromise your own race, do you, Rusty? You still want to maintain car speed, but let the other cars make their own way through.
RX8's run off just as they begin or ventured onto the back straight there, but he's well up against the tyre wall in that silver and black RX8. Massive rear wing on the back of that car. But the question will be now from race control about whether that is safe enough where it is. Will that trigger a safety car? I can see the small team, they've noted that. They'll be radioing their driver to let them know.
Be prepared.
Be prepared.
Expect the unexpected. Just got Peter Sprague down there giving their team a hand. Of course, grandson of the legend Ernie Sprague, that was from South Canterbury, part of the Timaru Mafia that used to go up and show the North Highlanders how it was done at Pukekohe for the Benson and Hedges racing.
Top 10 has got a few interesting names in it that are in perhaps different positions to what we might have seen in recent times. So Marco Schulp, who was a real force and a factor last time out at Highlands, down in 6th at the moment, but we'll see more from him over time. One of the Janettas being pushed.
Car 84. So that's the Adam Julian car from Christchurch.
What a shame. Beautiful little car these, aren't they?
Yeah, V6 Mondeo powered, I believe, was one of the earlier Janettas I looked at.
They looked solid in qualifying, those cars, and seemed fine, so we're not sure what's transpired there. We glance up and see the 58, another of those cars come across the start finish line. Steve down in 14th spot at the moment, Steve Scholes, ahead of Grant Aiken. But it's Ryan Wood, if you've just joined us, leading the way, and he is lapping a 1 minute neat .734. We wondered about record-breaking pace from this youngster coming into the weekend. He has absolutely made it very clear, hasn't he?
He's doing very well. Got a good open track in front of him. Lap record says Paul Lancaster for the 1 hour field.
The reason I'm question marking it is I want to know how low it might possibly go. We know that's the new marker for now. A 1 minute neat .734. We've got 46 minutes left of this race.
1018 was the old record. 1018.
So 1018 was the previous record for this field.
That's a significant drop.
And when you think he's only 15 minutes into the race, he's still got a fair bit of fuel on board, has Ryan. So the car will get lighter. Of course, you will have tyre degradation as the race progresses.
It feels warm here in the commentary box, but it's actually just a beautiful day outside. Conditions are ideal for this. And now that he's got a bit of clear air and perhaps out of that frustration that he had before while trying to get past the smalls, he's getting on with the job, getting into a rhythm. These lap times are impressive. Has amassed a lead of 2.9 seconds now.
So, of course, as we saw in the first race, though, Rusty, being in the lead at the beginning isn't where it counts. It was in the lead at the end. So we have a drive-through penalty for car 7. That is the Angus McFarlane, Michael Bushell, Porsche GT3. So we're not sure what mischief they've been in.
And Chef powered that car, I think, from memory, isn't it, too? It looks amazing, sounds amazing, catches your eye, because it's not the kind of ordinary sound you would expect to
No, it goes down the back straight and you're thinking, that doesn't sound awfully Porsche.
So no change. That car we reported earlier, the Mazda RX-8, parked up just by the Timaru Hire sign up against the tyres. A couple of 100 metres maybe from the apex of turn.
So that's Marcus Mulcahy from Ashburton in the RX-8. So if he can sneak out the driver's door, he's got to walk away round to the pits the long way round the circuit.
And the Martin, is that the Martin Dippy car? That does not sound right. The 991 Porsche of Martin Dippy, the car that he is sharing with Hayden Patton, does not sound good.
Broken header, we think.
What a shame. We caught up very briefly with Martin at dinner last night. He had some high hopes. A little bit of chat around the paddock this morning too, that obviously with Hayden so busy with rally commitments and so on, that they may change co-drivers with that car in coming events, and some talk about Aaron Slight possibly joining them. So a guy from Masterton who was enormously successful in the World Superbike Championship and has dabbled in car racing successfully here and abroad. Nice to catch up with a smiley face, and hopefully he'll be maybe behind the wheel of that car in coming events.
So it's still got good car speed, it just doesn't sound very pleasant.
About to come by our position here in the commentary box onto the front straight. Let's have a quick little listen here and we'll report. Definitely a header issue of some kind. It does not sound in that crisp, beautiful, flat six fashion that you'd expect from a Porsche.
So just hopefully the hot air that's blowing out of that exhaust isn't blowing somewhere where it isn't warranted and causing them technical difficulties later on in the race.
Brendan, we'll get you to keep an eye on the timing monitor because Elton Goonan from Motorsport New Zealand has wandered into the commentary box. I thought we might have a quick chat. Firstly, the rally fraternity that might be watching your Facebook page today will be enormously pleased. Some great news in relation to the World Rally Championship event coming back here.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Yeah, it's really exciting that Rally New Zealand and PJ, Michael Goldstein, have been able to pull the deal off. The end of September, WRC back in the Auckland area.
Cool. So we can find out a bit more information on their Facebook page, and we'll keep fans right across that, because even people that are here watching circuit racing, I mean, it's held this very special place in the history of rallying, and it's tremendous that it's coming back. We want it to come back, don't we?
Yeah, it's one of those events that really signature the country in terms of the rallying world, and even getting to the circuit today and walking around. Took 10 steps out of the car and somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, we got it, it's back. So the excitement's around and it's going to be awesome.
Just talked about Hayden a moment ago, and he's a busy man with all sorts of different projects on the go at the moment, and there's one that is on the immediate horizon for him too, isn't there?
Yeah, obviously next weekend is the Waimate 50 half an hour down the road, but Hayden's running the EV Kona, the Hyundai Kona, for the first time in a genuine competition where it's racing, running, sort of say under a time block for real, and he's excited. I've just spent 20 minutes with him down in the pits, and it's his big focus now. This weekend's great, but he's fully looking forward to next weekend and really getting that project fully signed off, and it's just going to make things so much easier for him and get a load of pressure off his shoulders.
Cool. We'll weave you into the commentary here as the day continues, so thank you for being with us. This is the final one while we wrap up this little interview chat as the race continues to unfold, and that is whilst where you're working with government and doing all the right things around restrictions in various parts of the country, we are fortunate, be it the South Island series like this, or even grassroots, to still have motorsport happening in other areas of the country, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And from our side, we work as hard as we can with the government and trying to decipher all the new COVID-19 regulations around events and activities and stuff. And it's just great to see all these activities taking place all over the country, sort of south of Taupo, really, which is where all the restrictions are stopping. And we're having at least half a dozen events a weekend, and it just shows that the passion's still there from our community.
Great stuff. Nice to catch up with you. We'll have you back on as our coverage continues. We've got just under, I should say, 41 minutes remaining in this race. The 1 hour for classes C and D. We have the 3 hour to come, a lunch break in between. We'll do some interviews and other bits and pieces as the day unfolds. Brendan, what have we got here now?
Well, while you guys have been having a chat, the Martin Dippy car that had the broken exhaust header we picked earlier did come through the pits for a look. So the crew have obviously had a look at it and they've sent him back out. We'll just hopefully will be under our decibel limit that we have at our circuit for noise.
Marco Schulp up to 5th now, in behind the Derrick entry, but Ryan Wood with an 8.1 second lead. And Jared Owens holding down that third place.
Yeah, so Ryan currently lapping 1 second or thereabouts faster than the small car, which is in second place. Jared Owens third. The Derricks are still fourth. Now Marco Schulp, as we talked about earlier, did win this race last year on his own. Currently sitting in 5th place.
A couple of other stories that it's worth keeping an eye on further down the order. Now Martin Dippy, who you pointed out before, that car still didn't quite sound right as it came past then, did it? He's dropped down to 19th.
19th is, yeah, they came in the pits and they did have a look at that car. When it was out on circuit, it didn't look to be losing too much speed. It'll just be whether that exhaust leak is going to cause them any problems later in the race.
Ryan Aiken in 14th at the moment. Bruce Davidson holding out the final spot in the top 10. So a bit unfolding in this race. If you're joining us on Facebook, whichever page it might be, the Certec Facebook page, South Canterbury Car Club page, or Motorsport New Zealand, it's nice to have you with us. You can leave a comment below, and we'll endeavour to tackle some of those as the day continues to unfold. We are doing a radio style coverage, if you will, a live stream coverage on Facebook. You can see the timing there with some commentary from trackside, and during various breaks in the day we'll intersperse it with a little bit of video material for you as well, including, as you may have seen before there, the top 3 interviews at the conclusion of each race.
So we just had the V8 engine GT3 go down the back straight with Ryan Wood, our current race leader, and there doesn't seem to be much different in straight line speed between the two vehicles.
Whether it's already happened or not, but has McFarlane in car 7 served that drive-through penalty? The suggestion from race control is a potential passing under yellow flag. So drive-through for car 7.
We did see the flag earlier on go up for car 7, but we haven't noted it roll through the pitch yet. We do have a pitting entry though, car 74, the V8 engined Batman RX-7 going through. That is Rick and Liam Matheson from Christchurch.
Quite an interesting stance on that car, particularly under brakes. Looks like it's quite a bit of rake and things like that, but it's very cool. Again, another of the cars in this class that kind of gets your brain out of sync for a moment, because you look at it expecting one particular sound and you get something else.
Well, probably not quite as bad as the V8 GT3, but I do understand what you're saying there, Rusty. The RX-7 chassis and the RX-8 chassis, very popular for race cars because very good handling vehicles, very clever suspension, and they do accept things like an LS V8 quite easily as well.
And they're just a good-looking car all these years on, aren't they?
Well, the Batman RX-7 still has to be one of the smartest-looking production cars to come out of Japan.
Great fond memories of them when they were very strong at the Bathurst 12-hour, going back to the mid-90s. They even had a 12-hour race at Sydney Motorsport Park as well, so very good-looking car, and no surprises that they are a real favourite with people even now, racing or road for that matter. Watching the Dippy car come past us again.
So it's picked up 2 places, Rusty. 17th position now. They were 19th after their pit stop to check the broken exhaust, we believe, is their problem.
He's trying to stop having another lap put there, 2 laps down, and that looks like the small car right on his tail now. So, but it's, I don't think it's a fight that he can put up for much longer, and in fact, the car moves by there now.
Okay, Ryan Wood still our race leader, 22 laps completed, 8.6 second lead over the small brothers from Timaru. Then we 3rd place, still Jared Owens. 4th is still Marco Schulp. Oh, sorry, up to 4th for Marco Schulp. The Derrick's now 5th.
Let's speak down and check on Michael Driver there, Brendan. He sustained rear suspension damage when he was tapped into a spin down there. Into the front straight, so he has lots of suspension damage, trying to fix it. So just been down, Brendan, and checked on Michael Driver, and he's sustained suspension damage in the right rear in that spin that he was tossed into. So they're trying to straighten the rear of it up and maybe get him out there for a few laps. But anyhow, the race is over for Michael Driver, which is a bit of a shame.
Very unfortunate for one of the local competitors.
It certainly is, and it is a broken header on that Porsche. They're just going to keep driving it and hopefully get to the end of the race.
Yes, we did see them come in for a pit stop, but their lap time still doesn't seem to be too bad, doing 102s, 103s at the moment is Martin Dippy in the 991 Porsche, currently 17th. So we just had the Horn and Horn Falcon go through. Their best time is a 104, did a 105 that time. They were involved earlier on in a spin.
So see Chris Small down there doing a few stretches, so he's obviously getting close to getting into the car. Johnny in the car at the moment.
So we've just ducked under the 25 minutes time elapsed, so nearly halfway. We might be seeing some action in the pits, as you mentioned, Paul.
Marco Schelp just going through to reel off another lap.
So
as you say, a pretty quiet race from him so far, Brendan.
Still fourth. He's 28 seconds behind Ryan Wood, car 40, our race leader.
So still a chance of a podium for Marco Schelp. As I said earlier, he's been on the podium here a few times. He won it here, I think, last year it might have been, or the year before.
So here we go. We have car number 911 coming across the line now. That is the other Dippy car, the Porsche from Dunedin. Black flag for exceeding noise limit. So we were talking about that earlier on. 991. So we have a decibel limit for motorsport in New Zealand, and unfortunately, if you go over that limit, you get a black flag. You do normally get a chance to fix it. If you get the naughty flag again, generally it's car on the trailer. So we have the 991 car now being driven very slowly down the front straight. Possibly not an issue that they can address easily within the time allowed. 33 minutes still to go on the clock.
No, so he's just pulled over, letting everyone through. So suspected broken header on that Porsche, which is putting it over that decibel limit. So pretty much race done, I would say, for that car.
So the Matheson RX-7 we just mentioned earlier, as it came through the pits up to 20th position. 4 laps down on our race leader, Ryan Wood.
Race leader just coming through to reel off another one. Goes up the inside of the Janetta before they get to the Parenco S's. And he's got Nicholas in front of him, which he'll clear pretty shortly as they go through Castrol. The race leader. Bit of a gap back to the small brothers now, who are just going through Parenco. So on track, probably 400 metres, first to second. And as I said just before, Chris Small down there in the pit lane, all suited up, helmet on, doing a few stretches, ready to go in the car.
Okay, a quick pit stop will be critical for those guys. Only 9 seconds behind Ryan Wood. And of course Ryan will have to elect to either sit in the car for 75 seconds or get out and do a little sprint round it like Rusty was mentioning earlier, since he's a single card entry.
So we see that Porsche pull into the pit lane. Car number 991.
And some of these cars are also running in the 3-hour field, so if they do have a problem in this race, they don't have very short turnaround to get it out into the 3-hour race, like the Brunton and Parmenter car that was in race 1 this morning.
So Johnny Small just being held up a little bit as they go into Parenco. Tries to dive up the inside of one of the slower cars. It manages to get through. That's one of the Porsche Caymans. Car number 77. Or is it 11? It's 11. Grant Aiken it is, from Queenstown, in the Porsche GT4 981. So whereabouts are the Derek sitting there, Brendan? Doing a solid job?
They're doing a solid job in 5th at the moment, car 148.
It's father and son, Gary and Ben. Ben, of course, from Timaru, Gary from Wanaka. And this is their new car, which they got last year after running the older models for a while.
So B2 believes Ryan Wood may be in their old car, car 40.
Quite possible. It's a bit hard to tell with the Porsches these days, that many makes and marks of them, as we see that Johnny Small dive down the inside of one of those other Porsches and just about stopped mid-corner there.
So that's the V8 engine Porsche, I believe, the GT3. Probably been watching a little bit much Richard Rawlings on TV, Gas Monkeys, sticking V8s in the back of Porsches.
Pretty much evenly matched for top speed, the two of them too, as they head down towards John Jones Steel.
Okay, Derek's crossed the line to complete lap 28, still in 5th position as we've said. 8 seconds behind 4th place man Marco Schelp.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Ben Derek, he's a part owner of Timaru Signs and Graphics here in Timaru, and they always have great liveries on their car, and you'll see that bright orangey red colour they've stuck on it this year. No doubt Johnny Mason's been flat out putting a new wrap on that recently.
Have had them do a little bit of work for me too, Paul. Very good tradesman.
So Johnny Small once again being held up by this Janita going through Power & Co. He'll clear it by the time he gets up to Castrol. Grant Aiken's going to try and follow him through and gets through on the Janita as well of Steve Scholes.
Yeah, Ryan Wood doesn't really need any invitation to pull out the lead. Yeah, he's now up to just over 12 seconds over the Small brothers. Yeah, 3 seconds in the last 2 laps, so the Smalls really need to get past that Janita. That's costing them. So Ben Byers is currently 6th, car 256, 40 seconds back, but probably right on the Derek's tail looking at the timing screen.
Yeah, so it's the good on-track battle at the moment between Ben Derek or Gary, not too sure who's in the car, and Ben Byers tucked in behind. Ben Byers now pulls out and tries to go up the inside down towards John Jones Steel, but no way through. Pulls back in behind the Derek car. So that's probably the closest on-track battle at the moment between those two, as the race leader goes through to reel off another one.
So 14-second lead now for Ryan Wood. So it has been very costly for the Smalls sitting behind that back marker vehicle. So Jared Owens still sitting in 3rd, having a quiet race. Malco Schelp 4th, as we mentioned earlier, with the Derek's 5th, Ben Byers 6th, Jidden Mickles in 7th, Alan Dippy 8th, Bruce Davidson in the Corvette 9th, 10, Chris Nicholas.
Here we go, Brendan Mickles into the pits. So we might see a flurry of cars coming now as Mickles pits from 6th.
So 32 minutes gone, 28 to go for those of you that can do maths.
The race leader comes through to reel off another one as we look back to the 2nd place car.
So 31 laps completed for Ryan Wood. What are we looking for? A 55 lap race if all goes well, are we, Paul?
55 is the record, Brendan.
So just have the 12 car cross the line once again, the Horn and Horn Falcon. 29 laps completed.
So Jared Owens just going through, currently sitting 3rd and not too far behind the Smalls on the track. Probably about 10 or so seconds.
So we just have someone coming through the pits now, car 23.
That's Jordan Mickles. He's on his way back out in that beautiful new car that the Williams team have brought, V8 powered Ford Focus.
Okay, car 30 crossing the line now, Mana Malmazak, 2 laps down.
So Derek's into the pits. Car number 148.
Can we see who's in, who's getting out, Paul?
Oh, they park it right next to the tent, mate. It's pretty hard to see.
Okay, the Smalls cross
so
the line.
it's Gary getting out and Ben getting in.
So can we remember last year who was the top gun out of that team, Paul?
Pretty close between the two of them.
Pretty close.
I think Ben might slightly be a little bit quicker than Gary.
Okay, Marco Schelp crossing the line, lap 32, 33 seconds behind Ryan Wood, our race leader.
So they're away, so not a bad stop there from the Derek team.
Sounds like Ben may have found the limiter as he was exiting pit lane.
And we've got the Janita car 58 into the pits as well, Steve Scholes.
Pit stop for them.
He's managed to get out of the car, and he's just having a nice gentle wee walk round, bit of a drink. Not in too much of a hurry there, Steve Scholes. In fact, barely breaking a bit of a jog.
Yeah, oh, no, he heard you. Couple of steps on. Thumbs up from his race engineer, strapping back in.
Of course, Steve had a big, massive moment in this car a couple of years ago down at Highlands, put it into the concrete wall, shortened it up a fair bit. So I can imagine that she would have been a fairly big rebuild. Owens goes through, still sitting in that third place.
So 26 seconds behind the leader for Jared Owens.
Yeah, Marco Schelp back there in that fourth spot having a very lonely race.
8 seconds further back to Marco. But the Derricks have been in for their pit stop, so that's popped them back to 10th place. Got the Janetta car 58 now pulling out of the pits. Steve Scholes, so we'll see where that feeds them back into the field.
So Ben Derrick, he'll have to put the hammer down now. They've done their pit stop. They could gain a position or two once all the pit stops are played out. The small car goes through as the leader is halfway down the back straight. So just about a half a lap lead now. Getting close to it for the man in front.
Ryan Wood over the small brothers, 16 seconds. He has a 28-second lead over Jared Owens and a 35-second lead over Marco Schelp.
Car 74 just going through, the RX-7 of Rick Matheson and Liam Matheson from Christchurch.
Chris Nicholas.
Yeah, so I guess in the next lap or two we should see the leader in. No real signs of a safety car. The field very well spread out.
Okay, top 4 cars have all beaten the lap record over the previous set as a 101, which was Matt Whitaker.
Yes, back in October 2018 that was set.
So showing the pace, we're on the run for a record.
Yeah,
55 laps to beat.
Jared Owens just been held up big time by the Horn Commodore as they come down the front straight.
Okay, Marco Schelp crossing the line, lap 35 completed.
You guys chat away there, and I'll wander down to the pit lane and see if we can't chat with a few people here as this race unfolds, particularly at a pivotal point when we're expecting some more stops.
So the Nicholas car down there in pit lane at the moment, they don't look in any hurry there. In fact, the driver's out of the car, they're having a look under the front. So it looks like day over for car number 997. Chris Nicholas it is. So let's have a look at the time left on the scoreboard. 22 minutes left to run. Still Ryan Wood out in front. 18.9 seconds a gap. Jared Owens just coming past us. He's 33 seconds off the lead.
Boys, we might try and take a moment to have a word with the 997 crew. Look like they're putting that car away. Is everything okay?
Everything's okay. It just got a wee bit hot. Got up to 130 oil. So rather than bugger an engine or rather pull the pin, it's just not worth it. The engines are too expensive.
Yeah, what a shame. Beyond that, had it been going until then, okay?
I had an awesome battle with a couple of guys out there, and it's been an absolutely fantastic guy. I can't put on enough thank you to the Timaru people, but this is awesome.
Hard luck.
No, it's all with, but it is.
There we go. And I can see Jack Milligan over the back here. Hey, quickly, you and Civvies, is everything okay?
Yep, no, we're all set to go. So we're starting off P6. Steve will start, so we'll see how we go.
And the car in the wake of yesterday, I think you had a couple of little mechanicals that the crew had to work on overnight, is that right?
Yeah, a couple of little mechanicals in the first one, but the boys have got it all sorted now, so we're all set to go.
There he is, so looking nice and relaxed, Jack Milligan there. We wish him all the best, the Wolfbrook Motorsport crew. I'll stay around the lane here, guys, and see who we can get with some more pit stops to unfold.
Thank you very much, Rusty, down there in the pit lane. Talking with Jack Milligan just then, who's going to be running in the 3-hour race as part of the Wolfbrook team. As we see a few cars coming into the pits now, the 7 car, the Bushell McFarlane V8 Porsche, just making its way through, as well as car number 30. It was Mana Malmazak. Get his stop out of the way. A few cars too, just up round the corner, who we can't quite pick up because of all the tents that are in the pit lane there, but we'll get them as they go through. 20 minutes left in the second 1 hour race for the Carter's Tyre Services Endurance Series for 2021. Yes, we haven't seen any of the leaders pit as yet. Ryan Wood still leading on track by 19.7 seconds. Then it's back to Jared Owens, who's another 14 seconds back behind the small brothers. Marco Schelps 40 seconds behind the leaders. So only 7 seconds behind Jared Owens, which can be made up in the pits easy enough. The horns have come in their Super Tourer. Had a bit of a spin on the first lap there. Not too sure who's behind the wheel, whether it's Tim or it's Milne. Nonetheless, pretty nice looking car that is as they pull into their pits.
Brendan, Paul, I've got just a quick chance to talk with Chris Moore here. So you're all set to go, and you gave me a little sort of hint at roughly how many laps before the car will be in.
Yeah, we're not too far away. We're going to run to the end of our allocation, and then we'll jump in. But it looks like it's just going to be a bit of time management for me and managing the gap. Ryan seems to be a wee way down the road. So everything's looking pretty good for a good finish.
Johnny did a rock solid job to commence with. He had the elbows out, keeping him behind, didn't he?
Yeah, he was giving him a nudge. We talked about that before, and we're happy to just be in front of Ryan for a little bit. He's a class act. He's going places.
That said, your car looks superb, mate. So is it a case of time management, bring it home nice and tidy? Yeah.
That's right, mate. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Go well. There you go.
Thank you very much, Rusty. Down there talking to Chris Small, who's getting prepared to jump into the Small Brothers Porsche. And he won't have much time left in the car, will Chris, as we're getting down to under 20 minutes now. With our leader still out there, Ryan Wood, car number 40. Another one of the Porsches coming to the pit lane. Looks like it might be the car of... Can't quite pick the number up on that one. A lot of tents sitting along the pit lane here, so a lot of cars out of sight. Rusty is down there having a wee scout around, seeing who he can pick up. But all the race leaders still out, have not pitted, 42 minutes into the race. As we got one of them coming in now, not too sure. Looks like it might be Ben Byers. A couple of these South Fence Machinery cars.
Brendan and Paul, can I just dive in here if you don't mind? We've got another of the cars coming into pit lane, and I just noticed that Kate Padden is here, been wandering up and down the lane. How's the day been so far?
Yeah, not too bad. There's been a few mechanical dramas, which is a bit of a shame, but the race is pretty tidy so far, and everyone's having a good time. Good battles.
Yeah, good battles. We don't want to overthink this, but we wonder whether you might not, in addition to the 4 cars that have broken the lap record already, which is super impressive, we may also chalk up a decent tally in this race as well, 55 laps.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, we broke the race record at Highlands, and if it's nice and tidy like it is, we're looking to break that record here today as well.
A couple of good stories. We've just spoken to the Smalls here. Chris is waiting, and Ryan's done another superb job up in front.
Yeah, and I think the Smalls are itching for a good victory here today because it's their home circuit, but they know they've got their work cut out with Ryan, who seems to be just super quick wherever he is.
Okay, cool. You've been good enough to give us a little bit of your time. Just quickly, when it is race mode like this, you're all kitted up in your Carter's tyres, race suit, safety first naturally, but what are you actually doing when you're wandering the lane?
For now, it's more just making sure everyone's okay and keeping our fans updated on our Facebook page. It's also good just to be around if anyone needs us, in part of the series, but it's been pretty easy so far, which is great.
A very multi-skilled, multi-talented Kate Padden. Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. Yes, Kate does a good job behind the scenes, and we just seen Ben Byers come in for his pit stop, and we see Chris Small down there and the crew ready, waiting to receive Johnny when he comes in. And here he is now. So Ryan Wood's just done the fastest.
So guys, I'm here if you want to
go for it.
Have a little chat as this pit stop unfolds. So the 16 is in now. Now Chris has done an amazing job ensuring that absolutely every inch of the tarmac was free of any debris, and it was a nice smooth entry from Johnny. They did the tag at the back of the wing as they're meant to do, and then he continued around the front of the car and jumped behind the wheel. Crew are assisting. This has been a very good stop, very slick stop by the 16, and a bit of a cheer from the team too.
Yeah, it was a good stop, Rusty, as we see a few more of them coming in. Race leader and Ryan Wood is in. Car 40 down in front of us. Out he gets. Does the lap of the car. Yes, he should be a lot quicker than some of these other characters anyway. Young fit guy. He's back into the car, looking at strapping him up. Marco Schelp just going through as well. So they're starting to come into the pits now. Race leader still sitting in pits. Seemed like quite a long pit stop. And he is underway. So we'll see how that pans out when they come back through. Car number 185, another one.
It's a real, well done guys, real hive of activity in the lane here at the moment. Johnny Small's just come over. Hey, firstly, how was the stint?
Oh, it was good, mate. I actually really enjoyed that. The car felt really good. We were just hanging in there looking after the tyre and actually just having a ball. It was nice to be out racing with no hassles with the car and just enjoying ourselves. So really cool to come racing here at Timaru. Our family has a wee bit to do with the running of the South Canterbury Car Club, and we just love the place. So really enjoying being here.
Clearly eyes were on for you in those opening laps. It was game on with you and Ryan. It was good to watch, and you put up a good fight.
Yeah, for sure, mate. We always knew Ryan was going to get by. Everyone knows he's a bit of a jet, and hopefully he can make a career out of this. So he really did need to clear me and get on with the job, but I just thought we'd try and make it a wee bit difficult for a few laps with him there. So.
Great stop by the crew. Well done. Any little messages to Chris about car behaviour? It all seems to be smooth right now.
Yeah, nothing at all to pass on. As I say, we were just hanging in there looking after the tyre, and I think he'll do a good job and bring the car home.
Well done. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks once again there, Rusty. Catching up with Johnny Small down there, who's just jumped out after a 45-minute odd stint. So his brother Chris out there to finish the race off, currently sitting in third, but that should change very shortly as they come across the line now. And they jump back up to that second place. Still 18 seconds behind the race leader, so pretty even in the pit stops there between those two. So Ryan Wood, 44 laps complete, 13 minutes left. Odds on for a 56 or a 57 lapper if things stay the way they are. Of course, lap record 55 laps. Matt Whitaker back in October 2018. We've already seen the lap record being broken a few times today. By about 4 cars, in fact. But at the moment, the race record is 1 minute and .475, held by Ryan Wood.
Whereas I might dive in just quickly if you don't mind. Jimmy Hewlett is with me, who's one of the very good team of guys that work on this car with Ryan Wood. Firstly, did the stop go okay? Are you happy with the way that was all executed?
Yes, very happy. It looks like we only lost about 2 seconds to the Smalls in the stop, and they're very good at their pit stops. So we've still got an 18-odd second lead, and we'll just keep trucking to the end.
The lap record pace is mighty, mate. What was were there radio communiques in the early part of the race? Because there was a fierce battle with the Smalls. Was there a bit of, hey, we've got a long way to go here? What was the message?
Yeah, it was push, yes. Okay. We've been at it. Yep. Yes.
He's made quite an impression for someone that's still a teenager and has made the step up from karts. This switch to Porsche racing, he's adapted very well, hasn't he?
Oh, mate, he's taken to it like a duck to water. And like on lap 44, he did a 60.4, which before we got here this weekend, that kind of lap time in that car would be unheard of. So, yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Cool. You've worked with a number of good drivers over time. You've worked with some good drivers over time. What's the play between now and the end of this race? What are you saying? Given the advantage that you hold, Jimmy?
We're just going to keep pushing. I'd still like to see a 59 out of it before the end of the race. Stand by.
Thanks for chatting to us. There you go.
Thanks, Greg Russ, down there in pit lane, chatting with Ryan Wood's crew. And of course, they're still getting him to push, even though he's already set the lap record. His last lap was a 102.3. They want to see a 59 out of it. which we see the sun now disappear behind the clouds, Brendan. I think that it might be possible, depending on how the tyres are towards the end. But at the moment, he holds a 20-second lead back to Chris and Johnny Small. Jared Owens sitting third. He's 43 seconds off the leader. And then Marco Schelp, well, he's got within 3 seconds of Jared Owens. So he's clawed back a fair bit of time, has Marco Schelp. And as I say, 3 seconds off the podium to Jared Owens.
So only 10 minutes left to go, just over 10 minutes. Let's see if there's any action at the end. So car 7, boot flapping monitored by race control. Deemed okay at this stage. So car 7 is the McFarlane car.
Yes.
Currently in 14th position.
Just having a look down through the list there. Jordan Mickles sitting in 6th place at the moment. Just 1 lap down. Best lap time of 1:03.9 in the Mark V8.
So we just had the Small Brothers car across the line, 47 laps completed. So doing 102s now with change of driver. So interesting
Jared
to
Owens,
see.
sorry, just setting his fastest lap of the race too, Brendan, a 1:01.8. So he's got the hammer down.
Well,
He's
Marco Schelp's not that far behind him, Paul.
3 seconds. I'd say the team's been in his ear, because it wasn't long ago. It was only a 9-second gap between those two, now down to 3. As the leader goes through once again. Yeah, they're keeping an eye on it. You'll keep an eye on car number 7, the McFarlane Bushel car. Bit of a loose spoiler on the back of it, which the race control are monitoring as the small car goes through. 22.7 seconds the gap now, first to second, with just under 9 minutes left on the clock.
So the pit stops have dropped the Derricks back to 7th place. They were up to 4th earlier on.
That's right, last lap time of 1:04.2 and a best of 1:02 from Gary. So perhaps Gary might be the quicker of the two drivers.
Come on, Ben, we were talking you up earlier. We're expecting good things, man.
So still 3 seconds between Owens and Schelp. That'll be the battle for the next 8 or so minutes. As we see Marco go by the Bushel car, they're looking. Keep an eye on that back, Brendan. It looks like it's going to take off. It's pointing the wrong way, the spoiler on the bill. And just to say that, he's spun it. He's gone around, and we're going to see a safety car here. He should be in the gravel trap up the end there. The old commentator's curse. It's the Bushel McFarlane car that we were talking about, with the spoiler pointing the wrong way. No rear downforce. And under braking, locked the rears off the end of the back straight.
Fastest corner of the circuit. Looks like he's well stuck in the sand trap.
So we'll keep an eye and see if the safety car comes out. If he's stuck in there, we might finish this race under safety car with only 8 minutes to go, which would be a real shame. But he's parked in a very compromising position there. Still no sign of a safety car.
Yes, there is. The safety car flag has gone out.
It has gone out, so
we might have put the commentator's curse on for the race record as well. We were hoping to beat our 55-lap record set in 2018. Ryan Woods just crossed the line now for lap 50.
Yes, I think that's it. Going to go, Brendan, with only 7 minutes left on the clock. The safety car is now just picking the leader up as they come out of Castro onto the back straight. This is going to work into Marco Schelp's hands, if anybody's hands at all. It'll close that 3-second gap up. And it looks like he's underway, so it might only be a one-lapper. So that car that spun off down there, the Bushel McFarlane car, is underway again. And I think we just seen the rear spoiler actually fall off it as he took off. So that might be on the track still. I don't know if anyone's picked it up, but this will look like to me. And if you want, so visually the rear spoiler on the Porsche, instead of pointing down at the front, was pointing up at the front. So when he's come down the braking zone, it's obviously tried to lift the rear of the car, lock the rears up, and around he went. He's still continuing though.
So the field is now starting to bunch up behind the Mobil 1 Nissan GTR safety car.
Yeah, he just comes past us, and the wing is still on the car, but very much out of shape as to where you'd want it to be.
So we've just under 6 minutes left to go. When will the safety car come in? Will we have any race laps left? Are the lights out?
We should see the lights out. They are out, so only be one lap under the safety car. Mobile One safety car, that'll pull out. There'll be a fresh set of undies, I'd say, for whoever's driving that car, either Bushell or McFarlane. Big moment there off the back straight as we're waiting on a restart here. Ryan Wood. The rest of the cars are coming through quite fast, and the old Constantina effect, a few of them getting a little bit eager to get through. We see Chris Small there trying to work his way through. He's got a lot of cars in between him and Ryan Wood. Ryan Wood going through Castrol now. And our second place man, he's about 8 or so cars behind. He's managed to go around the outside of Wadsworth. And perhaps gained a little bit of time there. And we'll have a look and see where Marco Schelp is. How close he'll be now behind Gerald Owens.
So that McFarlane Bushell car that did cause the safety car incident now dropped down to position 16. Still circulating though. See, mechanically there's no problem with it, other than, as Paul mentioned, they've now got lift rather than downforce at the back of the car.
Yeah, we'll see as he goes into that same braking zone now, he's a little bit more ginger as he goes through there. And makes it around the corner. So race leader just coming past us now in the commentary position down in the Power & Co. As Ben Byers comes through, but he's a lap down. Then it's the Dippy car, then Chris Small, who's got a lot of work to do now to catch up, but with only 6 or 7 minutes left.
So they were out to about a 22-second lead. The safety car's now pulled that back to 7 seconds. It's going to be Schelp and Owens, though. That's where all the action's going to be. Only 0.6 of a second between them.
Too. Derek's back into the pit lane with an issue from 6th place.
Flat right rear, is it?
Yeah, it does.
Yes, got a flat right rear tyre. Good spotting there, Rusty.
So hopefully they can get that back out and just finish the race so they can get some points on the board.
Before the rest of them come round, they're jacking it up. Another tyre's ready to go on, but they were sitting in a solid 5th or 6th there, Brendan, on the list.
7th position for the Derricks at the moment, but as the field goes round, they'll drop back down.
So Ryan Wood back across the start-finish line to reel off one more.
Fastest lap for Ryan.
Still not under that 1 minute mark though, but a 1 minute .39, so another lap record.
The team we're hoping from a 59 from him.
Well, he's got open track now. There's no excuse for it. Now's the time to do it. 3 minutes left on the clock. Light fuel load. Let's go for it. We heard Rusty talking to one of the team down there, and they want to see a 59 out of it before the end of the race.
It's a little bit Peter Brockish, isn't it, at Bathurst? Oh, let's just set the lap record on the last lap, show you how good my car really is.
So Jordan Mickles goes up a spot. He goes up to 6th, pushes the Derricks back down to 7th. Still in the pits, the Derricks. So perhaps they've got an issue there with the right rear of the car. I don't think they can get the tyre off. No, they're underway again. They're just torquing it up with the big torque wrench. Of course, a lot of these tyres that go on these Porsches, just the big one nut. And not everyone has the big flash rattle guns. Has to give them a bit of a torque up. So as the Smalls go through, the gap's at 10 seconds, first to second. 2 minutes left to go. Blue flag's been shown there for Jordan Mickles there going up the inside of the Davidson Corvette.
So
Marco Schelp up to 30. He's managed to get through on Jared Owens somewhere, or has Owens had an issue?
Now there's a 6 second gap.
6 second gap between the two of them. So Schelp back onto the podium. Just trying to pick up where Jared Owens is.
So only...
There he is going down past the back straight now.
Just over a minute 30 left to go.
So maybe an issue there. You lose 6 seconds just like that. So not too far off the end of the race now. Under a minute and a half. And we are at 55 laps as the leader goes through. So we should see a record. He's on the 56th lap now. With a minute to go. Great stuff from Ryan Wood. Been a pretty good race all the way through. And he's been on the hammer through the whole race. A 60.39 done 2 laps ago. The new race record for the 1 hour endurance series. So I think Ryan Wood out of karting straight into a Porsche, doing a great job. So Marco Schelp's got 5 seconds over Jared Owens. Jordan Mickles there sitting in 6th, Alan Dippy 7th, Bruce Davison in 8th. So the Derricks have gone down to 9th after coming in for that tyre. As the leader comes across, should get the last lap board this time. He does, Ryan Wood. About to start his 57th lap, which is a lap record here for the 1 hour endurance series. 17-year-old. He's going to go places. He's got some tests lined up over in Australia. And we should see big things to come from him. Ryan Wood, remember that name, car number 40. On the last lap now here at Levels. Let's see if he can set a lap record on the last lap. That'd be pretty fantastic. Get under that 1 minute mark. As the rest of the field come through. Good to see one of the Genettas still going at the moment out there. Steve Scholes is in number 58. Currently he's sitting 13th, 4 laps off the lead. So just picking the leader up now. He comes through the left-hand sweeper. He's going to come down through the kink, and the checkered flag is going to come out for him. Ryan Wood's going to take the race win here for the C&D class for the South Island Endurance Racing Championship. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic drive from this young guy. 2 race lap records he can take home with him. Obviously the overall lap record and the overall single lap record. So the small brothers will come through, take 2nd place. Then it's Marco Schelp. Jared Owens comes through. 30 seconds off the lead in the end. Jared Owens, not too bad. Just waiting on Ben Byers to come round in one of the South Fence Machinery Porsches. Here he comes now. He'll take 6th. 5th. And Jordan Mickles, good job for him too in that Ford V8. Eh? So great stuff there from the C&D group. The 1 hour championship. Brought to you by Carter's Tyre Services. And Wood pulls up down there in the P1 position. Now Rusty's down there, who will have a yarn with them very shortly when they get out of the cars. Chris Small only having to do an 18-minute stint. Pulls up to the 2nd place. So a little bit of intrigue and excitement in that race as well. And Marco Schelp just bided his time all the way through that race. He pulls up to take 3rd. That safety car obviously helping him out. Jared Owens lost more time out of that. Dropped down to 4th, but Marco Schelp once again on the podium here at Levels. In the Cayenne Extra Corondo Porsche.
Well, our second 1 hour race of the day really was a class of the fast. The top 4 breaking the lap record in that one, and the young fellow who won it continued to take the lap record into unbelievable territory here at Levels. So some real stories to follow as we wrap this up. The top 3 are here with us on the start-finish line. The congratulations are already happening. Marco Schelp, I think, has come in here. Why don't we grab a quick word with 3rd place to start things. He was successful here in last year's race, and a bit went on towards the end of that one. We'll let you get your helmet off. Take your time.
It was so hard work.
It was hard work, hey? So, but you've been able to grab that podium at the end of the race. Well done.
Here I am. Back in the real world. Oh gosh, yeah, I made it. I opened up because I thought I crashed into him, and then I didn't want that. So that was hard work afterwards.
Yeah, it was. I mean, at what point? I mean, obviously we had a safety car and a few other things come into play toward the very end there. I mean, you never gave up, which is your nature, I know. But at what point did you think, yeah, I can get this third?
My brain didn't give up. My body, man, I had to drink and stuff. So had some slower laps as well. So just to keep me going. It was really, really hard, and I was pushing the whole time and catching Jared, and the safety car helped at the end.
Well done. So car looks like it's in pretty good shape. We're effectively at the halfway mark of the South Island Series now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think, if I go on like this, and, Ryan is hard to catch, but, yeah, at least on the podium for the series, it would be great.
That champagne will taste sweet today. Congratulations.
Yeah. Sorry.
He's earned it. Marco's earned it. He's a little short for words. He needs to breathe. Well done. Why don't we go and grab a word with second? We'll talk to Ryan in a minute here. The Smalls are over here. Hey guys, well done. Jump in, both of you. Come on, let's have a word. Firstly, fight at the beginning was amazing. I think I said to you during the coverage, you got the elbows out, you had a crack, and it was a joy to watch, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I said before, we knew Ryan was going to be quick, so we were really only kidding ourselves at the start there. But it was good to just have a bit of a run with him, and once he got by, he just really went. So like I said before, I really hope he can get over to Australia or something like that and make a career out of it, because he is really impressive.
Johnny, that's tremendous. I mean, it's fantastic that the constituents are thinking this way. He's effectively a rival here today. It wasn't all his own way to begin with, but it's tremendous that you're thinking that way.
Yeah, I know, and we're trying our hardest out there, but consistently he just seems to step up and go not even a little bit quicker. It's quite a lot faster, and we all know how hard we're trying. So when you're in the seat and you see somebody doing that, it's quite easy to recognise their talent. So good on him.
What kind of car were you given for the final stint?
Oh, no, it was okay. No, it was good.
That was your cue to stir, you know that?
No, it was good. Obviously the track temperature came up a bit, but after that safety car there, we were still mid 61.5s or something like that in the race, so I was still happy with that at the end.
When that safety car turned up, what did you think?
Oh, no. But no, they bunched up and we managed to pull a gap again, I think, on that restart, and Ryan was obviously gone, so he was a few cars ahead, but no, that was good fun.
I chatted to both of you during the race. We know this is home turf for you guys. The podium today, that must feel pretty sweet.
Yeah, no, it's really good. We've got a lot of friends and family here, and we're just so lucky to have some spectators here this weekend, because it wasn't looking that way a week ago. Yeah. So it's good to see.
Go and enjoy some champagne. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you very much.
All right, here's our winner. Come on over. We'll get in front of the car. What a drive today. 2 from 2 on top of the series. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, no, today was real cool having the battle at the start. Kind of stuffed the start. That was my fault. But, yeah, no, really happy with where we ended up today.
You had the eyes on clearly, and the Smalls gave you a bit of a run for your money early on. What was the message from Jimmy and the crew? I think they were keen for you to just get on with it, weren't they?
Yeah, that was the plan all along, just try to build a gap at the start. And, no, we didn't get away that we wanted. So we chipped away, and eventually the small boys just let me go down here at T1. But yeah, just punched on, tried to do quali laps the whole race. So that was the plan all along.
Ryan, you've walked away with a lap record as well. I mean, 2 different race venues, 2 very strong performances. What do you make of all that at the series halfway mark?
Yeah, no, it's definitely achieving our little goals that we wanted to achieve. But definitely there's still more we can hope to achieve throughout the series. So I'm looking forward to Tiratonga next week and hopefully do the same again.
Final one for you. Quick turnaround, as you've rightly pointed out, only a week before we go racing once again, and that's kind of a good thing. You're someone who loves your racing. In between time, there's been a bit of sim stuff with Australia and all sorts, hasn't there?
Yeah, I've been pretty busy doing the Supercars Championship on the sim against the pros, so that was pretty cool. And yeah, just obviously training and trying to get fit before next year. So yeah, feeling strong.
Congratulations, great result.
Awesome, thank you.
There he is, Ryan Wood, winner of the second 1 hour race today. Lap record pace from our top 4, and it sets us up for a fabulous 3 hour.
Yeah, thanks very much, Greg. Russ down there out on the track with the podium place finishes. Marco Schelp finishing 3rd with the small brothers 2nd, and then Ryan Wood taking the race win out with a couple of records at the same time, 57 laps, previous lap record 55. So a couple up, and also overall lap record a 1 minute .390, which is over a second quicker than the previous lap record set back in 2018. So good stuff there, and the pace is hot out on track. So we'll take a lunch break. We'll be back for the 3-hour race. Looking forward to that. All the teams are getting set up and ready. That's the 1 hour out of the way, and as I say, after lunch we'll be back with the 3-hour.
One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two.
Hi everybody, Greg Rust with you for another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis. We're delighted this time to deviate just slightly from the traditional competitor path and talk about someone who's been a very prominent volunteer in the sport, so much so that they won Volunteer of the Year at the Motorsport New Zealand Awards night very recently in Christchurch. Jo Mulder, hello.
Hi Greg, thanks for having me.
It's fantastic to talk to you. Firstly, we'll get to your role, a very significant role with D1NZ in a moment, but what got you started on the whole path of perhaps being involved in a very important role of the sport, but on the other side of the pit wall and other parts of the track?
Yeah, so initially when D1NZ was in its grassroots phase, I had a lot of friends who were competing. So I'd be along at every event anyway. I actually bought my first drift car myself in 2008. Dabbled in that a little bit. I'm not any good, but it's fun to do. And then a few years later, I just started helping out as I became good friends with the people running the events, and they needed help. So I started flag marshalling, then got underway helping with the documentation, then went out and helped in pit lane, became the head of grid basically, and from there Brendan just needed an extra hand, someone he could rely on in race control so that he could sort of deviate to other parts of the business. And so yeah, for the past 3 years I've been running race control for D1.
Very cool. I work with Brendan White in another capacity with some circuit racing stuff. He's a younger promoter and loves the game immensely. His passion is quite infectious, isn't it? So what was the trigger point though that made you buy that car? What was that car, and what made you say, yeah, let's I want to have a crack at drifting?
Oh, it was just really the fun thing to do. Everyone was doing it. It was 2008, so it was an old Nissan Safiro. That it was automatic at the time, and it did a manual conversion. It was turbo, and it was just a lot of fun to have a street car that I could drive to the racetrack, have a bit of fun, and drive home again. Did you get as much of a buzz from that other side? I mean, you've just detailed some of the different facets of the game that you have worked in and now work in. Was it, is it it seems as though it's very rewarding for you in that sense? It is, yeah. Like with most things, the best part about it is, you get to know the competitors and you get to watch them, do well and do amazing, incredible things that sort of defy all odds when it comes to drifting, basically. Just things that people shouldn't be able to do with their cars, and you're watching them just get better and better, and it's just a real buzz to watch your friends, and they become like a second family, grow and compete and do just incredible things, and you're right alongside them, helping keep them safe and trying to encourage them all to do well. There is a very strong female presence involved on, in the administrative and officialing side in this country, in all different forms of motorsport, isn't there? Yeah, it's it could always be more, but it's great to see a good amount of diversity. I'm trying to bring some younger blood through as well. Well, tell me a little bit more about that and what you're doing to perhaps inspire and encourage and things like that. I know colleagues in Australia often talk about it being the best seat in the house, don't they? Yeah, it is. I've had the pleasure of going over and helping run an event in Australia as well. And again, there's lots of females there. It's just any opportunity I've got to let people know about ways to get involved officially or informally as well. I'm just encouraging it, because a lot of people, unless their friends or family are doing it, think that it's something that's out of their reach. But I mean, anyone can get involved and show their passion. It just really takes someone who's going to be there, be reliable, show up, do the right thing at the right time, and try to learn how to make those good decisions and sort of build their way up within the hierarchy of an event management, basically. And a little bit of, that great work ethic that everyone in your team seems to have, from the endless pack-ins and pack-outs. There's some hard work involved, but if you love the game, that pays back in other ways when you get to see the competition and you get to be actively involved in it. Yeah, and along the way, we've seen some amazing international competitors come over and compete, and you get to meet them, which are sort of like the stars of the sport internationally. And also we've travelled to Australia and met a whole lot of incredible drivers over there as well. So yeah, it opens up some amazing opportunities, and yeah, highly recommend it.
Tell me, I mean, obviously, I think you're a mum too, is that right? And you've got, a business. So, I mean, it's quite a juggle, isn't it?
It is, yeah. My business actually is building predominantly drift cars. Okay. So it fits in quite well.
Yep.
And yeah, it's mine and my husband's passion. So he doesn't mind, of course, sharing the load of childcare when I've got to go away for an event weekend. Yeah, he doesn't mind taking it back, and that's what he does as well. He builds race cars, and then sometimes when we have international drivers come over, he'll help run their car sort of in the team. And yeah, I mean, when we're not at doing official events or building cars in the workshop, we've got our own cars out on track. So it's pretty much what we do.
Where would you like it to go within the balance of all that? Because family is obviously important to you. You have a business and so on, but you're immersed in this. You love it. What's the next step? So at the moment, race control, D1NZ, very prominent and important role, and I would imagine that Brendan would love to keep you in that because it is such an important part of his show. But what's on the wish list for you? Maybe 5 years down the track on the motorsport side.
I'm sitting my clerk of the course certificate qualification next month, so getting that. And I've seen you at the endurance racing that I've had the pleasure of sitting in race control and helping Deb as well. So I'm, rather than stepping back with the family, I'm looking to diversify and get more involved in more events and anything that I can be a part of. It's in your blood, so.
Good on you. I mean, and it becomes, as is so often the case when you talk to other people in the paddock, it's a family game, isn't it? So family end up when it's like that, you are a group of families all together sharing that same passion.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right, let's. So, knowing that you want to tick that box and move up, is that how full on is that process of trying to get that tick so you can do that role?
Motorsport New Zealand are making it quite easy now. Bruce has got all this online training, so I'm signed up for that. It's sort of do it at your own pace, and then just a final Zoom meeting, I think, at the end of it. So I'm hoping that it won't be too hard to get my foot on the bottom ladder and go from there and attend more events and get more qualified. I don't know. I'm not really sure how it
works. The live TV means that we are, now quite intrusive. We want to take the audience into every aspect of motorsport, and that often means peeking into race control and hearing and seeing what they're up to and so on. Is that side of things okay for you? How do you find that?
Yeah, that's fine. I was up there when you came in and interviewed Deb at the endurance series.
Hampton Downs.
Yes. It can be quite full on. So, as long as there's nothing happening on the track during an actual drift event, then I'd be more than happy to have you up there.
It's got to be a thing where, in addition to having that qualification, if you like, from Motorsport New Zealand, it obviously needs sort of leadership skills and good people skills and so on. Has that stuff been something that you've developed over time as well, or has that kind of come naturally through business and life and so on?
I guess it's probably come naturally, and that's probably how I've ended up in that role. But it's always something I'm working on. I used to go up and down the pits, for lack of a better word, yelling at the drivers where they needed to be and get here and go here and do this, and I need this from you now. So that sort of a leadership style I've had to pull back on a bit, have to be use a little bit of a sugar to get my way with some of the officials even. Learned a bit of tact over the time.
Good for you. Final one. If you would love to send a little bit of a message to younger male and female, people in the sport that perhaps would like to do this.
maybe steer them in the direction? What's the best way they can kind of get started? Obviously, Motorsport New Zealand has a terrific website and social media platforms, but there's it's not a hard process to come and be a part of, is it?
No, and there's many promoters out there having many different kinds of events. Really, as an attendee, anyone can see what sort of cars and what sort of vibe of any event that they go to, and it's really just a matter of getting to know other people that are volunteering and asking how they can get involved. I went to an event on the weekend just gone, and they had at least 30 volunteers. It was incredible, but you need that sometimes for events of a large size to be able to pull them off. So I mean, there's plenty of room for people to come and get involved. Either get to know people from a specific event or go directly through Motorsport New Zealand. And I know that Deb has a fantastic team of motorsport volunteers, and she can pull those people across any different types of events. I mean, I'm keen to get involved in more rally and more circuit racing and that kind of thing as well. So I'm sure I just need to ask the question and it'll be able to make it happen.
Well done. In wrapping this up, drifting globally, I mean, it's not new. It's been around for some time now. But in the stable, if you like, of traditional circuit racing or rallying, as you mentioned there a moment ago, it is the newer face, if you will. Has it been embraced? And you mentioned Deb and so on. It's nice to see some crossover. Everyone learning in that regard.
Yeah, for a while there, we did feel like drifting with a genre that people didn't want at their racetracks, and we weren't, quite so embraced. But I mean, certainly in recent years, Motorsport New Zealand have been great in helping us enable more, getting more events and getting more traction, and of course, having crossing to live TV, we've really felt that we've stepped up to that tier, and we're able to align ourselves better with the traditional motorsport schemes, as we can all unite and work together and grow basically Motorsport New Zealand as a whole, because the talent we've got here as drivers and officials is just incredible when you see how they perform around the world. It's quite cool to be a part of New Zealand motorsport as a whole.
Volunteer of the Year, that's got a great kind of ring to it, and thoroughly deserving. Were you surprised? What did you think? What was your reaction?
I knew I was up for a nomination, but didn't think that I would get it when you're sitting in I attended the AGM conference as well. So you're sitting in a room of 100 volunteers at any one time, and everyone is so passionate and so dedicated to what they do, and they pull off some amazing things. So didn't think that I was going to take the award, but very, very humbled and pleased to do so. And it sort of reinforces that wanting to do more and give back and get more involved.
Richly deserved, so well done.
Thank you.
There, Joe Mulder, lovely to chat with you, and I hope that our conversation here in the latest edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis maybe inspires you to go and check out the Motorsport New Zealand website, or head to their social media platforms and talk to people that are in the game. We'd love to see you trackside and experiencing it and learning what is a great asset for the entire game. It is, as many often say, the best seat in the house. Stay tuned. We will have another edition of Catching Up with the Kiwis right here real soon. Bye for now.
No one would have believed the dawning of 2020. That pandemic, bubble and lockdown would become everyday language. That mask wearing in public would become compulsory. And that we couldn't travel in our country, let alone overseas. That our roads would fall quiet but for essentials. And the lovers of our sport, motorsport, could only go racing in our dreams or online. From home, from far, we would watch the toll COVID-19 would take on our lives. But it was also a year when we learnt to be a team of 5 million. Beyond expectations, circuits reopened to summer motorsport and drift kings and feats of endurance. When the border closed, we made our own race of champions. Hill climbs, rally stages roared into life. When the world couldn't come to us, we showed the world what we could do. And our drivers, mechanics, engineers, officials, marshals, volunteers and fans could turn their dreams back into reality. When motorsport was back in motion. No one would have believed the dawning of 2020. That pandemic, bubble and lockdown would become everyday language.
We're back live from Timaru. Nice to have you with us at Levels, wherever you're watching right around New Zealand, on the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page, the South Island Endurance Championship page, or to the South Canterbury Car Club, who are sharing it as well on theirs. They've done a marvellous job with the pre-event preparation of this great circuit for round 2 of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. We're getting set for the main event now. The 3-hour set to come your way, and we'll try and get down to pit lane and talk to a number of people as we go here. Paul Lancaster is with us in commentary, along with what the boys have affectionately dubbing themselves B1 and B2.
That's it. Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney.
And we've got a beautiful looking lineup here for this event. Quite an amazing array of cars. And unfortunately, in the lead up to round 2, the team that was so successful at Highlands in this class, because of the change in alert levels and so on going on at in the Waikato region, were unable to get back down here. So Chris Vanderdrift and Lance Hughes from the Hamilton Asphalts team, they did a great job at Highlands in round 1. They're spectators, unfortunately, so if you're watching our live stream and listening to our live stream coverage, guys, we hope you're well. But another Nissan GTR has come in. That Black Bull Markets entry is on the front row, and alongside a McLaren that has some success in this sport, in endurance competition as well, with Glenn Smith at the wheel, joined by Damon Leach for this round. Anthony Lees, of course, on pole, joined by Tom Alexander in that car. Tom's been helping Anthony over the North Island series with some sort of coaching and mentoring and things like that, and it paid big dividends up north.
Certainly did, Rusty, and you're just talking about the Glenn Smith entry there in the McLaren with Damon Leach. That was quite a classic, how that sort of pair sort of happened. Glenn obviously was without a co-driver after Highlands, because John DeDeath had a knee operation, and Damon Leach happened to drive past on a forklift, and he got asked the question, what are you up to next weekend? You want to come and drive the McLaren? So, of course, Damon had no hesitation in saying yes. And but Glenn is starting in the car, so he said Damon's quicker than me, so he'll come on strong at the end of the race. So
strategically, a lot to think about in this race too, with 3 hours of competition. Pit stops did, play a very important part and feature in the 1 hours, but even more so in terms of that variety. So our Mobile One Nissan GTR safety car peels into pit lane here at Levels. McLaren on the front row, joined by another Nissan GTR. Black Bull Markets entry will control the field. They unleash them.
great start from Glenn Smith. He gets across the line first, and he'll go through into Power & Co for the first time from the car of Anthony Lees. Then we've got the O'Donnell car sitting in third place at the moment as they head up towards Castro. Everyone's safely through Power & Co. As the leaders head down the back straight the first time, it's going to be the McLaren of Glenn Smith from Anthony Lees.
The Sam Collins, Nick Ross Mustang, which looks a treat. That's an amazing car. That's sitting in fourth place at the moment, and good work by the crew that have worked on the Martin Dippy Hayden Padden entry. Smoke coming from one of the cars down the back there.
That looks like the Rhodes Rickaby Falcon, so we'll keep an eye on that when it comes around, but definitely that looks like oil smoke. Yes.
It doesn't look good.
Not dropping too much oil up the top end of the track there as the leaders come into the Carter's evaluation hairpin for the first time. Glenn Smith leads them out in McLaren.
Delighted to be joined. We'll try and get sort of three-way conversation happening here. Elton Goonan from Motorsport New Zealand is with us as well. He's been running around the paddock area and talking to the constituents and in the many and varied roles that you need to do in the sport. But nice to enjoy a bit of track action now with the 3 hour too.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to be here and seeing the cars out there. Obviously, we saw Glenn take off in the McLaren, so he's got his heels away, but Anthony's chasing him quite well. Good to see Scott O'Donnell sitting there comfortably in third, and like you say, that glorious looking Mustang is just awesome to see out on the track.
Looks like the Nissan's starting to come into its own. The Black Bull Markets entry edging closer to Smith, our race leader. Very early days in this one. Timed race, of course. 3 hours is the distance. 2 hours 58 remaining. Very, very early on a magnificent day here.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the Rhodes Rickaby Falcon as it went past. Seems like the smoke's cleared from that car, so maybe just slight overfill of the car as it went out its first lap, but the smoke seems to have gone as the leaders come down through the kink. Reel off lap number 3, still Glenn Smith in the McLaren leads from about half a second back to Anthony Lees. And then Scott O'Donnell, bit of a gap back to the Collins car, who's got a bit of pressure coming on him from the 991 car, Martin Dippy and Hayden Penn.
A McLaren from a Nissan GTR, then a Porsche, and that Mark Carr's Mustang, the 777 running in fourth. And then we go back to the 991, which sounds a lot crisper, a lot better after that header issue or something along those lines in the previous race. The Martin Dippy Porsche sounding much nicer.
Hayden's actually started the race in that car, Rusty, so be interesting to see what the times are between himself and Martin.
It'd be the game they played at Highlands was exactly what's happening here so far. It was more or less a 50-50 split. Hayden started the race and was nigh on faultless in the stint that he did down there. So at Cromwell.
Hayden just broke away, didn't he? And that was good to see. But it's actually good to see the Elise car actually catching that McLaren again.
Fastest lap so far, a 101.481 to the Glenn Smith McLaren, but there's nothing in it. You're talking thousands, 3,000ths of a second when you compare those lap times to the Nissan GTR currently sitting in second place. Everyone kind of settling into a little bit of a rhythm here now.
Yeah, it's a long way to go, 3 hours, Rusty. Not like the 1 hour sprint pretty much. You've sort of got to get to a certain point in the race before you really start to think about pushing. You've got to get through that first 2.5 hours and the last half an hour is where it all counts.
Saw the 24 come by, Don McIntyre and Rob Williams. Don hails from Hastings and Rob, of course, from Cromwell. And those guys have a lot of fun with their motor racing. Very different approach, I guess, to some of the cars at the pointy end here. They're proper, passionate enthusiasts. They love it. And saw them at dinner last night, and they were eager to chat about all sorts of things from Bathurst and what's happening at the back end of the year with some of the major motorsport meetings. I said to Don, what's happening with the young fella? His son, of course, a very accomplished Kiwi racer. And he said he's up at home and Dad's more or less flying the flag at the moment and enjoying himself.
Well, it's probably the first time we haven't seen Johnny McIntyre here for a number of years. He's had a bit of bad luck here in the Endurance Series, Johnny Mack. He's been running, he's been leading the race and then had some issue go wrong, but be the first time I haven't seen him here in a long time, Johnny McIntyre.
Yeah, definitely that time, those years in the Camaro never really worked out for him, did he? And then they moved to the Porsche.
He was 2 laps ahead here one year and just doing it easy and of course had a gremlin, so it can happen. Yeah.
So it's good to see going further down the field, the Civic there of the Kitchen father and son team there. Had a good result at Highlands and carrying it on.
Currently P17 in this race. Macassee's down in 19th as well. They were talking about that car down at Cromwell, weren't they? Here it is, coming across the start-finish line as we speak. Little Renault.
Yeah, the second one here. It's not often you see 2 of them. Renault Clios.
Yeah, well, those are actually interesting. I mean, Ron's brought 3 of those cars in from the Netherlands, and those 2 are obviously taken. There's one sitting in the workshop in Queenstown, ready for a new buyer.
Spoke to Jack Milligan, who was on the pit wall, if you like, in the previous race. They'd had a few little mechanical challenges with one of those Wolfbrook Porsches yesterday, but they had it all sorted and they were happy with it in qualifying this morning heading into today's race.
So just checking out the lap records there, Rusty, for the 3-hour endurance. 58.038 is the lap record, which is set by Johnny Reid here back in October 2020. That was in the Audi R8, so a 58.03. Take a lot of beating that today, I would imagine. And 168 laps is the total lap record. So
Pretty cool when you're talking about record pace in the 1 hour race before this one. Just the way that the paddock, the pit lane, the constituents, if you like, are all behind young Ryan Wood and wanting to see him do well. Not only just here and what we're enjoying him doing in New Zealand, but potentially if he goes abroad.
Well, I'm sure at his age he's got the right people behind him, and as long as he gets steered in the right direction, has the right people behind him, and he not have to worry too much about the money side of things, and just get his head down and do the driving, I think he's going to go places.
He's working hard on that side of it, the outside, the cockpit stuff. Only 17 years of age. Just keeping a watching brief on that Falcon before Elton. It looks like the Rickaby car looks like it's okay. I think the boys were saying that the initial issue we were concerned about at the start of this race appears to have righted itself.
Yeah, it's one of the things with those old Super Tours is that they tend to have easily overfilled, so pops a little bit out under load in those first couple of laps. But like you say, it's cleared. There's no smoke. It would have been disappointing. Those guys have put a lot of effort in and to get the car, and it's a lovely looking car as well. So it's great that they're still out there running and actually doing a close battle with what looks like a sister Super Tour out there of the Fru, I think it is.
Oh, someone has a bit of a touchdown here in the Parenco. One of the Wolfbrook cars come across and had a touching with the TCR car there. We'll get the number as it comes through, but
Gee, the Golf fired into that corner under brakes, didn't it?
He tried to go up the inside there, and I know what that's like. I did that about a month ago myself too, Rusty. It's the Freedom car, which is the Askew car. Went into the side of the Wolfbrook car. Now the Wolfbrook car comes up beside him again. Is there going to be any exchanges through John Jones Steel? So, and out to the grass he goes. Askew allows the Wolfbrook entry back up the inside. So those two still going hammer and tongs as they disappear out of sight.
It just shows the variation in handling between those cars. Obviously the TCR a lot shorter wheelbase but a lot lighter, so it can get away with the braking a lot later. The Porsche a little bit more weight at the back, so you've just got to get it settled on the brakes before you turn in, and
that's right.
Yeah, that lunge down the inside can catch those slightly faster but heavier cars out.
I don't think the Porsche was expecting him to dive up the inside. It looks like it was Brad Riding behind the wheel of that one, who we spoke to only about 10 minutes before the race, very relaxed and looking forward to the racing here at Levels today. Part of the Wolfbrook Motorsport team.
Yeah, set up not too far from our commentary box here. Pretty impressive, isn't it? From the transporter to the cars and
That's right.
and so on.
And they're not professionals. They're all just a bunch of businessmen that want to go motor racing.
Now at the front, it's the Nissan GTR now, the Anthony Lee's entry, and it's a 1 minute .772, fastest lap of the race. Those two, as you can see, the change of position up front, and they're now pushing in lap time terms. The McLaren also 1 minute .982, so they're the only ones that have gone into that bracket at the moment.
Yeah, both cars would be capable of doing a 58, but whether they can get down to a low 58 or not, I don't know. There'll be lots of fuel on board at the moment, so there'll be an extra 80-90 kilos of fuel in there.
Yeah, and those guys will be settling in. They know they've got a long afternoon ahead of them, and obviously if they can conserve the fuel enough to get to well over that midway point, keep the one stop, look after the tyres, and then do that push when towards the end of that stint, and hopefully we are going to see that lap record broken. It is a stunning day here.
So Anthony Lee's just lost a little bit of time there as they put a lap on the Moore Altezza. It'll just allow Glenn Smith to close up a little bit further, but it's still out in front. Anthony Lee's in that beautiful GTR Nisbo Skyline.
And talking about that McLaren, obviously they've got Damon Leach as the second driver, and Damon's looks completely comfortable in that car. Looking at qualifying, he had good pace, and considering he's never actually driven one of those, he was hitting his marks very, very comfortably straight off the bat.
I did ask him the question if he'd driven it before, being Tony Quinn's old car, and of course Damon works for Tony down there at Highlands Park. but no, he hadn't driven it before, so consummate professional though is Damon Leach. Anything he jumps in, he's pretty quick. As the leader comes through to reel off another one, only about 3 seconds between the two of them at present.
And then you've got the 912 there, Scott O'Donnell, just and his crew in the Allied car, just sitting there comfortably, keeping consistent laps, not letting the leaders actually break away, but they're just keeping them
He's on the same straight anyway, it's the main thing.
Thanks to those of you that are commenting as well, joining the conversation on Facebook, be it on the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page or the South Island Endurance Championship page, and it's also being shared on the South Canterbury Club Car Club Facebook page as well. So just in terms of some of those comments that are coming through, some nice positive stuff about some of the drivers that you're following. Thank you. Please keep doing that, and if we get a chance, we'll try and talk to them. Dale Anthony asking about, is there any video footage today? Well, it's a bit like a radio-style live stream, Dale, and we're going to sprinkle it with different things as the coverage continues. If you jump back to things like the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page, we've done things like catching up with the top 3 at the end of each race that we're gradually sharing. So there is some video content that we're interspersing along the way during the day and providing you with a live commentary, radio-style commentary as the racing unfolds.
Yeah, sort of, Elton, you must have been a bit troubled by not having the TV coverage down here and everything like that, but you've managed to get through it all okay?
Probably what we can say, just to dive in there, Elton, is that a number of our colleagues, from Volt, from Sky, and certainly from the Heart of Racing, who've been very passionately driving the television coverage side of it, we're thinking of those guys at the moment because they've done some tremendous things behind the scenes with that coverage this year and had some good plans for the South Island series that they were well advanced on, and Heart of Racing have shone a light on some very important things around Children's Hospital and so on, and we were in addition to their presence in the sport in a racing sense, very fortunate that they're equally as determined to make a splash on the TV side of things.
Yeah, absolutely, and what we saw with the North Island series, it was great. It was upping the ante for what we want as a sport and getting it more and more out there to the public. And obviously the latest COVID's put a hold on that. And like Rusty said, the guys are stuck up in Auckland. They're actually chomping at the bit. They want to be here. They've been absolutely pulling their hair out trying to find a way to get here. But ultimately, we need to do it right and do it safe, and so the decision was made not to. But yeah, so we worked on getting this live stream cast out to everyone, and even if you can't be here, you can at least listen to it and enjoy it.
59.984 for the Anthony Lees, Tom Alexander, Nissan GTR, new fastest lap of this race, and it takes us, Paul, into new territory. Tremendous.
It does, mate. We were under the 60-second bracket already. And you'd still have a fair amount of fuel on board too at present, so still just under 2 seconds away from the lap record, but doable.
And as you rightly point out, still in the early phase of this race when fuel loads and things like that are not completely ideal to getting down to the sort of numbers that you hope we might see as this race continues to unfold. Lap traffic is a factor in this for our front runners now, who are...
Yeah, we just see Glenn Smith being held up a little bit there through John Jones Steele up the top. She's getting pretty busy. And, it's a hard thing. You've got a fast car coming up behind you and you're looking in the mirror and you're trying to give him room and you're trying to keep yourself on the track. So it's one of those things that's got to be managed carefully, and I think Glenn's worked his way through quite nicely. So 5.3 seconds the gap first to second last time. Anthony Lees back to Glenn Smith. Comes through to complete lap 15. And then Glenn Smith just comes through now. So 5.6 seconds the gap. And Scott O'Donnell's right on his tail too. So Scott O'Donnell, there's only half a second between second and third as they go through Castrol. Let's see what Scott O'Donnell can do this time as they come down the back straight. Heaps of lap traffic in front. Glenn Smith pulls out, goes through on the Askew car. Going to get busy down towards the braking zone there.
That traffic certainly helped the Nissan GTR, hasn't it? So the McLaren and the Porsche are just threading the eye of the needle very carefully through that group. of about 5 or 6 cars.
The Collins Mustang currently sitting in 4th place. They're another 10 seconds down the track from Scott O'Donnell, sitting in 3rd.
It's actually good to see that Collins Mustang up. They had the trouble at Highlands gearbox. They shipped a transaxle out from Australia and did some work on it in between the 2 races, and it's good to see it out and running again.
Cool piece of engineering kit, isn't it?
It is, and it's based, obviously it's a marked car out of Australia, and it's something that's been developed for many years.
Scott O'Donnell just missing out there on getting through on some of the late traffic. Has a look up the inside. He'll get through this time as they go through Castrol. So he's still chasing Glenn Smith hard. Only a couple of car lengths between the 2 of them. It's the race for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Long gap back now to the Collins Mustang, just coming onto the back straight. And we've got him having a dive up the inside of window, just more lap traffic.
They were approaching the back of that RX-8, weren't they? The 215 of Ben McConkey and Jared Pike. And ahead of them, I mean, they're in their own battle. They're trying to, the car ahead of them is the Don McIntyre Porsche in 13. So they're worried about their own thing, and the RX-8 and the Porsche have different strengths at this venue. And at the same time, they've got this closing pack. Here they come.
It's always that fun when you've got a mixed class racing and you're getting all these multiple battles across multiple classes, and it just makes racing exciting, not only from a spectator's point of view, but when you're in the driver's seat as well.
Well, that's it. You've got to have the slower cars involved in there. That's what endurance racing is about. It's not the hare that wins the race. Sometimes it is the turtle that wins. Not very often, but if you had a whole race of hares, it would be pretty boring, line astern sort of a race.
Definitely very processional. So it's great to see such a variety of cars out here. And earlier we had the 1 hour with that right down to a Fiat Bambina. You up to the Renault Clios. You've got the Lexus out there, Civics, RX-8s. So it's a multitude of cars, and it just shows the variety of vehicles that we've got here in New Zealand, and the quality of some of them as well is just so impressive.
That's right. Even some of these old Super Tourers out there, there's a couple of Falcons. I mean, they're still reasonably competitive for the age of them. Nowhere near as quick as the GT cars, but still pretty quick in their own right.
Nice comment here from Charmaine Eagle on the South Island Endurance Championship Facebook page, sending after we've just been talking about the 777. Some good luck to Nick Ross and Sam Collins, and a cheerio to Don McIntyre as well and his teammates. So nice to see some support coming through for different drivers throughout the field on the various Facebook pages that we are sharing the coverage.
Sam Collins just being held up a little bit there again by the SQ TCR car. He should go through under brake, Sam Collins, and he does. Gets the job done. So he's currently sitting in that 4th place. And we had the pleasure of having a look under the hood of that Mustang, the marked Mustang of the Collins team. And I must say, whoever built that thing has just done such a beautiful job. It is really a credit to the engineers that design it.
And they've had a lot of input from the local engineers. Angus Fogg's been involved with evolving it and developing it as well, just to try and get that reliability there, along with the guys up in Hamilton. I think the guys at Mitchell Engineering have also had a little bit of involvement as well. So, but like you say, it's a good base product, that marked car coming out of Australia.
That's quite a good story in itself. They've made a real impression at things like the Bathurst 12 Hour over the years with their own product and so on. Paul Sepradich and all the key people that are a part of that deal. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I remember many years ago when I did the 24-hour at Nürburgring and coming across them there, and that was the first time I'd really seen the cars and heard of them, and they were, for the Europeans that was very different. So it was good to show that some Antipodean engineering could actually take it to the European might.
So race leader goes through the reel off the 20th lap, and not quite 20, or just under 20 minutes gone, so going pretty good at present. Still Anthony Lee's Tom Alexander car leading from 13 seconds back to the Smith Damon Leach car. Scott O'Donnell sitting 3rd, Sam Collins, Nick Ross sitting 4th, and then it's Dippy, Brooks and Rickaby sitting in 7th. It's the Barrett car. In fact, just going up a spot there, the Barrett car. So everyone settled down into their race pace.
They've all pretty much found their own little space out there on the track, haven't they?
Yep.
A few groups just gathering up, but most people have got their own space, just keeping themselves tidy.
Yep.
Just getting some consistent laps, clean laps, and just working now towards their next pit window, or their only pit window, hopefully for most of them. And I say, if we looking out the window here, you guys were telling me we're going to get some cloud cover this afternoon. It kind of looks beautiful and clear.
Yeah, it's beautiful at the moment, isn't it? And especially outside there. From being up in here, it's reasonably warm, but outside it's just pleasant, just at the moment.
The sun always shines in sunny South Canterbury, Elton.
This battle continuing, having a wee look up the inside of Glenn Smith there, Scott O'Donnell. Still no way through though, she's quite wide, that McLaren. Glenn Smith at the wheel, sitting second, and he's got Scott O'Donnell in the Allied Petroleum Porsche tucked right behind him as they come down the back straight again. A couple of car lengths between them, but he was looking a wee bit racy as Scott O'Donnell. I just wonder whether he's starting to be held up a little bit by Glenn Smith. As the race leader shoots out, what's the gap there, Brendan?
Just under 15 seconds now, Paul. 14.8 between Lees and Smith in the GTR and the McLaren.
Let's put that Lees team in a very good position at the moment, because we know that Tom's a lot faster than what Anthony is in the car. So if Anthony can hand it over in the position it is at the moment, things will be looking pretty good for the big Nissan GTRs. This battle still continues down through the kink. Not close enough this time, Scott O'Donnell, as they come across the start-finish line, to have a look at the inside of Glenn Smith. However, he's there or thereabouts, keeping the pressure on. Only takes one mistake.
Quite interesting. We sat and had dinner with the Allied guys last night, and one of their crew is a young Christchurch lad called James Penrose, who's actually there as their data engineer. Now James obviously won the Formula Ford Championship back in the summer. Yep. He's leading the New Zealand Motorsport Elite Academy at the moment. He was the camp winner. To see him actually, to hear and actually work in the computer and the laptop and the data, that's great. And he was just saying it's just so impressive seeing how purposely built that Porsche is, and it just everything is there, and it's there for a reason.
And saying James Penrose did well was probably a little bit of an understatement. I think he won every round of the South Island Formula Ford Championship.
Won every race, I think he did.
He did. But we don't want to give him too big a head. We want him to be able to get a crash helmet on tomorrow.
He's a nice young kid, and he's someone that's going places as well, Elton. He's another one. He's another Liam Lawson.
Yep, exactly.
And if he steered in the right direction, then he's going to end up.
Yeah, no, he's got some good plans, and he was saying he's getting out in a Formula Renault tomorrow up at Rapuna to get back in the seat. So he's looking forward to it. But he's really enjoying the experience down here with the Allied team running the data.
He's going to go and jump in a real race car.
Absolutely.
Single-seater.
Well, funny you should say that. The Kitchen car just crossed the line doing their fastest lap so far, 1:11.3, and Will Kitchen is going to be running in the South Island Formula Ford Championship this coming season, so that'll be good to see. Local lad doing well.
Yeah, another one to watch. So the field not as big for the 3 hour, which has spread them out a fair bit. Battle still continuing though for second and third as they come through the left-handed sweeper. Down through the kink. Glenn Smith under all sorts of pressure from Scott O'Donnell.
You're talking about the field side there. It's definitely, we're sitting around 20 entries now, and you know, if we didn't have these border restrictions with the cars that are sitting up in Auckland, we'd be seeing a field of around 30 cars and at least another 6 or 7 of those top class cars.
That's right.
So it has really hit it, but the show that definitely Glenn and Scott are putting on out there is great. Anthony and Tom might have had a clear set of heels for a little bit, but Pete 2 and 3 are actually giving us a good show.
Speaking to the Wolfbrook team just before the race, they said it was obviously disappointing that the North Island cars that are stuck up there couldn't come down, but they said in their first season they did find it was easier for them having more space on the track. So obviously next year they'll have another year under their belts, and hopefully we'll have a full field of cars.
Yeah, quite a hard case team, the Wolfbrook Motorsport. This battle is still continuing as they come past us here in the commentary box. Still, we've got the O'Donnell Porsche right on the bumper of that McLaren. Just looking for a way through as they head up towards Castro. He might have a wee look, though he doesn't. Quite happy just to sit in behind there, I think, Scott O'Donnell. And just wait for a mistake from Glenn Smith in the McLaren. Of course, Glenn's normally driving with John DeVeth. If you're listening, John, it's he was telling us about you getting in and out of that car because you're about twice as high as what he is. And also too, Brendan, you had to sit in it. It took you about 5 minutes to get out.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be very good on the fast driver changes. It is quite snug getting in and out. Car 81 going very slowly down the front straight.
I think he was just letting the leader through because he's come across again. But yeah, he is still going slow. Kitchy's gone up the inside of him. So's the
Moore
all-round
171.
Tezza. That's the Barrett through car, I think, car number 81.
There's no sign of smoke or damage, so possibly electrical issues.
He's definitely going slow though as he trundles his way down the back straight.
You just got the Parmenter Brunton car 20 RX8 going past them now. That car was involved in an incident in the 1 hour race earlier today, but good to see that they got it sorted, got it back out on the track. Currently 4 laps down on the leaders. Okay.
Car number 96, the Phillips car just going through. Another one of the wee immaculate Civics here today.
Looks very smart in the black and gold colours, sort of reminiscent of the JPS cars in the 70s.
Yeah, they're currently sitting 15th.
Okay, kitchen car just going through, they're 17th. And then the 16th, sorry, the Parmenter car 17th. And the Moores 18th.
Yeah, so definitely slowing down the big Falcon. See if he comes into the pits on the next tour.
It's actually the first time we've heard that Mustang go past on its own, isn't it? And
That's right.
That sound is very, very distinctive.
Yep. It just caught my ear as it went past Elton. You might have seen it, just different tone on its own.
It's good again. We've got the more TCR Volkswagen coming past us. One of about 8 or 9 TCR cars here this weekend, which is great to see that.
Yeah, how many have we got in the country now? There must be a few, surely.
There's 12 in the country, and there's another 2 that are trying to get here, and we've got one actually that is run by Choice Motorsport. It's a Kia. That actually hasn't been raced yet, so it's a very, very quick car. Shane Van Gisbergen's actually done some laps at Hampton, and it's been doing 106s, 107s around Hampton Downs, which for that sort of car is mighty impressive. But obviously Shane is also a mighty impressive driver when you get him behind the wheel of anything at the moment.
That's right. So Scott O'Donnell must have had a moment. He seems to have dropped back off Glenn Smith in their last lap or two.
Yeah, back to a 4-second gap now when he was right on the tail for a number of laps.
Yeah, I think Scott mostly has backed off, got himself a bit of clear air. Obviously sitting up the bumper of any other car, you are going to overheat if you're sitting there too long. So possibly he's just settled down, got some clear air, let the engine cool down, let the brakes cool down, and possibly give it another push in sort of 5 or 6 laps once it's settled all the temperatures.
That's right. With these cars, they've got all sorts of sensors and bells and whistles on them, and if they do get slightly hot, there's bound to be something go off and let you know about it.
Absolutely, those Porsches and the McLaren and the Nissan for that matter, the dashboard lights up like a Christmas tree if something goes wrong, so you get told pretty quickly. But it's all about, for those cars, it's all built about endurance, actually making it through to the end, and just getting those consistent lap times, and that's what all those sensors are there for. As a driver, you've got them to help you get there.
Ooh, you get very close through the kink there. Was the Collins Mustang on the Williams McIntyre Porsche. Goes through and puts another lap on it.
Looking out there, it's great to see the Dippy car, pattern car, actually going quite well. After those problems they had in the 1 hour, I think the header came off. So it's great to see that car back up and running and sounding like it should do for a Porsche.
Yeah, if you weren't listening in earlier on, that car was black flagged for excess noise. So unfortunately it was their day done as far as the 1 hour race, but luckily they were able to turn it around and get it back out in the 3 hour field. So currently leading the open class is obviously car 28, which is the Lees Alexander GTR. Leading Class D is the 777 Mustang we've been gushing over, the Collins Ross car. Leading Class B, we have car 79, Barry Moore and Tim Mackesby in the Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR car. Leading Class C is car 47, Cameron Davies, Flynn Mitchell in the RX-8. Some Wimo boys there. I won't go on too much about that. And then in Class D we have the 88 car, Bill Riding, Scott Flanagan in the Porsche 991 Cup car.
Careful, Brendan, you got one sitting behind you.
Don't mention the Wimos. Leading Class A is that lovely black and gold car 96, the Phillips brothers from Ashburton.
But what a fantastic day. There's Glenn Smith getting a wide, trying to get past one of those Porsches. That's getting out into the marble area there, so he was pretty lucky to keep it on the island. But he manages to get through. Blue lights waving everywhere for them.
So he's now got the Smith's got a 7-second lead over the O'Donnell 912 numbered Porsche.
I was about to say, how lucky are we, though, down the South Island to be running motorsport events. Like we had one here about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and we were lucky that we had that, but to still be going now, we're pretty damn lucky.
Yeah, we are, and as a sport, I mean, we're lucky as a whole. You know, we've got a good group of people, organisers, clubs that help us put things on. And we've got the guidelines that we've had to work in with the government, and everybody's following those, everybody's making them work, and it's great.
You and I talked a little bit earlier, but perhaps not everyone at that stage was with us on Facebook. Firstly, we woke to some tremendous news this morning in relation to the WRC event, the calendar that's been released overnight. Third to last round of 13, I think it is, will be back here.
Absolutely, it's great news, and when I was up last night listening to the World Motorsport Council meeting and actually watching the releases come out, because it all hinged on that moment sitting in front of John Todd and his mates to give it the rubber stamp, and it was great to get that nod from them that we're there. And the work that PJ and the team at Rally NZ did last year in the lead up to what was hopefully going to be the return in 2020, that got delayed, and so we've been able to just continue that work and make it pay to get the 2022 round.
And importantly, it's at a nice time of the year. Given some of the challenges we face at the moment, it buys a little bit more time to hopefully be in the right space by then.
Absolutely, and Auckland Unlimited have really got behind it. The fact that we're running it out of Auckland City, we've got Jack's Ridge as one of the stages. We've got some of those iconic stages up in the northern part of the Auckland area, and they've just the whole community up there have really brought into it, and it's going to make it a fantastic event.
Boys were talking before just about we are fortunate to be going motor racing right now, which is good on the South Island, and in the places where we can still do that, there's some good grassroots stuff happening as well, isn't there?
There is. It's great to see that stuff happening, and we were talking to one of the guys last night. He's heading up to Rapuna tomorrow to take part in the club day up there. I was down in Eastern Southland at Gore last weekend, went to their AGM, and they're just flat out with all their events we've got going. We've got Waimate happening next weekend, which is going to be a fantastic event. They've got a hill climb, they've got street sprints going on. It's just going to be awesome. So that club sport stuff is really where we start from, and most of these guys out here that are running around in these cars, that's where they started.
Hayden Patton will be there next weekend.
Absolutely, and Hayden, local lad from Geraldine, he started doing motor corners and grass events.
And a Mini.
Which
he owns again.
We love it. Just one final thing before we focus back on the race, as Smith makes his way past the VW, I think it is, down into turn one. Very quickly, for aspiring youngsters, there is a very important program that you guys run, and in the coming week, entries will open for people to express an interest and to perhaps jump on board and be a part of.
Yeah, exactly, Rusty. So the Motorsport Elite Academy, it's an annual program that we run. There've been over 140 drivers gone through it. There's a number of guys, Tom Alexander, Damon Leach, James Penrose, like we talked about before, have all been through the program. It really helps the drivers build a good foundation of those skills that you don't really think about when you're a driver, I must admit, when I first went to Europe racing, it was the stuff I never thought about. It's nutrition and how to sell yourself and your marketing and all of that sort of stuff. Most of it when you're a young guy and 16, 17 years old, all you want to do is go fast. But the Elite Academy kind of encapsulates all of those other soft skills and lets those kids learn those and how to put them into practice. And you know, we're fortunate enough, we've seen so many successful drivers come out of that. Shane Van Gisbergen, Mitch Evans, Simon Evans. You know, there's just a multitude of drivers that are in the professional world.
So if you're a young driver, keep an eye on the Motorsport New Zealand Facebook page and website and so on in the coming weeks, and get amongst it if you qualify. So lead now 36.04 seconds. The Anthony Lee's Tom Alexander Nissan GTR over that Magic McLaren in second place. The Scott O'Donnell Porsche, the 912 Porsche is third, and the Collins Ross Mustang holds down position 4 right now.
So just as Elton and Rusty were talking, we had the 81 car of the Barrett Frew V8 Super Tourer come through the pits, hopefully addressing what was slowing them down. They've gone back out and seem to be making their way quickly down the back straight.
Just to clarify there too, not a drive-through. That is an issue that car's been having. You're right, exactly right.
Have an issue.
Yeah.
Was going very slowly, but it's still smoking a little bit. Coming onto the front straight now. So it might still be an issue with that vehicle.
He's definitely down on pace, isn't he? He's definitely, they're trying to identify that problem, I think, but
just trying to figure with the body language of the car if something is rubbing in the rear end or sitting a little on the lower side. Has there been something driveline or suspension wise that's gone wrong there? Seems to get the odd puff in little places, doesn't it? Just keep an eye on that.
See if it lifts, once the engine lifts off at the end of the straight, you get a puff of smoke out the back.
So there again now. So yeah, okay. So we'll keep an eye on that from our position here in the commentary box. Some sort of issue that they are battling with, and it's clearly hampering the pace of that car.
Also, we don't want them to be dropping oil on the track because that would make the day for the other competitors a little bit tricky also. But just have the number 2 car, the number 90 of Smith McLaren, go across the line, 38 seconds behind the leader now. We have 37 laps gone and just over 38 minutes completed out of our 3 hours.
38.5 seconds, as you point out, is the margin that's grown even on the last lap. Let's just keep an eye on that Falcon once again there as it goes into turns 1 and 2 into that complex.
still just a little whiff of smoke out of that right corner, isn't it?
Yeah.
That right rear corner.
Okay, and while we're talking, we have another one of the cars, the V8 engined RX-8 from Waimate, rolling through the pits for a pit stop. Well, now we have the Parmenter Brunton car, number 20, going slowly down the back straight.
Solid job.
That vehicle.
Solid job by Hayden Padden there in the 991. He shares with Martin Dippy, so they're holding down 5th place, those guys, at the moment, and in kind of relatively close range with Sam Collins and Nick Ross, and they're not far off each other in lap time terms. Sort of similar pace.
So fastest lap times for them both on the 102 area. Of course, this isn't Hayden Padden's favoured surface, and sort of used to throwing the car around a bit more, but he's doing all right here.
He's been pretty handy on the tarmac, though, hasn't he, when he's stepped behind the wheel of a TCR machine or whatever it is. And, of course, in rallying, they get at World Championship level, which he did get to and do with Hyundai. And there's all sorts of different events and surfaces that they compete on.
It was quite funny talking to Hayden prior to his TCR debut back in April, and he found it quite amusing because tarmac was actually his weak area in the rally world. So he was kind of slightly nervous. So once we finished that TCR weekend, he was surprised how well he went.
When we had our we'll say our publicity stage here at Levels, when we had our South Canterbury Rally earlier this year, Hayden was sort of making up by not favouring the tarmac surface, that I think only about 50% of the stage was tarmac for Hayden. There was a significant part of the stage was on the grass, but he was very entertaining and did have a convincing win in the rally.
You got to love a show, though, don't you?
You do got to love the show.
That's what it's all about.
And Ari Pettigrew that we were watching earlier in the 1 hour race was also very entertaining in his 3 Series BMW. for those of you that live locally, when we have the rally in Timaru again next year, I do recommend you come out and watch the publicity stage at Levels Raceway. It's hugely entertaining.
Got a little message via the South Island Endurance Series Facebook page, and it's from the Hamilton Motorsports crew. We wish we were there, and we wish you were here with us, guys. So come on, Tom, get it down from the Hamilton Motorsport team. That's nice. So from one GTR operation to another, wishing Tom Alexander and Anthony Lees well up in front. So thank you, guys. Keep those messages coming on Facebook, and we'll endeavour to tackle them when we can.
Tom's actually got a little bit of history with the Hamilton Motorsport guys as well. When Tom was doing the NZ V8 series in the TLX, they looked after Tom. They ran him in one of the Colden Commodores. So yeah, there's definitely a little bit of love there.
Cool. We just have the 777 car crossing the line. The Mustang just completed lap number 40.
Quite interesting.
Position.
Looks like the Skyline's just gone past. He's only going to be maybe half a dozen car lengths behind the Mustang and just about to lap it. So that's the pace that the Mustang of that Anthony Lees is. The Skyline that Anthony Lees is running at the moment.
102 for the Skyline that time round, but their best so far, 59.9's the fastest lap of the race. Oh, we do have the White Horse Motors RX8.
Now this clearly is not
again.
scheduled. They were in before, weren't they? And only a couple of laps later, back in again.
Hope I didn't put the commentator's curse on them with the Waimati jibes.
Yeah, the passenger door's open there, the head's in there trying to figure out, I'd say. It's one of those cars that are slightly different, isn't it? You see it, but the noise doesn't match it.
Does your head in very briefly, doesn't it? But I mean, it's a beautifully turned out race car, and their position is right at the very end of the pit lane, right near the pit exit. They've got their little hawker or marquee set up there, and the crew, as Elton pointed out, are in the passenger door. They're talking. Not a huge what's the word for it? A race to try and resolve this. I think given that it's the second tour of the lane in a short period of time, there's something pretty reasonable happening with that car, unfortunately.
Rather larger issues than a cable tie could fix.
Yeah, exactly, and in record time.
So rather smartly turned out car, the White Horse Motors cars. They do run a couple of cars in our local RX Mazda race class down here, where they have the RX-7s and the RX-8s. Been competitors for a number of years. The front runner in that class has just gone past, the Jared Parmenter Brunton car, car 20. As we mentioned, did have a first corner incident in the 1 hour race earlier on today, but thankfully they've fixed whatever problem they had and they're back out there.
It's been more or less toe-to-toe, hasn't it, between the McLaren and the Porsche, Smith versus O'Donnell. There's not a lot in it between it. Lap traffic seems to make the gap eke out a little bit, and then it comes back again. They're very much on par.
Yeah, it's definitely that concertina effect is so prevalent here, and such a short track. There's some nice tight twisty parts with that good back straight that lets you stretch your legs. So that concertina really comes into effect here.
Okay, car 81, that Falcon we were mentioning earlier on, with a bit of smoke coming out the back. Well, it seems to have corrected itself now. Seemed to be circulating all right.
That's the good news. Unfortunately, it's down in position 18. It's something like 11 laps off the...
So they've got to pull themselves back through the field.
Looks like the O'Donnell car is once again back on that bumper of that McLaren. Literally half a car length between the two of them at the moment. Just a little bit of a wobble by the Porsche coming through turn 3 there.
And that hurt, didn't it, off the exit of that turn onto the back straight. McLaren got it nice and got good drive.
Yeah, it shows you how much that little mistake can make.
Talking to Glenn earlier on, he said that car is just so easy to drive compared to the GT3 cars he's had of past. So he'll think he'll hold on to that one a wee while.
They've enjoyed it, haven't they? And they've run 2 cars in the North Island Championship, a black McLaren and this blue one that you can see here at the moment. Didn't have the best of runs in the National Championship event at Highlands last year, but the cars have got some good history, and one of them was, its history with Tony Quinn, for example, and run by Shane Van Gisbergen and so on. It's had some good history on the other side of the ditch.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of the AGT series. Obviously done a lot of laps at Bathurst. And I believe it might have been one of the cars that also Craig Baird used at Highlands, one of those first 101 events where he set the record. And so yeah, definitely some history with those cars.
They do have the other McLaren here with them this weekend, sitting next to that one in the tent, but he said mainly they use it for a mobile spare parts vehicle.
A little bit of feedback. Kate Padden has very kindly been in touch from the pit lane.
Are we doing okay?
Well,
we got good feedback from Kate?
Feedback is good. My microphone's probably a little bit loud and we need to boost yours, so we'll work on that. Thank you, Kate. She's observing and keeping an eye on all sorts of things for us. But incidentally, the main reason she's texted is to say that the White Horse RX-8 has an issue with its engine cutting out. That's its main problem. So hence the reason why it's had a couple of tours of the lane. Race control, we are told, also is monitoring the bonnet on the 76. So whether that's an issue for the Kitching entry in 14th place at the moment, maybe some bodywork not quite conforming to the regulations that our Motorsport New Zealand and officials from Levels here want. They are observing it, keeping an eye on it at present.
Because if the bonnet flew up while they're driving around the track, that would cause carnage. We have seen it happen here and race circuits all over the world. People forgetting to put in the bonnet pins.
The Liqua Moly entry was pretty solid last time out, I think, at Highlands too, wasn't it? They particularly at the end of that 3 hours, they positioned themselves just nicely.
The Kitchens won their class in the 3-hour race. They were wrapped. I follow Will Kitchen particularly on Motorsport. Both of them have started out in the 2K Cup. Andrew's gone on to do the SS Cup, and as we mentioned earlier, Will's going to be running a Formula Ford in the forthcoming season.
Yeah, and Will's definitely looking forward to that Formula Ford, or the South Island Formula Ford series. He was chomping at the bit to try and get out earlier, but yeah, the chance of doing a full clean season was great.
Cool. So we've just had that V8 Super Tourer, the Barrett through car going through. It's looking all right now. Whatever little gremlin they've had before seems to have been sorted. Most of the action at the moment still seems to be Glenn Smith and the O'Donnell Porsche, still nose to tail as they go into John Jones Steel at the top part of the circuit.
To the point where I think last time by, the Porsche actually had a 0.2 of a second advantage over Smith. So it does change lap to lap here, but that battle keeps going on. And Elton spotted before a little moment going through turn 3 and 4, I think it was, where just the enthusiasm, the want to get by, maybe forced the Porsche into a behaviour situation that was less than ideal.
Yeah, just that slight bit of a wobble at the back end, and just lost that drive. And only 2 or 3 Ks you lose out of that corner, but the back straight down here at Timaru is extremely important to get that run out correct. And once you get down to John Jones, you need to be in that right position, and he just wasn't there.
So here we go, onto the back straight. Porsche's got good drive out of there. A little bit of lap traffic, one of the Wolfbrook Porsches, but they play nice. That's well positioned. McLaren gets the job done, and then just a little bit longer it took the Porsche to get there of O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Just keeping an eye on that 991 Porsche as well of Martin Dippy and Hayden Padden, still holding down that 5th place. Circulating in the 1 minute 2s, low 1 minute 2s at the moment.
As you're saying that, here comes Glenn Smith out onto the start-finish straight, just negotiating some traffic with the O'Donnell car straight behind him. We're actually right underneath him.
I know they both get through in the back marker reasonably cleanly.
It's a lot cleaner exit coming out of that corner for the Porsche. It's going to be a lot tighter when we get down the end of the back straight here.
That seems to be where the McLaren has a little bit of an advantage, doesn't it? Gets nice drive off that turn and stretches the legs just a little bit better than the Porsche. But then around here, the Porsche seems to come into its own, doesn't it? In the final 4 or 5 corners of the track here at Levels.
It does. That change of direction seems to work better at that low speed with the Porsche. The McLaren's great at high speed. Got very, very good aero work on it. But just the Porsche is just a lot better at that sort of low to medium speed corner, and like you say, it just seems to close the gap when there's no lap traffic involved.
Why don't we do a little class update for you as well? So our outright leaders are Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander in the 28, the Nissan GTR. So what are we talking here? They're on top of Class E, aren't they? Class D is the Collins Ross Mustang, currently 4th outright. Where are we? B class. 79, currently 8th outright. The Moore entry, the VW Golf, the Liqua Moly entry, I think that is, isn't it? So and we drift back and find
Car 88.
Yeah, Car 88. That's Class D, isn't it? So, but that would be Collins and Ross, would it not? In the same.
Riding and Flanagan in the Porsche 911 Cup car, and then back to Class B we've had. So Class A.
Kitching.
It's the kitchen car that we were monitoring the bonnet of that vehicle. So they're leading Class A. They were the winners in Highlands for their class.
We updated Class C there as well, maybe in 15th. Is
So
that 15th?
Yeah, car 47. So that's the Davies Mitchell Mazda RX-8, which is the car that we were talking about in the pits earlier.
Now, it doesn't seem to be down there at the moment. We've reported already that it's had an issue, an engine issue, keeps cutting out. But it's one that we'll just keep an eye on. A watching brief.
Looks like we've got Barry, the M Developments car is in the pits having a, hopefully what looks like a routine pit stop. Just pulling out now.
Mackesy Property Renault, one of 3 that they've brought into the country. I think you were talking about before too, isn't it?
Yeah, correct. It's one make series that's very, very popular in Europe, very much similar to the way we run our 86 series. All over Europe, and those 3 cars are coming out of the Netherlands. Brought 3 of them in, and they're a good car to get into. It's a quick car. It's got the paddle shift gearbox, but it's very, very low tech in terms of the rest of it, and it's a simple, easy car to drive, and they're fun.
They had an unexpected little issue, I think, right at the very end at Highlands, didn't they? Either with maybe a rim or a tyre issue from memory.
Yeah, I think they had an issue where they had like 3 punches in the space of about 10 laps, and whether it was bodywork or whether it was something else was rubbing on the tyre. But yeah, they had a very, very bad run of luck towards the end of the 3-hour race.
Taking the wrong line on the circuit, a sharp edge on the curbing,
yeah,
perhaps.
Possibly. It was just it kind of seemed to be that last sort of half hour. We always kept calling them coming into the pits with a flat tyre. It was almost that commentator's curse.
Now, to give you an idea in track terms, our leader has just come past us on the start-finish line. Second place is at the end of the back straight. So that Nissan GTR is gradually clawing its way through the entire field. It's a little way off yet, but it is not within the realms of possibility. Maybe before pit stops happen, who knows? But it may well catch the back of the Smith McLaren here. Incredible.
That would be very handy to have in the bank, because you do drop a lap here at least with your
your
pit
stops.
stop. And when we were talking to the top crews this morning, they were tossing up as to whether they'd do a 1 or 2 stop race. Said it would depend on how the fast the race was going, and the temperature would affect their strategy, because they lose so much time here rolling through the pit lane and doing their stop.
That monitoring of fuel usage and things like that was a factor at Highlands as well, and just asking some of the drivers in the Porsches to be a little more judicious with the way they use the revs in the car, and not ask so much of it in a bid to ensure they could try and chase that strategy.
Well, because if you do one pit stop less than everyone else, you bought yourself a lap.
Exactly.
So just had the Dippy Paddon car across the line, so they've done 52 laps. Lap down on the leader. Just got the Darryl Phipps 96 Civic rolling through now, so they're currently last place in the field. Obviously they've spent a bit of time in the pits. 22 laps behind our race leader, and 9 laps behind the car in front of them, which is the 275 Renault Clio we were mentioning earlier as it went through the pits.
It's great to see those Honda Civics still out in so many different various forms across the classes, isn't it?
Often they're so bulletproof, those things, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's that tried and true Japanese technology that just keeps circulating, and it sounds great when it's on song as well.
They so do, and I mean, from an entry-ish level into things, a great car to use.
Absolutely, and as Brendan was saying before, some of these guys have come from the 2K Cup series, and they're quite popular in the 2K Cup, both in the North and South Island, and as the guys speed up from those classes and want to go faster and faster, they're an easy car to develop to move up into your SS Cup and so on and so forth, and until you get to the full-blown versions, and they may be running the Oscar series.
Just keeping an eye on that Whitehorse RX-8, and it's slowed again out of the first few corners. It seemed to be okay under load on the front straight, but in these little, whether it's getting out of the way of lap traffic or not, I'm just keeping an eye on it on the back straight. Slowed dramatically. Now gradually seems to pick up a bit of speed, but nowhere near what we're used to seeing. That's clearly not resolved.
That was definitely I'll say the front-running car in Class C. It's the only car in Class C, which is why it is the front-running car, but it has dropped down the field significantly.
Definitely looks like they haven't got those computer issues sorted, have they?
Those wee electronic gremlins.
Yeah.
And they've got 2 hours of competition left. We are nearly at the 1 hour mark here. 2 hours and 3 minutes remaining in this final event of the afternoon here. Round 2 of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. We should take a moment to say a big thanks to all of our sponsors that have made this possible in the last little while, and especially to Michelin, who have supported this event, the crew from Michelin Motorsport. We thank you, Carter's Tyres, and all of the team there. They're, ideally they would be with us and racing one of their cars in this series. We enjoy having their camaraderie as much as their competition, and certainly we're very appreciative of the support of the series. And to our other sponsors as well in Allied Petroleum, who play a very important role. The very, very hard-working crew from Harris Race Radio. Thank you to you guys, and to Pirelli as well, who are a very important part of the series.
We've got the Whitehorse Motors RX-7 car is back into the pits once again.
Word from Kate is that she believes they are just getting fuel this time, so I'm not sure whether they're going to hope that something here resolves it, but is there a driver change happening? Looks like it is. Yes, well spotted. Paul, on to that.
So just looking down into the pit lane here, guys, the team from the Askew TCR car is they're getting themselves ready, so expect to see that car in the next couple of laps.
Okay, the Smith O'Donnell car, the gap has opened up once again, back out to 3 seconds, where the O'Donnell car was on the back of that McLaren for a number of laps. Just also keeping an eye on the 76 Kitchen car. We're observing them. They do have a bonnet pin or something that's gone astray in the front of that car. Luckily the bonnet's still holding on at the moment.
Some more comments coming through on Facebook too. Thank you. Keep those coming, and we'll endeavour to answer your question or follow your favourite driver where we can and give you an update. There's a little thumbs up here from Glenn Chappell, who was with Glenn Smith last time out at Highland, so no doubt keeping an eye on things. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Glenn really did himself proud at
Sure
Highlands
did.
in that car. It's a long time since he's been in a GT3 spec car, so he really did well jumping into the deep end like that.
Alrighty, just got the 31 Rickaby car crossing the line now, so they're on 55 laps. Fastest lap's a 103.
Holding down third in Class 2, doing a good job in that Falcon. Looks great too, doesn't it, the way it's turned out?
Certainly very smart.
So a bit of dust being kicked up through turn 1 there, and the word from Paul Lancaster, who's with us in commentary, is that our race leader, with a bit of traffic, had to take to the grass just briefly. Take a bit of evasive action with
avoiding car 79.
Yeah.
The more Volkswagen entry, and it only takes something like that for your lead, which is currently rather great, to be almost nothing.
Fingers crossed it was just two wheels through the dirt. I mean, it didn't look like the full car, but just enough to give us a little heart start up here, given how well they're doing. It was the full car on the grass. Okay, righto.
Talking about that car, I mean, how unlucky are we that we haven't got the Hamilton Asphalt's car, we haven't got the reskilled Gene Rollinson car out there. You know, how good would have that been out there?
Oh, phenomenal. I mean, the lineup of cars that, well, we can't really keep talking about it, but...
So Paul was just saying that the lead car, the Lee's GTR, has some damage on the front guard. So it has tapped something
it's just
as it's cutting its way through the field.
Has just come off. So he's obviously had contact with somebody at one of the tighter corners, one of the back markers possibly getting past.
I think we were looking at forward to seeing one of the Brabham cars out here, but I think it's here, but it's stuck somewhere on the wrong side of the border.
It's one of those things, isn't it? You know, we're understandably a little frustrated with that stuff, but very respectful of the rules in play here. But it's only because we're fortunate to be doing this, but also very aware of how many other good cars are around and would bolster this and make it even more exciting than it already is.
Yeah, and it's definitely a shame that we haven't got Dwayne and Matt here. Obviously, series sponsors with the Carter's organisation. Yeah, just lost one of the jet flaps on that front right corner. It's still there, it's just not pointing in the right direction.
So 103 for the lead car that lap, but they are chasing a slower vehicle, which they have now got past, going through Castrol.
It's quite funny you say a slower vehicle, and it's the Wolfbrook
Porsche,
Porsche.
yeah. That's hard to comprehend that. We know that car's been capable of a 59.9. It's a 103 last time by. It looks minor. How much would that upset or change things, or is it just a rhythm for a lap or two?
It's just a rhythm for a lap or two. You know, if you had the computer on there and it was measuring all the downforce and stuff, you'd see a difference. But in such a short track like this, where you haven't got too many high-speed corners, it won't make too much difference.
It's not like when you're watching the Formula One and a bit of aero comes off and it goes faster, and you think, how many million did that cost?
Yeah, it is one of those things, but.
So 101.5 for the leader that time. 61 laps competed and just over an hour gone, 2 hours to go.
3 wide down the back straight. That was a joy to watch then. I think the Rickaby Falcon was on the very inside. One of the VWs might have been in the middle.
Once again, the McLarens there battling with that lap traffic and giving the O'Donnell car a chance to catch it up again.
The Barrett entry, which we worried about, the 81, seems to have settled, but they lost a good chunk of time, didn't they? 12 odd laps, but the car does seem to be, outwardly anyway, not having any issues now.
So yeah, pulling themselves back up the field.
Here comes second place, past us here in the commentary box. Glenn Smith and Damon Leach.
So currently 53 seconds behind the leader, which is doing 1 minute lap. So the leader shouldn't be too far away.
So there it is there.
Yeah.
So they're coming through sort of turns 3 and 4 already. The McLaren's onto the back straight. So O'Donnell is very much in its sights now, isn't it? The GTR
right.
is closing.
Half a lap of the back straight between the first and second car. And that's with the first car following the second car. So they've got themselves nearly a lap before pit stops, which is quite handy to have in the bank later on.
That is an impressive drive by Anthony Lees, isn't it? To get the car where they are at the moment, you know, almost to the point of lapping second and third. It's just been a stunning drive. Yeah, and yeah, like you say, we've got Tom to get in the car, and Tom's around about a second a lap quicker again than Anthony, and that's no disrespect to Anthony at all. He's a good driver, but you know, it's just showing the pace of that car.
Yeah, just a pity we didn't have the other one here this weekend.
I mean, both those cars have got some fantastic history. KCMG cars out of Asia, ran in the Bathurst 12-hour, did extremely well over there. They're the most modern GT3 car in the country, I believe.
Okay, the 777 Mustang just reels off lap 62. A 102.087 on that time round. So we've still got the 96 car, the Phillips Civic, circulating 19th last place. They did spend a number of times in the long time in the pits. Currently 24 laps behind the leaders. 9 laps behind the car they're chasing, which is the 275 Renault Clio.
So Scott O'Donnell not too far away from Glenn Smith still. He's thereabouts. We're getting towards over an hour now. Only about sort of 10 car lengths between the two of them. Both of them just coming onto the back straight. Wee bit of lap traffic there for Scott O'Donnell. But he'll clear that easy enough.
He'll get a bit of a toe off that Wilkesbrook car. As he dives past him. On the brakes into turn 4 into Jack Jones down the end. It's definitely one of those days that you need a cool suit, isn't it, out there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wonder what these drivers used to do before that. They used to concoct all sorts of things, running hoses through, heave a bunch of ice, and you had a chili bin strapped in the passenger seat type of thing. There were all sorts of things made up over the years, but now with the invention of these cool suits, it must be a strange feeling having the cold water running around the body.
Some of the suits actually have a cool system that does the balaclava as well.
Oh, right.
Just to keep the brain cool as well, and so it's another level again. But I remember the first endurance race I did 20 odd years ago, and I remember going down the back straight at Snedden and trying to put my hand through the net to try and get some air into the car because there was nothing. You look at it now 20 years on, and there's these full systems, dry ice, and keeps everybody cool, keeps the whole thing cool.
So we've got the kitchen car just coming to the pits. Of course, I had that loose bonnet. It's the end of the 1 hour mark, so perhaps they'll do a driver change. I'm not 100% sure because we can't see, but nonetheless, they are in the pits. That's the Andrew Kitching and Will Kitching car, father and son. Will still hasn't got a car licence yet, still at school.
It's quite classic how that is, isn't it? You think back to when Max Verstappen first came into Formula 1, he was saying he actually couldn't drive in the Netherlands. He was too young. You've got him racing a multi-million-dollar car that's doing 300 k's an hour.
I think when you look back over the years, Elton, when I first got my racing licence, I was 15 years and 2 months old when I got mine, and that would have been pretty much close to the youngest back then. But then along came a young fella called Scott Dixon, who at 13 got a racing licence.
Remember him with the cushion strapped to his bottom when he rolled the Nissan Sentra at Pukekohe. He hopped out and he had the cushion on his backside.
That's right, but then that sort of opened the door up for a lot of these other younger drivers that come through. How does that sort of figure into motorsport New Zealand? You have much of a say in that, not having a civil driver's licence?
No, so we're fortunate enough we can set the age of whatever we want our competition licences to be. So what we do is we allow 12-year-olds to get their M grade licence, so to go along and do club sports events, motorcarnas, autocrosses and so forth. Then when you turn 14, they're able to get a proper C grade circuit licence. But when they get that C grade circuit licence, there's a certain restriction on the types of cars they can drive. So, for example, Will Kitchen's great because he's just heading past here now, but there's no way we could let Will jump into the Skyline GTR of Anthony Lee's. But he's more than comfortable in terms of the CC rating of what the Honda is. So we try and get it, but it's like you say, Scott Dixon's a prime example. He got in there early, he got seat time, and we're one of the very few ASNs in the world that allow drivers from such a young age. And the proof's in the pudding of how many guys are out there competing around the world who started early.
That's right, and we sort of seen it out here with the TRS too a couple of years ago with young, I think it was Pedro Piquet wasn't allowed a licence until he'd turned a certain age. He missed the first round, I think, down at Highlands, and then was old enough to get the licence.
Yeah, correct. So with TCR, they obviously run as an FIA class, and that's how we can keep the New Zealand Grand Prix title.
So we just got a car stopping up the top end of the track there. It's gone out onto the dirt and disappeared out of our view and behind the hedge. Whether it's going to continue around or not, or it's pulled over to the side of the track, I don't know, but very much was slowing down. I don't know whether it was the White Horse Motors car again having troubles or not. It's not the White Horse Motors car. He's coming down past us now.
There's that 997 Cup car just coming around the kink now on the start-finish straight. It looks like he's had a couple of excursions off the amount of dust that's sitting on the back of his car. So the McIntyre Williams car.
So anyhow, they are starting these kids out nice and young from a young age. They've sort of been put on a path through go-karts. By the time they get to 8 or 9, that some of these kids are just about ready to jump into a Formula 4, don't they?
Absolutely, and go-kart it's a great training ground, and you've seen so many kids go through it, and many of our guys have been through that path, and they keep going back to it. It's always that good class to go back to just to keep yourself sharp. and it gives you that grounding, that racecraft, and that sense of where you should be and what you should be doing on the track. And I mean, I actually jumped in a go-kart last year for the first time in about 25 years.
How did the bones feel afterwards?
Yeah, there was muscles that I never knew existed came out. But yeah, we did the 4-hour Briggs race, Briggs and Stratton race up in Kaitoki in Wellington. It was great, but it was pure raw motorsport. Okay, your bum was an inch off the floor, and you felt everything, and you were part of the car, and it was just a great experience. And it just echoed to me is actually why go-karting is such a good grounding for these kids.
I've been lucky enough to have a few races in the go-kart up at the Rotorua, or the track just out of Rotorua. I'm not too sure, it might be near a Taupo perhaps, but a purpose-built kart track, and had a good time there on that one. And they certainly are hard work.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about go-karting, and really one of the real icons of today is young Ryan Wood. And that's where I first met Ryan at the Wellington, Carsport Wellington, and he's one of the lead drivers there. And look at how he's.
Oh, we've got a spinner up the top. He was going sideways when he went out of view, but he's gone out on the grass. That's coming off the back straight a lot through John Jones Steel, and then up that straight towards McKissick Curve. And he was going a rate of knots when I seen him disappear out of sight. So hopefully he hasn't hit anything. We'll keep an eye on the safety car, see if they'll pull one out, but he was definitely out of shape.
Is there anyone coming around those couple of internal corners there sheepishly to indicate who it might have been?
No, in dry, dusty conditions like this, as we see second and third place come through the kink onto the front straight, and Scott O'Donnell was caught onto the back of that McLaren again, and here comes a race leader coming up and behind to lap the second and third place cars. Wee bit of a twitch going on there for Anthony Lees and the Nissan. So you've got the McLaren and the Porsche, that's your second and third place, and then you've got the leader tucked in behind, about to put a lap on the second and third place cars. Whoever it was that went off up the top end of the track there obviously managed to gather it back up. There's a bit of dust on the rear rims there of one of the Walbrook cars, so whether he's had an excursion.
And they were very, very unlucky at Highlands with Jack Milligan, when they had that moment where they caught the wall and it put them out for the whole weekend, which was a real shame. We saw the guys at dinner on Friday night, and they were debating with Jack whether it was a driver area or mechanic.
So we got the McLaren coming in, dropping out of second place. He's seen the leader come in behind. So Glenn Smith is into the pits. They were looking at doing a one pit stop race there. B2. How much time's gone?
1 hour 46. Yeah.
So it's probably a little bit earlier, I would imagine, to put Damon Leach in the car.
They've hit the time window, which is fine, but possibly the fuel window. So maybe they're going to do a short fuel this time and then do a.
They were going to run it pretty tight on a one-stop race. So perhaps they've decided, hey, we're going to stop twice, come in now, perhaps throw Damon in the car, see if we can get some time back on Scott O'Donnell and see how we go.
Yeah. No, Damon's definitely impressed in that car, and obviously the last time he was out racing with Tony Quinn in the Aston Martin, and they had a very, very impressive season.
So here we go, race leader coming down across the line, about to put a lap on the second place car. So just about a full length ahead for Anthony Lees. Into Castrol they go. They should get him this time down the back straight, I'd imagine. We'll see how the speed differential is between those two cars, the Porsche and the Nissan. Porsche seems to have a little bit more getting the power down. And they look pretty much evenly matched for speed. Perhaps the Nissan just getting a little bit more down the top end. Still can't work his way through though.
Scott's definitely not going to let him by easy, that's for sure. He's going to make him work for that place and that lap.
So a reasonably longish sort of stop there for the Glenn Smith, Damon Leach McLaren. Still hasn't come past us yet. And their pit box is right on the top of the pit entry, so they've got a long way to come down past us and back onto the track. So Anthony Lee's still trying to get through on Scott O'Donnell as they come through again. Some lap traffic coming up in the form of the White Horse Motors number 47, which is a few laps down. They've had computer troubles in the RX-8.
He's slowly getting closer.
So we just had a message come through, and it looks like the McLaren were actually having trouble with their pit stop and actually trying to get the fuel into the system. So maybe it was that they had an airlock with the heat. So that's what's made their stop a lot longer than what we'd expect from the team.
Yeah, especially when it comes to these fuel rigs, a lot of the tolerances, you know, the clearances and tolerances are very fine. And of course, like you say, something gets hot or something cools off, it can be hard to try and squeeze something in, especially when you're talking to rubber seals and everything like that as well.
Yeah, and especially with those mid-engine, rear-engine cars and the engine, all the cooling ducts, everything's in that area. And it just, and the fuel tank as well.
It's not like it's a professional race team either, where you've got a guy that sits there all day and just practices putting the hose into the car. Here it comes now. So they've lost a lot of time in the pits, the McLaren, as it comes through. I'm not too sure if there's a driver change or not. Glenn might do another stint. And we've got the White Horse Motors car coming back in as well, obviously still having those computer issues. And another car coming in there as well. Can't quite pick up the number on that. A very well prepared White Horse Motors.
It looks tidy, looks clean.
Yeah, they've got a good team behind them. It's the Pike car, Pike McConaughey RX-7 or RX-8 is back in. Looks like they're going to go for a driver change.
You're looking down, it's a nice, calm, measured set of actions there, isn't it, with that pit stop, the fuel, everything's
That's
just
right.
nice and smooth.
No, I was just talking about the fuel things, like Glenn Smith and that. It's all good having the McLaren, but all the guys they got in the team are just part-timers. They've probably got other jobs, but I remember one year I seen a Ferrari down here in the pit lane, probably $1 million worth of Ferrari. It had a couple of old mates on the fuel can and proceeded to spill about 20 litres over the back of the Ferrari and boom, up it went. And they were lucky enough to get it out in time.
That's a good quick stop.
That was a quick stop by the McConaughey Pike team. Driver change and a bit of fuel. Obviously happy with the way the tyres are.
And they're just looking down there, they were just double checking how much they put into it, so make sure they got their numbers right. Yep, looks like the Wolfbrook guys are getting themselves ready. Good spotting, Rusty.
Yeah, just about halfway. Of course, the Wolfbrook team, they're all amateur drivers, all businessmen, just having fun.
And obviously, Anthony's just gone past in the Skyline. Still hasn't got past the Scott O'Donnell Porsche at the moment, so possibly just biding his time there, maybe waiting for the O'Donnell car to pit without pushing it too hard. Obviously, Scott's got some good lap times at the moment, so no point in taking any risks.
Not when you're a lap in front.
Absolutely.
No.
And you've got faster driver to come in, Tom Alexander, who Tom's sort of fallen on his feet there a wee bit, helping Anthony Lees out with the driver training, and also Tom was out earlier in his career by Kenny Smith too, wasn't he?
Yeah, Tom's one of those exceptional young drivers that just has almost got there and just never had that one break to get there. You know, he spent his time in Australia a couple of years ago with the Super Ute Series and won that championship. You know, he did some tests with the Super 2 Series and was on the cusp, but just couldn't pull the dollars together. So it's great that Anthony's sort of seen him and working with him, and Tom himself as a driver trainer is an exceptional young man to do that role as well.
Busy times going into Castrol as the leaders head through there up the inside of the Parmenter Brunton car. Put another lap on them.
Yeah, the 991 car right up on the ripple strip and two wheels there, getting through there.
Yeah, the Porsches aren't the sort of things you want to put up on a ripple strip, but yeah, one of the guys that's driving in the Wolfbrook outfit loves hitting that curve down the end of the front straight, which I can't think would be too good on anything on the car.
It's that race feeling. So the Wolfbrook guys are out.
Yep.
Ready to go. Wheels out, tyres out, fuels out.
So it'll be interesting to see how this pit stop goes for these guys. They look all prepared and ready, but it only takes one wee glitch and everything can fall on its face pretty quick. We haven't even got one of the cars in the pit lane yet. All the,
Here they come now.
Here
Here
he comes now.
Just in the pit lane, yeah.
And all the crew's sitting there waiting. The guy on the fire extinguisher, which you've got to have now. It's another crew member you got to have, especially when you're changing the fuel. You see a guy there with the hose over the shoulder. She'll be pretty chocker full of fuel at the moment. And he'll be praying like crazy that he gets it on the first go.
And the driver change going on as well. Once again, nice and steady, measured actions. It's not rushed. It's just very purposeful in the way they're doing stuff.
Bit of a tag out, so good job done there. I think that's Brad Riding it is. He's got out. It's a bit hard to tell with these guys, and not only are they all new drivers, but Brad's quite a tall fella, so I'm pretty sure that was him that got out of the car.
Just looking at one of the guys at the back there, looks like they actually had one of the air jacks collapse on them. So one of the crew had to come out and actually take the weight off just to get that last wheel change done.
Yes, they're saying put it back up, put it back up.
But they've actually it's come down onto the driver's door, onto the spare wheel that was standing there, so it's actually jamming the door.
So we've seen this happen before, Elton, where a wee incident like that can just put the door out of kilter slightly, therefore you have trouble closing it. And in fact, we had Johnny McIntyre here in the Camaro one year, had the same thing. They couldn't close the driver door, and he was out doing a couple of laps with the door flapping around. They couldn't close it.
Looks like they haven't been instilled with that
compromised
that
too much. No.
But actually interesting. There's actually a nice little wheel rub mark on that right hand.
There is just below the driver's door. Yeah.
Obviously the Wilkesbrook team getting ready to service the second car.
Should see him in next lap. He's just come through now. So it looks like our leader's got through on Scott O'Donnell finally. So he's put a lap on the second place car and just going through to put a lap on Sam Collins as well.
Yep, you did right. That's just come up on the screen.
So Paul, you were talking about all the safety gear that these guys are wearing and obviously running around with this fuel and hot brakes and hot tyres and stuff. So it's great that we've got the teams on side and they're wearing all this protective gear, because it's one of the last things we want is a slight slip up in the pits to cause something a la what we saw in Hockenheim all those years ago with that Benetton fire.
That's right. So here we go. We've got another one of the cars in. The McIntyre car being looked after this weekend by Jody Wilson. He's on the spanners there.
Currently sitting in 11th place.
Doing a good job in 11th, yeah. For a couple of amateurs. Johnny Mack's old man. Good to see him back behind the wheel.
And that's one of the good things about this endurance racing, is that it's the sprint racing is mainly targeted for the young guns and the hot shoes, and this endurance racing, it's such a widespread of ages, and because you're not going flat out the whole time, you can actually pace yourself, and it's being there at the end like we talked about.
Could be wrong, but I reckon that's Don getting out of the car and handing it over to Rob Williams. And there's a bit of discussion between the pair of them there, so I'm just trying to observe the body language and what it was that Don was conveying to him, just about car behaviour, I think, and perhaps something to be a little mindful of as he ventures into his stint. We're nearly at half race distance. Remember, 3-hour race. We're an hour 35 and 20 seconds remaining in this one, so we've just clicked over almost an hour 25, and naturally, for those that are going 50-50 and can stretch it that long in a fuel sense, we are getting a few more pit stops happening at about this time. We'll try and wander down to the lane and grab a few people, I think, while this is happening too, and while there's a bit of activity, and chat to some of the faces in the 3-hour.
Is the McLaren out there?
And that'll be great to hear, Rusty. There's so many characters out there.
Oh, yeah.
Out there in the paddock, in the field. They've got such a long history in the sport, and their involvement, and seeing how they're getting on today is going to be great to hear those stories from down in the pit lane.
Got this one.
So as the pit stops start folding through, the McLaren's obviously done its pit stop slightly longer than what we expected, but they've come back out in 7th place. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out once the O'Donnell car and the GTR come in.
Yeah, the Collins Mustang just heading back through the pit lane too, so they've done a stop. They were only looking at one stop. So that's them done and dusted.
It'll be actually interesting seeing if while Rusty's wandering around the pit lane to maybe see if he can catch up with the McLaren guys and see what the actual story was, why it was such a long stop.
Knowing Rusty, he'll chase that down as the McLaren goes through to reel off another lap. Not too sure who's behind the wheel of it at the moment. Glenn Smith did start the race in it. Sitting down in 7th place at present. 4 laps behind the leader, would you believe? Wolfbrook guys are getting ready down there to service the next car. There's 2 cars in the Wolfbrook team. So probably about half the field have pitted so far. Just looking at the list as we come up to an hour 33 left. It's still Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander just coming through to reel off lap number 85. Scott O'Donnell sitting in 2nd place just goes through. He's a lap down. Then it's the Martin Dippy car and Hayden Padden sitting in 3rd at the moment with Padden behind the wheel. 4th place Rickaby Rhodes in the Big Falcon doing a good job there. Car 31. 4th overall. 4 laps behind the leader though. Then it's the Collins Nick Ross Mustang sitting 5th. The Smith Leach car McLaren's just gone up a spot, up to 6th, after having just completed their pit stop. So looking down through the list, it's Moore Mackesy in the TCR car sitting 8th. Then it's the Askew TCR car sitting 9th. And then rounding out the top 10, car 88, it's Brad Riding and Flanagan. The first of the Wolfbrook cars. So the second one's in here at the moment. Down there in pit lane.
It was a lot cleaner pit stop than the first one, wasn't it? The guys mostly got the nerves and the rust knocked off in that first pit stop, unfortunately. And Jack Milligan, their stop was a lot better without any issues, which was great to see. It's great looking out the window here and seeing all the spectators out there.
It's been a good crowd, of course. We're only just given permission in the last week or so to have spectators here, which is always good. And being able to park the cars up on the bank too just makes things a little bit more comfy for them.
It is. It's really that true club feel that you can actually get right in amongst it and enjoy it. And obviously having this commentary going on as well, not only on site here but also on the live stream going out.
That's right.
It means everybody can keep a track of what's happening, and with the timing as well on the live stream, it's if you're that way inclined, you can do your own lap chart.
That's right. A big shout out must go out to everyone racing up at Ruapuna tomorrow, the first round of the 2K Cup. Thanks to Digital Fusion, Craig Saunders and the team there. Thanks for sponsoring them once again this year. And they got a 6-round series. And we've got the McLaren. There's a problem with the McLaren. He's lost a right rear wheel and he's going to just manage to peel off into the pit lane. And the right rear wheel looks like it's come adrift, still stuck in under the wheel housing. And no doubt Rusty is down there somewhere. We'll hear him coming in a minute. But problems for the McLaren. So that's big news. We're running second, and they must have felt something and decided to come into the pits. And just as they peeled off the track and hit the pit lane, the right rear tyre decided it was coming apart. And hopefully they've got that thing out of the way, because one of the Falcons comes screaming in behind it.
I mean, hopefully that's just a wheel nut not been tightened up enough. Hopefully it's nothing more serious than that. So it'd be a shame to see that car drop out for a mechanical issue. It's doing so well out there. Yeah.
Once again, we can't really see what's going on in the action down there in pit lane because of all the tents down there. Rusty is down there roving somewhere. You see the Parmenter Brunton RX-7 coming in as well.
It looks like the Rickaby Roads car's in and doing a fuel stop, and I can see one of the guys just out of the car now. So they're in the process of doing their mandatory stop, which they'll need to for a Falcon.
I would say so. So just getting back to that shout out to all the guys up there. So another day's motor racing tomorrow up there at Ruapuna. Should be a good day up there too, I'd imagine.
Yeah, once again, the White Horse car back in the pits.
That's a real shame for those guys. They've been doing lots of testing. They've been doing everything right. The car looks $1 million, and just to have a wee gremlin there with the computer side of things.
Well, they're actually just changing the front left corner now. So whether it's it's a very strange. Like you said, there was a computer issue early on. And now it seems to be sort of related to that front left corner. So maybe it's a wheel speed sensor possibly is causing some issues. It's feeding back.
Anyhow, they've got the front of the car up. They've got the tyre off, having a wee look. Looks like they'll put another tyre on it. Still the McLaren though down there in pit lane. If you've just joined the commentary from second place, a lap down though, Glenn Smith and Damon Leach. They've just done a pit stop. And looks like one of the tyres has not been done up correctly, and obviously felt it come into the pits, and then the tyres decided that it was coming off the axle and has lodged itself up under the wheel housing there somewhere.
So just had a message come through from Rusty. He's slightly out of radio signal, but it sounds like something's actually broken in that rear of that McLaren.
Right.
That's caused the issues. So yeah, not great, but. Luckily, at least it was through the slow part of the circuit that it happened, and
not down the back straight. So that sounds terminal to me. I don't think they'll fix that, even though they do have a spare McLaren 650 GT sitting over there in the tent.
Yeah.
I think which they've already robbed parts off for today.
It's actually looking out the window here, just looking at the tents and the trees. The actual wind's just picking up as well.
Yeah, it's quite cool out there too now, Elton. Just going for a walk around there before.
Just looking at our commentary booth, we've got the New Zealand flag out there on the flagpole running at half mast. What's the reason?
It was for one of our volunteers that passed away recently. He'd been here for many years. Gordon Burt passed away a month or so ago. Who was a long time volunteer here at Levels, so they've half masted it for him for today.
That's great. And we did have that minute silence this morning for him, didn't we? Which is. And
that's right.
Without guys like him, we can't run our motorsport events.
Well, that's right. He's just a simple guy, but did a very good job here, and did it for a number of years. So very worthy of a minute's silence for Gordy.
Absolutely,
that's why the flag is at half mast. So race leader into the pits. Got the lights ablaze. Anthony Lees comes in the Nissan GTR.
There's Tom getting ready to jump in the car.
So it'll be interesting to see how long it takes Tom to get on the money, and see if he can go quicker than the 59.9, whatever it is, that Anthony has done in this race.
Hopefully they have a clean stop, no dramas, no issues. Like we say, they've got a lap and a half up on second place, so which is great.
Yeah, they'll just be being told, just don't panic, take things nice and easy. White Horse Motors car back in once again. Cameron Davies and Flynn Mitchell having a bit of a meal of it this weekend.
Oh, and that's the Rickaby car's just pulled off the track.
It has too, yes.
So
it looks like he's going to park it there. That's coming out of between Par and Co and Castrol.
Boys, I'm not sure if you can hear me there. Sorry to dive in across the conversation. But I've been down and seen the McLaren crew. Now, something has broken in the rear of that car, and Damon Leach is understandably almost inconsolable right now, does not want to talk. We'll try and get a word with him shortly. I'm not sure whether there was contact that caused that, but they're in the pits. They have moved that car back into the pit bunker or the pit hocker to see if they can work on it, but he is absolutely devastated. Meantime, our race leader has come in that Nissan GTR, and the crew on the Allied Porsche are going to work as well. So busy here in the lane at the moment. I'll try and get some interviews for you.
Yeah, safety car too, Rusty. Safety car. So we've got the Falcon strewn down there in between Parenco and Kestrel, the Rickaby Roads Falcon. So, well, safety car not yet. We've got the double wave yellows. Safety car still sitting in pit lane. I guess they're waiting to see if they can fire that car up and get it the other way. We've got the quad racing around the side there. So we've got the quad bike there just pulling up beside him and just seeing if he can tow it, or whether she's a put it on the back of the truck situation.
Yeah, it seemed to roll over there okay without any issues with...
Just getting word too from race control. I think the suggestion is that there was contact between the 47 and the 90, which resulted in the McLaren pitting with that damage. So there is more to that story that we talked about. Damage to the rear end of that car, and it would seem that race control is keeping an eye on that alleged contact between the 47 and the 90.
That'll explain the left-hand front on the White Horse Motors car, Elton.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, we did see that mark there, so that definitely puts that puzzle together a little bit better.
They've got the White Horse Motors car now jacked up and looking at the left front. So you're thinking left front, right rear.
Yeah.
It's obviously where it's come. We're still under double wave yellows though down through Parenco towards Kestrel. Looks like the quad's going to be able to tow that Falcon out of the way, so perhaps no safety car just yet. We'll stick with the double wave yellows. Not really playing into the hands of the leader or the Collins car having to get stuck behind the kitchen car through the yellow flag area.
So as we've done that, the 79 TCR car heads out of after its pit stop of the Barrymore car. And Tim Mackesy, so they're rolling out, currently sitting in 7th place. But we've got a new fastest lap, like Brendan has just said, 59.94. So Tom Alexander straight on the pace, which is what we'd expect from Tom.
Yeah, it didn't take Tom long to dial in. So we're still waiting for the quad bike to tow that Falcon out of harm's way. We were thinking we'd need a safety car, but luckily that hasn't been the case.
Guys, I've just been to the Oxford Edge team, and they're a bit flat there too, understandably. So the car has stopped. No drive is the word from the crew. They're not sure why yet. There was a feeling that they may have had a misshift or two, some sort of issue, maybe in the gearbox or the drive line emerging from that car. Maybe the little early warning sign was the shifting issues, but unfortunately it stopped. No drive.
That's a real shame. Those guys have worked hard and they've developed that car over a few years. And those gearbox issues, with a week turnaround between ourselves here and Timaru and then Tiratonga in 5 days' time, it's going to be a tough job to get that car up and gearbox fixed and back down and on the road again. So that's a real shame.
Particularly some of those cars that run a lot of bespoke parts. It's just not like going down to your local Repco or your local Holden or Ford franchise to pick up the bits to fix it.
Absolutely, but I'm pretty sure Bert and the guys down there at Oxford Edge, they'll have a plan in place already in their head of what they're going to do. So those guys will be well onto it, trying to figure out how they can get it going.
Okay, so as we mentioned earlier, Tony Alexander has just done the fastest.
Boys, I might dive in if you don't mind. I've got Anthony Lees with me, so mighty job. It looked like it took it out of you. Firstly, how is the car after that little skirmish?
Oh, the car's got a couple of bruises on it, but I don't think they're too bad. The boys presented one of our front flicks to me at the end of that session. But yeah, a couple of little skirmishes, but they were just rubs, I think.
You ought to be congratulated. I mean, lap after lap, getting to the point where you lapped the entire field, that must be immensely rewarding, that feeling.
Yeah, it's really, really satisfying, Greg. You know, and as you know, we had the little Audi in the 1 hour, and we just couldn't keep up with the McLaren and that. And being here with the mighty Nismo, great team behind me who just prepped the car beautifully. It's a wonderful car to drive, and loved every minute of it.
You can probably put this year down to a massive learning curve for you for all sorts of reasons. Give us a sense for the audience of the learnings with this new car. How much have you enjoyed that? What are the things that you've had to take on board and perhaps learn or change compared to the Audi?
Yeah, well, this year has been a big learning curve for me. It was a year that I decided to step into GT3, and we decided to do the old Audi as a first step. We got a bit greedy maybe mid-year and jumped into the Nismo. So the Audi was a very twitchy car and a high revving car. This has got enormous torque and quite a different car to drive. Tom reflects, it's a little bit like a supercar on steroids. And I've had to certainly adjust the driving style to use the torque appropriately. But it's been a wonderful learning curve, and I'm just lucky I've got great people in the tent who are helping me out.
Beautiful. So report card at this point is that he can bring it home now. Do you need to stop again? And are all the numbers and everything coming in from the crew all looking good?
Yeah, I was driving fuel conservation mode, and I'm sure Tom will be doing the same. I think we're past the halfway mark, and I think we had 5 litres to spare. So all going well. Tom will be able to bring it home comfortably.
Good on you. Nice to catch up. Well done. Great stuff.
Thank you very much.
So we've just got the other Falcon touring car, car 81, now going very, very slowly down the back straight.
So that's the Barrett Few car.
The Barrett Few car, yes. Paul's noticed it's sitting very low in the rear end, so we wonder if something's broken in the rear suspension.
So Rusty, maybe while you're down there, maybe you just want to go and tell Anthony that Tom's version of conservative is slightly different to his, with Tom just knocking out a couple of 59s and a low 60. So that would be interesting to see Anthony's thoughts on that. But it's great to see Tom out there, and he's around 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker than the next fastest car, the next car in the line.
So also, while Greg was talking to us earlier, we had the SQs in car 65 and the Seat Super Copa do a stop in front of us. Very sorted, no panic. Got it in and out, and they're back circulating once again. They were 8th place before pitting. 9 laps down on the lead GTR Nissan.
So still no sign of that McLaren. So it definitely looks like that damage is terminal for them, which is a real shame. But I suppose at least they can regroup. Hopefully we see Damon in the car next week at Teretonga. And the car, give it a chance to stretch its leg on those big straights down there.
So just as you're talking there, Elton, the 81 car, the Falcon, that looked like it might have had suspension trouble or something when it went down the back straight earlier. The Barrett Few car does go past us. The V8 Super Tourer is still circulating.
So possibly maybe just an electrical glitch, a reset of one of the fuses or something within the car.
Yeah, back up to speed now, going down the back straight, just going into John Jones Steel.
Yeah, possibly just couldn't get it out of the gear. I'm not sure whether that car's got the traditional stick shift on it or whether they've done an upgrade with the paddle shift, like the Oxford Edge car. But no, definitely good to see it back up and running again. We don't want to see anyone dropping out of the event.
Okay, another 15 minutes and we'll bet the 2-hour mark. Still have car 28, the Nissan GTR in the lead. The Anthony Lee's Tony Alexander car 912, second place, Scott O'Donnell, Alan Dippy. Third place, we have 991, Martin Dippy, Hayden Padden.
And just as you say that, we've just hit the 100 lap mark, or 101 lap mark, should I say.
101 laps.
So once again, so far, a good clean race.
Boys, if you don't mind, I might try and take this opportunity to have a word with Scott O'Donnell, who's jumped out of that Porsche. Has it been a good day at the office?
Oh, pretty good fun. We had a really good duel there with Glenn and the McLaren. The McLaren's quite a bit quicker coming out of a corner. We're quicker into a corner, through a corner. We had a real battle for about an hour, I think. Sadly, it let Anthony get away quite quickly in the GTR, and he came through and kind of lapped us about an hour, I think. But when I got behind him, there wasn't too much between the cars. He's an inch quicker, but not a lot. So good fun.
What about the feedback from you and from the engineers in the handover? Are there any things to look out for in this this second half or this second stint? And are you in need of just being a little on the judicious side in terms of fuel usage?
Well, we got through to about hour 35, I think. But I think the guys put about 119.5 litres in, so it had nothing left when we brought it in. So it can do the 1.5 hour, but pushing hard to do more than that.
Overarching thoughts for you on round 2 here? I mean, you've been on double duty today as well. Firstly, we haven't had the chance to talk to you, so close to a podium in the 1 hour.
Yes, I seem to have a habit of leading quite a bit of the race and then going backwards. So sadly, the front left drive shaft broke with 4 laps to go. Whether it broke when I had a braking moment behind Dennis or it broke on the grass trying to get back on the circuit, I don't know, but as you can imagine, one-wheel drive isn't that effective in the Hyundai. So I was just trying to get it finished, and then Dennis and I had a wee coming together in the very last corner here, and he got through, from 4th to 3rd. Fair enough. I mean, I was at 15 seconds a lap off the pace. I mean, it was a fair pass apart from the body scrapes.
Hey, final one. Well done to you and everyone involved, and specifically to the club, really. They've done a marvellous job here today. Everyone's enjoying themselves, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, South Canterbury Car Club, thank you guys. Beautiful track, beautifully groomed, and you played the weather card rather well. Thanks again.
Hey, newsflash, you got to do it all again next weekend, boss.
Home track.
There you go, guys.
Thanks, Rusty. Thanks. Good to hear that that Scott's enjoyed himself. Yeah, real shame about that broken drive shaft, obviously, in the 1 hour, but he's definitely played the cards right for this race and handed the car over nicely to Mr. Dippy. So good to see.
Okay, just while Greg was talking to us there, we've got the 777 Mustang has made its way up to 3rd place with the 991 car of Martin Dippy, Hayden Padden dropping back to 4th. So they're 3 laps down on the lead GTR, which just crosses the line now after 104 laps.
So without wanting to put the mockers on it, Brendan, what's the lap record for, or what's the laps record for the 3-hour race here at Timaru?
I think it was 168.
168. So we're an hour and 40 into it. We've at 100. So we're going to once again we could be on for
they're doing roughly 1 minute laps.
So yeah, so we could be on for a very, very close cut of possibly a new lap distance record again, isn't it?
We'll see how that Mr. Safety Car, just see if Roger Carter keeps the lovely Mobil 1 GTR parked up there at the end of pit lane rather than getting it out for a lap or two.
I'm pretty sure we don't want to be using any more fuel than what we have to in that safety car. So
well, that's right. Motorsport's got to be green, doesn't it, Elton?
Absolutely. We need to play our part as much as we can.
Oh, so we've got the kitchen car coming through again, 76, possibly for an unscheduled pit stop. They were running first in class, 14th overall, the Andrew Will kitchen car. So 168 laps is the race record at the moment. 3-hour endurance was set by Neil Foster, Johnny Reid in the Audi R8, October 2019.
So we got 70 minutes left with sitting on a roughly a minute a lap. So that's 70 laps. So it's going to be close, isn't it?
And the lap record is a 58.038. So we've still got a wee way to go to get there. That's also that's Johnny Reid, Neil Foster, Audi R8 in October last year.
I think from that year it was a little bit overcast, I think, from memory that year, which suits those Audis and the turbocharger.
Yeah, so like Paul was saying, the circuit here, once it gets sunny, the times do drop off in all classes. Once the circuit gets a bit of heat in it, you quite often find here at our normal race meetings the lap times in the mornings are faster than the lap times in the afternoons, just when the heat gets into the circuit.
Yeah.
So when it does get overcast, it is easier on the tyres, and as you mentioned, when you do have the, particularly when you've got turbo cars, they do like the cold dense air as well, so make a few more horses going down the back straight.
Absolutely. And
car 24's got the naughty flag out. So that's Don McIntyre, Rob Williams in the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car.
So it's the meatball flag. They've obviously got something hanging off the car.
Yeah.
There's some sort of mechanical issue that's been noted.
So whether it's losing fluid or got a bit of a body panel that's come adrift.
Just trying to see where those guys are at the moment. Oh, they're in the pits now already, so they've obviously, they know what the issue is. They're fixing it. Looks like something definitely on that left rear corner. Looks like the roller tape's out, so so maybe the rear bumper's starting to hang off.
Get the duct tape out and tidy it all up, throw it back together.
Absolutely.
A few cable if you can't fix it with duct tape or cable ties, you're probably going to need a professional.
Definitely that 100 mile an hour tape is the most successful bit of a race toolbox ever, isn't it?
Yeah. But you know you can get metal reusable cable ties. They're really, you can do exhaust with them. They're really handy.
So I suppose one car we haven't spoken about for a while is actually the Dippy car, Dippy Paddon car, and it's out there, it's circulating, it's doing some good consistent lap times. Yet to pit, I think. So it must mean that Hayden's still out there.
So it was running third for a while. We've now had the 777 Mustang pass them. Now the Dippy Paddon car's running fourth, 991, 3 laps off the leader. Yeah. They got 2 laps on the car behind them, which is the 888 car of Steve Brooks and Jack Milligan.
So it's just it's one of those reliable cars. You know, they were using it this morning in the 1 hour. They've chucked a bit of fuel in it, new set of tyres, and they've thrown it out again for the 3 hours. So it just shows you that reliability and the engineering that those Porsches have got, isn't it?
Factory built race car, a lot of development over a lot of years old. We've got the kitchen car back through the pits once again, car 76. They were leading Class A. They've now dropped back to second. Class A currently led by the 171 Toyota Altezza of the Moore family. So kitchen car back out on the track. Cool. Okay, the GTR crosses the line, lap 109.
Guys, I hope you don't mind me diving in here. I've got another chat, and it's a very wild one too, because Hayden Paddon's been good enough to join us. Firstly, how was the stint?
Yeah, it was a bit of fun out there, just circulating. We're in a bit of no man's land with a bit of a gap in front and a bit of a gap behind, but hey, anytime you've got a steering wheel on and in front of you and the sun's out, you can't ask for any more.
You've joked in the past about tarmac maybe not being the complete forte. This has been really good, hasn't it?
I don't mind tarmac. It's a bit of a myth when we're overseas about that, but you know, since being back in New Zealand the last couple of years, we've spent a bit of time at Highlands and you know, been doing a lot more circuit stuff. Yeah, really enjoying it, and it's good for my you know, my driver set for when we go back to rallying and gravel as well.
Let's talk about that, because some fantastic news overnight that I know you've been probably eagerly anticipating and actively involved in. How good for New Zealand and for your favourite sport?
Oh, it's awesome, especially after we lost Rally New Zealand when it was coming back last year due to COVID, and you know, it was 7 years of hard work by many people to get it back last year, and then for it to disappear like that was pretty gut-wrenching. So to have another chance with it next year, I think is just a huge testament to the amount of work that's gone on, and I think it'll be one of the biggest sporting events in New Zealand next year, and hopefully, you know, the COVID stuff sort of hopefully clears its head a little bit over the next 12 months and we can actually host that rally.
And finally, before we let you go, you're off to play next weekend too, aren't you?
Yeah, we're looking forward to the debut of the EV rally car next weekend down at Waimate, actually, Waimate 50, both Saturday, Sunday. So pretty excited about what they can do. We've got a special little sound generator on it, shall we say, so it should be quite loud.
Hey, well done. As you did at Highlands, mate, super effort behind the wheel. You know, we're enjoying having you on this tarmac and circuit racing stuff, and we'd love to see you do more of it when it fits the schedule.
Yeah, no, loving it too, so thanks so much.
Hayden Paddon there, guys.
Thanks, team. Good to hear from local South Cantabrian. We like to claim him, Hayden Paddon. Currently residing, of course, down in Cromwell. Just had the 76 car, the Kitchen Civic, go past us, so it is good to see it circulating once again. Currently got the leaders just in front of them. Completed 111 laps.
Just looking over the back straight there, we've got the 171 and the Altezza there is just crawling.
Can I dive in with a couple little updates there too, guys? We understand that the 24 is getting a mechanical black flag for that loose rear bumper. You may have updated that already. And some suggestion that the Kitchen Civic maybe having an issue of some kind stuck in the pit limiter by the sounds of it.
That's great, great update, Rusty. Thanks for that. We saw the kitchen car coming for a second stop, but so just going back to the 171 car.
Yeah, the Moore's Altezza that we were commenting a little bit earlier on was leading Class A. Now it's going very slowly down the back straight on the outside of the circuit on the grass. Don't know whether they're trying to limp it back to the pits. As I mentioned earlier, they did have a fuel leak in it at Highlands last weekend. One of the cars followed and said, "Oh, it's awesome to see the turbo flames popping out the back of your Altezza," and they're like, "Yeah, it's not turbocharged, mate. There's obviously something there we have to have a look at." But slowly circulating. Hopefully they can get it back to the pits and we don't have a safety car.
It does look like they've picked the pace up a little bit, so possibly it's not a serious issue, which is good to see.
They did have clutch issues with it last weekend as well, so possibly having another driveline problem. Is that little 275, the wee Renault rolls off another lap. Was running last earlier on in the race, but now up to 15th, just keeping circulating, keeping out of trouble. Currently 24 laps behind the race leaders, which have completed 112 laps. The Lees Alexander GTR. Is it car 47, the White Horse Motors car, which has had a number of stops in pit lane, has been parked up for the day. It's unfortunate for our Waimate friends.
Real shame, because it's like you said, it was a well presented car, but just those little electrical gremlins at the start of the race, and it's just sort of continued from there really, without too much success. So, yeah, real shame that those guys are not there.
And Rusty mentioned earlier that it may have had a little nudge from the McLaren at some stage as well, which is why the McLaren's out.
They have incidentally wheeled that McLaren all the way back out into the paddock, so it's back over towards the transporter, and some pretty long faces there, understandably, given how strong that car was, and no more so than I feel for Damon Leach. He was absolutely gutted. I'm hearing stories from the lane guys that after the contact and whatever broke, I'm not sure what broke in the rear end, I haven't been able to get clarity on that for you, but it came in to pit lane quite skewed, quite sideways, so yeah.
Possibly just a tie rod on the end, just lost control of that, and obviously it's just flopping around like a bit of a.
You know Damon pretty well. Rare that he doesn't want to talk, and I mean his face said it all, mate. He'd barely been in it, for very long, and then this happened. So you're just gutted for him.
No, I caught up with his mum early this morning while they were out, and she was saying that Damo was just absolutely buzzing to be back out on the track competing again, and was really, really looking forward to it. So
do you see? Look at the flag that's up there, boys.
Drive through for car 28.
Drive through for the leader, car 28. I wonder what mischief they've been into.
Ooh. See if we can't clarify that for you. Okay, it passed the 912 going down the back straight under yellows. That's the allegation. The allegation is it passed second place, the O'Donnell Dippy Porsche, under yellow. So drive-through penalty is the net result. That's through from race control.
Okay, so we did have a yellow flag recently when we had a car going slowly down the back straight.
Sounds like it would have been, yeah, that would have been the only opportunity in the recent few minutes.
Yeah. So we'll have to see whether that has an impact on the race. So they were nearly 2 laps up, so they've got a lap in hand. As we mentioned earlier on, it's quite good to have a lap in the bank in endurance racing.
Yeah, well, luckily they had 2, didn't they?
They had 2.
So it's kind of like a cat with 9 lives. They've got 1 left now.
And although, as we mentioned, Lees is the slightly slower driver of the pairing, so they do have the faster driver in the car at the moment. Just waiting for them to serve their drive-through penalty.
It's kind of one of those oxymorons when you say something like that, when he's the slower of the 2, yet he's still not getting.
Yeah, they're both doing 59s, but yeah.
It's really a strange play of words. That.
The clarity from race control too was that yellow flag that you were alluding to was for that car that was going slow along the edge of the back straight. So they say it was displayed, and therefore they're taking action.
Here they come now, just rolling down the pit lane. Tom needs to keep an eye on that pit limiter's working.
One of the Wolfbrook Porsches has come in as well.
Yeah,
And
definitely no sense of urgency on that. So I'd say the way the guys are and the body language, it's a terminal retirement, I think.
It's a bit unfortunate. Might be just, time to get out the liquid refreshments for that team.
Yeah, definitely that way that door got slammed. It wasn't a happy shut, was it?
Do we have a helmet throw? Because I do like the helmet throw. Looks very good for camera.
No, we definitely haven't seen one of those loungy moments in a while.
Yeah.
that's to clarify too. That's the 88 car. They do run two cars in this event. So the Wolfbrook properties. That's the 88 car that's in the lane. The other one in the hands of Steve Brooks and Jack Milligan is still out there.
I think my favourite helmet throw is probably Carlos Sainz through the back window of the WRC Corolla when it went out of the Super Special, the last rally of the World Championship, and it cost him the championship.
Yep.
If you could speak Spanish, it probably wasn't good language then, I would imagine.
But, no, luckily we haven't seen any of those moments, so that's good. But like we say, yeah, there'll be definitely a few cans popped tonight to commiserate that.
Hearing safety car on circuit here at Levels, and that is for a slow car that has stopped on the circuit.
So it's definitely around the back part of the circuit.
We haven't seen the 171 more Altezza come back into the pits, so we do wonder if it's stranded at the top part of the circuit, which is unsighted from the control tower.
So nice job. The Mobil 1 Nissan safety car picks up the Nissan GTR, the Black Bull Markets entry.
And picking up that lead is going to make things a lot easier for race control upstairs, which is great.
Get it settled, get it sorted.
Yep, and get everything back under control and get that response out to that stranded car, wherever that may be, which I'm assuming is going to be sort of the turn 5, turn 6 area. There it is.
So Roger Carter driving the Mobil 1 pace car today. Yeah, we can see the 171 Altezza is slowly making its way back to the pits under its own steam, so we're wondering if there's another vehicle unsighted around the top part of the circuit. So the rest of the field just slowly bunching up now behind the Mobil 1 safety car. Got the 777 Mustang just going past us now. The Collins Ross Mustang currently in third place, 2 laps down on the leaders. And they are 1 lap ahead of the Dippy Paddon 991 numbered Porsche. Okay, safety car just coming down the front straight now.
So I think we're going, just listening to race control now, we're going to be having a few laps under the safety car here while they recover this car. Yeah, I think it's that it is that Altezza, and I think they've been asked to stop on the circuit where they are. So there's obviously some concern of that they may be dropping fluid or something.
Flatbed is on its way over there. Had a word coming back to our position in the commentary box here with 56 minutes remaining in this race to Ryan Wood. Just a bit of a debrief, bit of time to think about his success, winning the second 1 hour race here today and the second in a row for him in this championship. He's had a mighty start, 2 from 2. By and large, very, very happy with things. Felt like he could have done a better job in qualifying, but that's only because there was a bit of traffic, and you boys have covered that extensively today, how difficult it is to often get that clear space to find that right spot. But by and large, very, very pleased with the outing here again, and he's continued to show the talent that we know that he's got, and very much looking forward to the rounds to come.
Yeah, he's definitely an impressive young driver. He's got skills there, and hopefully he gets the commercial support behind it. We were talking about earlier about possibly having some tests in Australia. So yeah, hopefully he can get that commercial support and the whole network around him to get him to that next level.
And he's doing some good things, as we covered before, outside the car to polish that little bit of stuff, to chase that stuff and to understand that side of the business, which is so vitally important and such a significant part of what's required of a professional driver. And that's what he's got his eyes firmly fixed on, is trying to be that professional racer.
Very hard for a lot of the younger people in New Zealand. We are lucky that we do have a lot of talent, but to make that next step above national level motorsport, they do have to have the money behind them.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big mission, isn't it? Really, really big mission. And we've seen that over time with different consortiums getting together and groups of people that have been able to get behind drivers and so on, and that is to be greatly admired in this country too. Some of the things
people bought shares in Scott Dixon, and they've probably got a good return on their investment.
And we know now that some of these scholarships and things that even Tony Quinn has put his name to in more recent time. I mean, they're great things for our industry and for our young racers.
Absolutely, and it just gives those guys that leg up, that step, and to wave the flag above the parapet. And there's so many young talented kids out there, and to give them that leg up to get and understand, and will get their name in lights for a second. It's great. And you complement that with what we do with the Elite Academy and stuff. It's a great program that can dovetail, and the Elite Academy, the Tony Quinns, the Toyota Foundation, the Kiwi Driver Fund, all of that sort of stuff. It really works well.
Hey, speaking of the Academy, got a former graduate that's just walked in. Should we have a quick word to him?
We got a winner.
We got a winner. That's right. Ronan Murphy, nice to catch up.
Yeah, no, good to be here, Rusty. Good to watch some quality racing down here in the South Island today.
So you've been, as we talked about, at Highlands in the more recent past, based in Christchurch. So you clearly were tempted away very easily today, weren't you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Had the choice of either staying at uni or coming and watching some racing, and nothing can keep me away from the track. So
good job. And you've caught up with. We've just been talking about Ryan Wood and others. You've been catching up with some colleagues and mates in the pit lane.
Yeah. It's always good to see the boys and see how they're all doing. And everyone's been doing a really good job today. Woody obviously did a great job there in the 1 hour, and it's good to see my mate Tom and Ant Lee's out there leading the race. So it's cool. Really
Well done. Hey, summer beckons. We need calendars and conditions and everything to be right. But just give us a sense of your program, if you can talk about it. What's coming up for you?
Yeah, so at this stage we'll be looking to do the 86 Championship again, but obviously that's going to be very, very much COVID dependent. Obviously, unfortunately, a lot of the cars are stuck up in Auckland, so and the teams and all the personnel, so and some of the drivers. So unfortunately, we're all sort of. Feel very fortunate to at least be down here in the South Island where it's COVID free, and obviously can still come and watch some racing. But for our season to go ahead, it's going to be very dependent on how the COVID situation plays out. So, for now it's all good. Just keep training and focusing away, and putting the campaign together. But can't wait till the day that we can actually get back in the cars.
No pressure from the old boy in relation to university. Does he leave you alone there?
Oh yeah, I haven't really been talking to him much, to be honest. He only calls me or texts me when he wants something. So he always says it's the other way around. But it's starting to find that it's days are starting to change.
Always good to catch up with you, mate. Well done. Thank you very much. And speaks super well, doesn't he? What a great endorsement, Elton, for what we were just talking about in terms of the academy.
Absolutely, it's that training that the guys get and how to conduct themselves and how to portray themselves great. But just looking in the pit lane here, the 171 Altez is back in the pits now, so I would like to think that we're going to have the safety car lights off at the end of this lap as they go around through turn 5 and coming back into the Titan Twisties here. So we should be back on racing in a second.
So 51 minutes to go, 120 laps completed so far by our leaders. Lees and Alexander, of course, they would have had 121 laps if they hadn't had that drive-through penalty.
Hasn't that car been a jet today? And Anthony, when we caught up with him, speaking so positively about it, even that little...
Sorry, just to jump in there, Rusty, safety car lights are out and we're about to get going again. Anthony's got the control, or Tom's got the control.
Here we go. Set for a restart at Levels. Nissan GTR will control the field. The Dippy Paddon Porsche in behind there may unleash that machine once again. Here we go.
It's always nerve-wracking, that restart, isn't it? It's that old saying, safety car breeds safety car. Well, touch wood, we've got through okay at the moment.
Oh, that's only at Bathurst. We're all right here, Elton. But there was a lot of slower cars mixed in with the grid there off the line, but looks like they've come out of it unscathed. Business as usual with the Nissan GTR of Lees Alexander pulling away from the rest of the field.
Threes and fours abreast going down that back straight. It's always nerve-wracking to watch, isn't it?
It's not very wide compared to some of the other circuits. Especially exciting when you see the super trucks trying to go 3 abreast down there. That doesn't work very well.
No, I've never. This is the second time I've been here. Last was here, I was like 10. So.
Already several car lengths that Tom's been able to stretch out from the Scott O'Donnell, Alan Dippy Porsche in second in the queue here. Second on the results page. And Collins and Ross holding down the top three in that magnificent Mustang, the 777.
So leader comes through to reel off another one. Doing it easy at the moment is the Black Ball Markets GTR. Still Tom Alexander does a fastest lap that time through, 59.6. So as the fuel burn's coming off, Rusty, the time's coming down. Still a long way off the lap record.
So seeing Anthony, Tom's there, pulled at least sort of a 5 or 6 second gap already on that.
Amazing.
On the O'Donnell car.
Paul was just covering off the new benchmark too, a 59.644 from Tom Alexander.
What happened?
And considering really this is only the first race that Tom's done in the car, and he's only done a handful of laps at Ruapuna. So once again, it just shows the talent of him. And Tom's another one of those Elite Academy graduates that have come through the system, and just like we said, just falling short every time of making that breakthrough into the big world.
But a great human being and a great operator, and we've seen the way that he's in a mentoring sense for Anthony throughout the North Island Championship with that Audi. They did a super job there, but clearly this is a step up, and it's created an opportunity for Tom as well, which is great.
Exactly, and Tom's had a good mentor himself in the young Kenny Smith to give him an idea of where he should be going, and Tom's taking that knowledge that he picked up from Kenny and helping with Anthony.
Absolutely. Brad, come on over. We've got a special... Hey? We've got a special guest. What did you say? Did I say Brad? Sorry, beg your pardon. Coming into the commentary box. Just give us a sense of what's happened to the Wolfbrook Porsche.
Oh, we got out there and changed drivers 80 minutes into it, and everything started out pretty well. Managed to hold off a couple of guys and get a feel for things for the day, and then all of a sudden I noticed that there was a bit of a noise coming from the motor. Something started changing, and then about the last 5 laps I slowly lost power, and to the point where the oil pressure light came on and I had to come in.
We could sense the frustration when you got out of the car. What we couldn't tell was there a little helmet throw, or didn't get quite that bad?
No toys thrown today. It's all part of racing, but a bit of a shame. Just wish the teammates, Jack and Steve, best of luck to keep going and see out the rest of the day.
Can you give us a report card on the 888? How is that car going? It seems like faultlessly so far.
Yep, going really well. I think he's sitting in 5th position, which is really good. I'd say he'll be able to hold it. He's had a bit more experience than the rest of us. So, looking forward to seeing him cross the checkered flag.
Quick turnaround for you guys, given what's happened today. Obviously, only 1 week, and we're off even further south.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get the 88 back on the road. And we haven't really had a faultless season so far, with 888 being out for the first couple. Now this happened to 88, so let's see what we get to next week.
You guys are to be congratulated. Big mission, looks super impressive. The transporter and everything. Gee, it's come together, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's a big thanks to our leader, Stephen Brooks. He's the man behind the dream, and he's the person who makes this all happen for us. So thank you to Steve as well.
Thanks for stopping by, and I know it's never good when we've got to do these interviews and clarify stuff that's gone wrong on a day like today.
No, not to worry. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's
all right.
Bill riding there from the Wolfbrook Motorsport team.
And they're stunning looking cars, aren't they? Well presented, and it looks good. It looks good. It's what we like to see.
In the meantime, guys, we've got a new lap record. Well, not a new lap record, but a new race.
58.
58.8 for Tom Alexander. He comes through again. See what he does this time.
Do you think him and Ryan Wood were having a challenge today to see if they could beat the lap records in their respective classes?
That would be the story, I would say. Second and third place cars come through, obviously a lap apart from one another.
Thank you.
Good to meet you, Bill. Yep.
So the Collins car seems to be catching up the O'Donnell car, is it, or have they just passed?
No, they're a lap down.
They're lap down, are they?
On the second place car. So sitting in third, but 2 laps behind the leader, 1 lap behind second place Scott O'Donnell. Fourth place at the moment is the Dippy Patton car, 3 laps back, and then it's the Brooks Milligan car, which is just talking about there with Bill, sitting there in 5th place. Looking down the list though, good to see that inside the top 10 we've got some locals there. McConaughey and Pike sitting in 8th, and Parmenter Brunton sitting in 9th. Then it's the Super Tourer rounding out the top 10, which is Barrett and Frew car. And still on the list, there sitting in 11th, is the Bill Riding Flanagan car. We're just talking with Bill up here, they're still sitting in 11th. So 43 minutes to go. Just see you looking back into the pits there, the Hilton Haulage team just unloading the Moore Motorsport Altezza off the back of the truck that caused that safety car just before. So we've had a few DNFs in the race. The White Horse Motors guys finally given up the ghost down there. They've parked it up. They've probably had about 10 trips through the pit lane with computer issues, and then a bit of a coming together with the McLaren too, by the sound of it.
Yeah, and that's a shame. You don't want to see anyone dropping out of a race, whether it's a sprint or an endurance race. But it's all the harder when it's an endurance race.
And I'm just thinking, if Damon Leach is being that hard on himself, whether he might have been the cause of that. He might have tried to do the quick crossover and collected the slower car.
Yeah, or possibly just been a little bit too keen to get down the inside of him. Maybe could have waited the next corner.
That's right.
But then Damon's a sensible driver, and he tends not to make mistakes. So it could just possibly be just one of those moments. But either way, it's a shame to have two cars out of the event.
Out of the running.
But it's good to see the kitchen car still going, still working around there.
Yeah, plenty of tape holding the bonnet down.
Absolutely.
Last thing you want is a bonnet to fling up on you when you're halfway down the back straight.
Yeah, but hopefully they're on for another win. They obviously won their class at Highlands. So touch wood, they'll be able to take that out again.
And they were only going to do that first round, so there was only going to be a 1-round thing.
The numbers keep looking impressive. So that best time that you've already highlighted, a 58.873, and last time by 58.996. So no troubles circulating at that pace.
He's definitely well seated in now, Tom Alexander. 58.03, I think, is the record. So he's still got a bit of work to do. He really needs to do close to a 58 flat to get that lap record, which he may have a go at. He was talking about it this morning. So starting to get to the point now where with a few cars dropping out, there's a bit more clear space out on the track there. The leader comes through to reel off another one, Tom Alexander, who's 2 laps ahead at this stage.
So another 59.9 for the leading Nissan GTR. So reasonably consistent in the lap times. Moore Maxley, car 79, they've just done their fastest lap of the race, a 104.8. Currently sitting in 6th place, 8 laps behind the leader.
And we just see the Mustang and the Porsche Scott O'Donnell going through Power & Co, having to slow down when they come across the wee Renault Clio. And they managed to clear it through Castrol.
So the Renault Clio currently up to 13th place now, 275, just circulating, keeping out of trouble so far, touching wood.
Touching wood. It's definitely great seeing that battle for between that Mustang and the Porsche with Alan Dippy in there, and I'm assuming Nick Ross now that they've done their pit stop with the Mustang, that Nick Ross is in there playing. Obviously, Nick Ross is pretty well known for his exploits with that Nissan Altima.
Yeah. Yeah, Nick's been here for a number of years now. We're going way back to the NZV8 days. He's been a long time campaigner there. Elton to be one of the guys that you guys at Motorsport New Zealand would like. He's always there. He's always doing something.
Yeah, and even further back than that, Formula Ford, he was a keen campaigner in that, and his family have been right in it, massively involved in the V8. His dad was very much an integral part of the team, and still is with the Total Concepts team that they run out of Cambridge.
So the Barrett Frew 81 Falcon that has had a couple of slow moments on the circuit, still circulating, currently 10th place. They are 1 lap behind the 9th place, the local car of Jared Parmenter, Andrew Brunton, car 20, the Brunton Plumbing RX-8.
Leader comes through again. He's got lots of clear air in front of him this time, Tom Alexander. He's just had to clear a couple of the slower cars last lap. So we'll keep an eye on him now. He's got some clear air in front. He might think this is a good chance to...
Sounds like there's a little bit of an issue down in sort of turn 5-6. The race radio just come on and just said there's a bit of a caution down there. So I'm not sure exactly what it is, but we won't see any quick laps over the next couple.
Keep an eye on that, 5 and 6.
And we're just about to have safety car go. Safety car's been put on standby, so...
Right, so perhaps might be some debris on the track, might be the only thing I could think of.
Yeah.
Or fluid. Have we had any engine issues in the last lap or two?
No, but we do have a slow-moving car just coming through.
Oh, yes, it's the Falcon that we were just talking about, the old commentator's curse, Elton.
Yeah, and we've got the safety car out. Safety car's just been sent out, so they'll be tucking out as soon as it can.
Yeah, yes.
So that's the 81 Barrett Frew Falcon Super Tourer, just going a bit slow.
Yep.
I wonder if it's another car, because we see Mr. Tupai there in the truck heading off down the back. Mr. Tupai, of course, as he's known as throughout Motorsport New Zealand. You'd probably met him before, Eldon. He got Volunteer of the Year, I think, a couple of years ago.
In 2016, he got Volunteer of the Year.
Right,
It's
yeah.
the first year I met him down in Wellington. We're up in Wellington, aren't we?
Yeah.
From here.
And do you know why he's got the Mr. Tupai number plate?
No, please.
Because the number 6 Pi one wasn't available.
No, that's good. I mean, meeting Tupai, I met him again at the Rally Otago in South Canterbury again.
He gets around, doesn't he?
He gets around, and it really epitomises the volunteers that we've got in the sport now, where they do and what they do, and the time and effort that they put into helping us actually have sport and enjoy what we enjoy.
Throughout Motorsport New Zealand, how many volunteers would you have?
It's actually funny you ask that. We're in the process of actually trying to get a real good understanding of it. We've got around about 400 what we call licensed volunteers, so the likes of your clerks of the courses and your CROs and stewards. But we're trying to get a bit of a handle of it. We estimate it's going to be sort of in the region of around 1,500 to 2,000 sort of unregistered volunteers around the country.
Right.
And that's a massive amount of people that are out every weekend, letting us get out there and put
like
motorsport events on. And
it's a beautiful day out there today, but we've been here on some really crap days.
I've been here snowing, and snowing wasn't very pleasant being outside helping, I can tell you.
I was here for Rally South Canterbury, and although it wasn't snowing, but she was
cold.
Brass monkeys. And and seeing some of those guys out in the forestry and doing those block marshals and starts and finish controls, and you really got to take your hats off to them. And it's those guys that actually make our sport tick.
So under safety car, we've got Kitching coming into the pit lane as well. So maybe just a bit of a splash and dash for them guys. With how long remaining, Brendan?
So 35 minutes to go. 135 laps completed for our leader, the Lees Alexander car. They've got a 1 lap lead over the 912 O'Donnell Dippy car, and they have a 1 lap lead over Dippy
that's
Paddon.
the 777 Mustang under tow. So that's bad luck for the Collins team as we see that being towed around the corner. Mr. Tupai's there.
Oh, they were up to third place.
Yes, from third place. So that's bad luck there for the Collins team. Nick Ross behind the wheel at the present. And I doubt whether they would have run out of fuel. So we'll have to find out that one. That's another big one off the podium there, I would imagine.
possibly they still haven't got rid of those mechanical gremlins that they picked up, and to be honest, they had those issues in North Island series as well, and they just couldn't get on top of them. And the way they were running at Highlands was looking so positive, and then they had the gearbox issue.
Yeah. And it is a relatively new car to that team, though. They've only had it for probably about a year, so they haven't really done much.
This is their second season with it, so it is. They're still learning it. Like I say, they spend a lot of time with Angus Fogg and a few very experienced engineers, just trying to make things a little bit simpler and less complicated. And it's worked, and there's pace come out of it, but it's actually now components that are causing their issues.
Yeah. We were talking to the engine builder, weren't we, Brendan, this morning, about when he went to fit one of the new motors and had a slightly longer nut on the bottom of the
sump.
On the sump, and he got the thing all the way in there, and then it was only about a mil he needed to get the motor to actually fit, and then obviously wouldn't fit, so he had to pull it out again. So down to millimetres when it comes to all those special little things you don't think about.
Yeah, and it's when you get to those purpose-built race cars, it does come down to that. When you've got the likes of your RX8s and your Civics and stuff that are converted from your road car, and you progress them over the years, you can get away with it. But when you're building it right from scratch, everything's got to be spot on, and that's the quality of the work that you get out of these professional shops like Mark Cars and Pace, right up to Porsche and those guys, and it's just that minute attention to detail makes a massive difference.
So I think this lap round we'll see the lights go out on the safety car, and once again we'll be racing. So the field's slowly depleting. We must be down to a dozen odd cars now. As we see the kitchen car come back through, he's trying to catch up to the tail of the safety car. And
So car 76 Kitchen, so they're currently running in 11th place, leading Class A. They were the Class A winners at Highlands, as we mentioned.
So safety car just about to come into the hairpin, so it shouldn't be too far away from seeing those lights go out again. In fact, they're off now.
Okay, so yep, the lights are out, and see if we can get into the pit lane before the leaders pass. So everything's now with Tom again. Let's see if Tom can make that breakaway.
So hoping for another clean start once again.
Yeah, luckily he's got a couple of cars between him and the O'Donnell car, even though there's a lap ahead.
On the trigger.
Look at that perfect restart.
Down into Power and Co. They've got the green lights. Patton ducks up the inside of the wee Civic there, the Phillips Civic. Makes short work of that. Dippy makes short work of the Macassey TCR. And the leader heads down the back straight again, so he's got clean air in front of him now from Tom for probably the next few laps.
So now's actually Tom's good opportunity. The car's cooled down, the tyres have settled down. We actually could see that 58 come out again, do you reckon?
Well, it was after one of the restarts recently. He was only about 2 laps in when he lit up the board with a purple time, which is fastest of the day.
Yeah, he's got clear track. He's low fuel, as you say. It just cooled the engine off a bit. We'll see what his next lap's like. This one won't be any good. He's coming through now to start a hot lap. Down into Power and Co he goes. The thing just sits so nicely. Oh, he just overshot himself a bit there and just had to stay on the brakes a wee bit longer than probably what he would have liked.
Yeah, that lap was just a leisurely minute, Paul, so that was quite slow, really, compared to the mortals out there.
Yeah. Still, the car just sounds so nice and smooth through the gear changes. It's not overly loud or anything flashy sound-wise, but she looks $1 million. In fact, when you seen it this morning, Brendan, you're a big Nissan fan, and you wouldn't say anything. You were like a kid looking at Father Christmas and then disappeared off the toilet for 3 odd minutes. So I know what you think of Nissans.
It's very impressive looking piece of kit. Don't think we've had a GTR at Levels before racing in the 3-hour field. It was interesting to have a look at something different.
Yeah. And we just tick over the 30-minute mark now. So we're
59.1 that time for Tom.
That final half hour.
Final half hour. So that was a second quicker for Tom Alexander in the leading number 28 Nissan GTR that we were talking about. So his target is a 58.0 if he would like to have the outright lap record for the 3-hour field. So with the couple of safety cars, we're probably not going to see our 168 lap record to go today.
Not now. It was looking good earlier on.
Was looking good. So then we've got the number 81 Falcon rolling through the pits again, the Barrett Frew car, which must be getting up there to have the pit lane record today. Probably that in car 47.
I would say so. Here goes Tom once again to come across the line. What does he do? 58.9. So he's definitely trying.
So 58.873 is his fastest. That was a 58.903.
Yeah, just looking outside now, that cloud cover we spoke of earlier in the day, it's actually starting to come in now. So we might get a little bit of a drop in the track temperature in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes, which could actually play into Tom's favour if he's still going to go for that lap record.
Just that nice wee cool easterly breeze blowing across the track.
What are we? We're what 10 k's from the seafront from here?
Probably less than 10 k's.
All of that, yeah.
Yep.
Like from here to State Highway 1, probably a similar distance from State Highway 1 to the coast.
Yeah.
I would say so.
So no, it's a great setting here. You've got the sea on one side and the snowy capped mountains on the other.
Yep, it's looking good at the moment. Howard's obviously been busy the last week on the mower.
Yep, definitely, like Rusty mentioned, very, very well presented when he had that interview with Scott earlier. Well presented, and it's just great being down here the last 2 weeks for these rounds. Highlands, as always, impeccable. Timaru, like you say, Howard has done a great job here, and Karen as well with the way they've organised it. We're off to Teretonga next week, and I'm pretty sure Norma and Noel Atley and the guys down there will put on such a great venue again. So it's great to be down in the south.
Hospitality.
Absolutely, it's always good to come down to this part of the world.
You might get the local Southlanders down there. They normally bring a house in on the back of a truck to park in the paddock to.
It's actually funny you mentioned that. I was talking to Rusty on the way down here today, and I remember the first time I came here, and there was I was running around, and I looked up onto Castrol, and there was a curtain-sided truck wide open with a set of pallets set up like a grandstand in there, and it was the first time I'd seen it, and it was
That's happened here for a number of years. Around Castrol,
yep.
On the super truck meeting, you'll get 4 or 5 curtain-siders over there stacked full of pallets.
Teretonga, it used to be stock crates. People standing in the stock crates watching the motor racing.
Yeah.
Oh, we have had a spa pool on the bank here one year.
Yeah.
Someone that was really roughing it while they're out watching their motorsport.
Spa pools are actually quite common. I do remember seeing one at Nürburgring one year, parked up, and they were sitting in there. So it was
Motorsport New Zealand this year that we had the spa pool here. We had a spa pool incident in the fact that we had an Austin Powers impersonator that was keeping the crowd detained during lunchtime, and he ended up actually in the spa pool. He got thrown in there by a few of the guys that were in the spa pool, and it dislocated his shoulder. He come back up here very sore, very wet, and there was no Austin Powers teeth in. He lost his teeth. So all these things sort of do go on.
And as we cap off that, we've just had Tom head past back on the back straight. Just done another 59, I think, just looking at the time. So he's just settled down a little bit now. But once again, he's got almost the full length of the back. Well, he has got the full length of the back straight over the O'Donnell Dippy car, plus a lap in hand as well. So he's got a chance to back off and cool things down again if he really wants to.
So just over 25 minutes left to go. 143 laps completed so far.
Yeah, we won't get near that lap record today, I wouldn't imagine. 168 laps is the overall laps completed record.
So we'll have to come back next year and have another crack.
We'll be close.
Just see if anything happens in the last half hour. Be listening for those little rattles. Can they smell fuel? Can I smell oil?
How thin are my tyres?
That's right. Can my tyres get me to the end?
Have I got enough left in the brake pads?
How far behind am I from the car in front? Can I make an impression on it?
That's the thing, and it must be a bit of a mental thing too. If you know you're 2 laps behind and you're trying to keep the car going as fast as you can, but you still know you're 2 laps behind mentally, it must be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, well, it's so Alan Z, he's 2 laps behind Tom, but he's another two laps ahead of Martin. So it's just a matter of, okay, well, as long as those guys don't pick up anymore, and as long as we'll just keep the pace we're going, and it's just a matter of now condensing everything and settling down and bringing it home. That's really the big thing at this stage of the race, with those sort of gaps between the cars.
Especially getting down to the nitty-gritty, getting down the side 20-odd minutes. He'll go close, will he?
Yeah.
So we've got a younger mind here in front of us that's at university, Ronan, just helping us out there. He thinks if Tom can keep pumping out the 1 minute laps, under 1 minute laps, he might be able to give the race record a nudge.
So it's definitely going to be a close run affair on that. But it's great to see these cars out. You've got, like we say, we've got the GTR, we've got the Porsches. We've got all that plethora of TCR cars out there. You've got the Mustang, which unfortunately is back in the pits at the moment. Then you've got those Clios and the Civics. Just such a variety that, just like we talked about before, really shows the depth of the cars that we have in New Zealand.
That's right.
And when you look over the day, Alton, it shows you how popular the endurance racing format is, where they've actually had to put on a second 1 hour field this year just because of the number of people wanting to enter.
Absolutely, and the North Island took a slightly different tact on it, and they introduced, they still had the 1 hour, but they introduced a 2 hour race, but they set a fastest lap time, so it allowed those guys who wanted to do that little bit longer race but not have to worry about looking in the mirrors the whole time for those really faster cars, and that's worked really well as well. So 2 different approaches in the 2 different islands, it's yielded a really good result, and like you say, having 25, 30 odd cars in both 1 hour races over the course of these 2 weekends has been absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, Ronan's getting a bit concerned now. The times have dropped off to a 1:01 now for Tony Alexander. Might have had did he have some traffic? Potentially running past the TCR car. Those times have dropped back, as we were hoping for a very low 58. At the moment doing 1:01s. Second place, the O'Donnell Dippy car doing 1:03s. Dippy Padden car doing 1:03s. Brooks Milligan 888 car doing 1:07s. Moore Mackensley doing 1:05s.
It'd be interesting to keep an eye on that time for the GTR and just see whether it was a one-off or whether they're backing off a little bit.
Well, back to a 59.3. More excitement.
Minor glitch.
Yes, and as we mentioned earlier, it has come out overcast here, so it does slightly lower the circuit temperature, which does help fast times. And these cars, of course, now getting to the end of their fuel burn after their pit stop at halfway, so they'll be running less weight. But with a 1 lap lead, there is no need for anything silly to happen from the lead vehicle.
So we've just had a quick update from the pit lane, and we're just hearing that the Brooks Milligan car is going to have to come in and do a bit of a splash and dash. So that's why things are a little bit feisty out there, and it's also just come over race radio that the safety car's on standby. So there's obviously something else happening out there.
So okay, currently the Brooks Milligan 888 car does have a 4-lap lead over the car in the next position. So a splash and dash shouldn't hurt them too much as long as nothing goes wrong.
In a different class.
Yeah, well, obviously they got the good pit stop earlier, so hopefully they can carry on that good luck.
And if the safety car is poised, if they to put under safety car, obviously that will have a play on the results.
So we'll see. They're just heading down the back straight now into Jack Jones. So, but they actually do look like they're actually backed off a little bit. So possibly they are running that tight on fuel.
Just trying to nurse it back to the pits, doing the old wiggle, making sure the pickup gets that last little drop in the bottom of the tank.
And we'll see we're back to a 101 again.
Yeah.
So the Tony Alexander Lee's GTR back to 101s.
There's definitely a...
oh no, back to 59.
Yeah.
They're just teasing us.
Just teasing us, back to a 59.6. So 150 laps completed. We have 18 and a half minutes left to go to our 3-hour time is up.
And looking outside, there's definitely a change in temperature. The cloud covers come in, so that track temperature is going to drop away very, very quickly. And that's actually going to fall into the hands of that GTR. Just that change in air temperature will help that turbo work a little bit better.
Indeed, yeah. So getting on to 11 past 4 local time, which I think is 11 past 4 in Te Anau at the moment. Is it daylight savings? They're going to keep the daylight savings time, aren't they? And we're not.
When it comes to winter.
Yeah, when it comes to winter. I don't know how that sort of works out. I would have thought that would have had to have been set nationally, but thumbs up, Te Anau. Well done. I do like the extra hour of light at the end of the day.
It's a bit like the Queensland thing, isn't it? They went off on their own tangent.
Yeah. Be quite interesting. So shattered clutch, we're here for the 777 Mustang. Very unfortunate for those guys. Still 9th place as far as the results go, based on the number of laps completed. But currently 21 laps behind the lead Lee's Alexander car, which did a 1 minute .06 that time round. So just hovering around the high 59, low 1 minute mark. And we just heard that the 171 More Altezza, which is currently sitting 16th but hasn't competed laps for a long time, it shared the axle at the hub end. So that'd be an unusual incident for them, but that car has been running for a number of years. So it might have just been the end of life for that part.
So no safety car as yet. It's on standby, but nothing's come up on the board. So
Elton was threatening us with it before, but hasn't come out of the pit lane yet.
No, nothing's come again over race radio. So maybe the issue's been sorted.
Okay, another 59.9 for the Alexander GTR leading the field. Car 275, the wee Renault Clio just crossing line. Mackersley Good. Currently with 121 laps competed, best of a 115, currently doing 117s.
And here comes the Wilkesbrook car. Yep. The Wilkesbrook car's into the pit lane now. Just the guys are getting ready to do that fuel stop. No tyres, nothing else ready, so this should be pretty simple, clean.
And they do have a 3-lap lead over the car behind them in overall results.
Looking down at pit lane there's Kate Padden, obviously keeping an eye on what the guys are doing, making sure they're doing everything to the letter and keeping the Facebook up to date at the same time. And away
Thumbs
they
up,
go.
smiley face, Kate, for that one. Good pit stop for the Wolfsbrook Motorsport team.
Yeah, it was 20 seconds, so no huge loss for them in the grand scheme of things.
No, they had that buffer of a couple of laps up their sleeve, so yeah, definitely not a loss at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, just had the 76 kitchen car cross the line once again. Currently running 11th place, 27 laps behind the leaders, but definitely leading Class A.
Well, that's right, where they were at Highlands too, isn't it? 11th overall.
11th overall.
Yep.
Yeah. Very impressive for a father and son team who were doing it on a race-by-race basis.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic.
Although if they do well here, as B2 said, they'd go off to Teretonga for a look.
Yeah.
So hopefully they keep running for the remaining 2 rounds of the Endurance Championship.
Well, they'd be, if they get to Tiratonga, they'd be silly not to do a Rapuna. It's in their backyard, isn't it? Yeah. So they'll be up for as long as their run continues at Tiratonga, they'll be up for a class win.
Okay, just got the Brunton Parmenter car 20, the RX8 crossing the line. Where are they sitting at the moment? Currently seventh place for Jared Parmenter, Andrew Brunton, 19 laps behind the leaders.
That is very good, yeah.
So that's just an Mazda RX8 from the RX8 class, which runs in the South Island. Jared actually builds these cars on a production line, has a few customers lined up. The last I heard, he had 3 cars built, ready to go, and another 3 on the way. So he must be collecting up all the RX8 shells lying about the neighbourhood.
It's actually quite a popular little car to get converted, isn't it, between the North Island Mazda series plus what Jared's doing down here as well. There's just, the North Island series, I think there's about 35 cars that have been specifically built for that.
Well, I think that's something that at the moment you can pick up for a pretty reasonable price.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the stuff you used to run now you can't afford, they're too rare or too expensive.
Yeah.
But RX8s now, you can pick up one with a pretty tidy body and whatnot on it for just a few $1,000s.
Yeah, and getting them out of Japan as well as your next option is still relatively cheap and a good performing car even from a base.
Yeah.
And we've got a Rapid Performance in Timaru bringing in engines and gearboxes for them. You can buy crate engines for those cars still, so you can get a brand new motor to pop in it. Unfortunately, out of the production line, they did have a little bit of a design flaw. They don't like doing sort of more than 60 or 70,000 Ks, because my mum had one and got her heart broken when the engine packed up.
Just the timing.
But they're also very popular for engine transplants because they are a very good chassis, do have very good suspension in them out of the box, and as Brendan Cooney mentioned, you can pick up a rolling shell for very reasonable money if you want to build a fast race car out of it.
Which is why you see a few having V8s dropped into the front of them.
Yeah, well, and there you go again, LS, good power for not a lot of money, and reliability, so, you can build yourself something pretty good for not too much outlay.
Okay, 1 minute, 0.3 that time for the Alexander car, the lead car 28. Still a lap up on position 2, the O'Donnell Dippy car, with Dippy Padden in third, and the Brooks Milligan 888 car fourth. Did have the little splash and dash earlier, but luckily for them they did have a few laps up their sleeve. So had plenty of time to get in and out. 12 minutes left to go.
So really, it's been one of those races that's really been a Nissan race, hasn't it? The guys out there have really, once they got their nose in front of that McLaren, they've really sort of kept themselves tidy, run the race, sort of kept to their own plan, kept themselves out of trouble, and just when they've needed to, they've just put the foot down and just got that break, which is great, and it's just consolidated that lead over the course of what is now 2 and 3/4 hours.
Yeah, the only thing to discuss with the teacher afterwards would be their drive-through penalty for passing under a yellow flag, which luckily for them they did have 2 laps in hand at the time, so hasn't really affected the result of the race.
Absolutely, it'd definitely be interesting, and maybe Rusty can grab Tom's thoughts on it down in the pit lane of actually what happened there. Did he actually see it or did he miss it? Because it's quite easy when you're in the driving seat and you're overtaking someone to actually miss something like that, particularly if it's the first light up after the incident's happened. But then you take the next step down the podium and you look at the O'Donnell Dippy car. Once again, very, very consistent, no problems, kept their nose clean. They had that little bit of a battle early on, but just couldn't match the pace of that GTR.
Well, it's the old story with endurance races, isn't it? You never see a smashed up car that wins an endurance race. It's always the clean pair of heels and whatnot, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we just had a fastest lap from Tony Alexander, 58.469. So he does need to drop sort of nearly half a second before he can go for the outright lap record for the 3-hour class.
Yeah,
cloud cover here, so the track will be slowly cooling down.
Easier.
The only time I can really remember an endurance car sort of wrapped up that wasn't looking too good was probably the Volvo at the Wellington Street Race, and that was many, many years ago.
So we've just got the O'Donnell car come over the pit lane, or the start-finish line. A little bit of dust there, possibly just caught the curb on the inside with the 10-minute call coming through from race control, so it's into those final throws now. and just 8 or 10 laps left for the leaders.
So the 79 car in 5th position, Moore Mackersley, just done their fastest lap of the race, 1:04.59 for them.
That's a good lap.
Probably should make the point too that the 888 combo of Brooks and Jack Milligan. Jack Milligan took over that car a little while back now. The 888 entry has made its way to 4th. So although Bill Riding came up and spoke with us before and talked about some of the troubles they had with the sister entry, that's been a pretty good recovery, good result for those guys. Top 4 at the moment. They are a few laps behind the Martin Dippy Hayden Padden entry. So at this point, it would seem a podium might be out of reach, given we've got just under 9 minutes remaining in this one. So Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander, what a story. And lapping still in the 58s and 59s on the run home. Scott O'Donnell, good day at the office. Mixed emotions in some ways with what looked like a certain podium in the 1 hour. Slipping from his grasp right at the very end there, despite the fact that he never gave up. He never gave up in that Hyundai, did he?
No, and it was the same at Highlands. Although he thought he had that win at Highlands, didn't he? And the radio failure just cost him that. But definitely he kept going, and that and it was quite interesting. I was down talking to Track Tech, who run the Chapman car, and rightly or wrongly they'd shown Dennis some World Touring Car videos from the early to mid 90s last night while they're at
a little
dinner.
bit of motivation.
So they were a bit remiss of that now following what Dennis had done in the end of that race. But no, it was good. It was good to see such a close finish for that podium. And yeah, unfortunately Scott didn't get there.
Cool, and to think that Hayden is very likely to snag that, to grab that 3rd spot today with Martin Dippy. That's a great result, and as we reflected in the interview before, he's actually really enjoying his tarmac, his circuit racing time, isn't he?
He is, and I know talking to him before the first round at Highlands, he had only had the phone call on the Monday night, so it was very much a last-minute thing. He felt a bit more prepared here, and he's really just settled into the groove extremely well, and just showing his versatility as a driver. I
may be speaking a little bit out of school, but we did fire a couple of text messages at Aaron Slight and stir him last night at dinner, because Hayden will step out as Elton has covered today in the coverage for some rally duties next weekend with his Hyundai electric vehicle, which we can't wait to see, the Kona. So because he's doing that, that means that he can't be with us for round 3 of the championship next weekend. And Aaron Slight, we're told, has had the call up and will join Martin Dippy in that car next weekend. That's great.
It will be, and Aaron's obviously a force to be reckoned with in his own sport, and has definitely proved himself on 4 wheels. Early exploits in the British touring car and the Honda Accords all those years ago, and yeah, many times, and also running in the BDA at Rally Otago. He absolutely loved himself, apart from getting beached on the grass and setting fire, and he loved it.
I think he told me, the top speed he got out of that thing was absolutely unbelievable. He had a ball doing that. He really enjoyed it.
I remember talking to him at the prize giving on the Sunday night, and he just had a grin. Him and Avalon Biddle, both 2-wheel fanatics and absolutely world class in their own right, but they both had a grin ear to ear on their face after their run at Otago.
Good story. 6 minutes remain in this one. We hope you've enjoyed a great day with us here today, whichever Facebook page you may have tuned in on. A big thanks to our team from Motorsport New Zealand in the background. Geordie Peters has been working very hard to ensure various things come together for us technically, and it's been shared across a couple of other platforms as well, from the South Canterbury Car Club to importantly, the South Island Endurance Championship page, and a number of you have had questions there. We've endeavoured to tackle a few of them as they've come in, so thank you for that, and we'll do something very similar next weekend. So it's been great to have a bit of audience interaction as we've gone along the way today.
Great to have you here too, Rusty, once again at
Thank
Levels.
You. It's been terrific for me, because it's I've enjoyed being a part of the North Island coverage from a television point of view, and obviously the national last year. So to come down and to get better acquainted with some of the South Island venues is nice, and you all live in a very nice part of the world, that's for sure.
So let's turn the camera back on you. What's your plans for the coming year?
Lots of things have been a bit like, Ronan was saying before, and others that have joined us today, a bit COVID affected, but you learn, you adapt with that stuff. So I have my hands in various pies. I fundamentally lead
Rusty's
Garage, yeah, and I work on another one now called The Grill as well, and they're podcasts that are 180 of each other. So one is a panel radio show almost that is about all things automotive and more. We had Daniel Ricciardo on the most recent episode, which was great. And Rusty's is about just about one-on-one conversations. And I love sitting down with racers, riders, people that are fans of cars and bikes generally, and just having a nice chat. It doesn't always have to be a grilling. And the latest one is with which we released during the week, is with Fabian Coulthard, and I've thoroughly enjoyed having a chat with him. So that, hopefully getting back to Australia to do some more stuff with the 7 network that I work with, particularly at the beginning of this year with the TCR Championship and lots of other bits and bobs, mate. One little project I did during the week that I quite enjoyed was for Subaru for the launch of the 2022 WRX. And it took me back because it was all great vision of my time in the Australian Championship. I've come here in years gone by for Rally New Zealand and Rally Australia and stuff like that. So to see Possum Born and to see some of the iconic Subaru moments, and then for them to use that in a television commercial, it was a very fun project during the week. So that's a little bit of me. Enough of that. We've got 3.5 minutes to go in this one, guys. It's been a joy to join you all for this. Thank you very much.
No worries at all, Rusty.
And I suppose we should do a final shout out to those guys in Auckland who
Can't be with us, yeah.
International Motorsports, the Hamilton Motorsport team, Sam McNeil, his motorsport team as well, who are going to look after the Mark Peach cars. Unfortunately couldn't get here. I know most of them are listening at the moment. So thinking of you guys, and hopefully if we can get the borders open, we may see you for Rapuna, if not the Nationals in November.
And the extension to that is because it's affected some of our partners who've been good enough to continue to support the South Island Championship, even though they can't be here and actively taking part. And we know that the Carter's Tyres team would have been here with bells on competing.
With that lovely Brabham BT62.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. This will be the first year I think they haven't been here in some shape or form since probably the Endurance Series started here in the South Island.
So there you go. So shout out to them. Big thank you for their ongoing support of the entire series, to everyone on the Carter's Tyres staff team. This round, of course, brought to us by Michelin Motorsport, and their crew out the back have worked enormously hard all weekend long, so thank you for that. And to our other partners for that matter too, to Allied Petroleum, who play a very important part, along with the hard-working crew at Harris Race Radio, and to Pirelli too. Thank you so much for your support. 2 minutes to go now.
So, 166 laps.
So it's going to be close.
Will he come round and get the last lap board before he runs out of time? Depends who's on the stopwatch.
So here comes the Diplo Donnelly car. Anthony Lee's, Tom Alexander just coming across the line. And I think Tom's just settled into a pace there at the moment.
Smart, yep.
Just not pushing it. He's got it there. There's no point in taking risks at this stage. And he's just letting Alan Dippy go. Not worrying about chasing him at the moment. Trying to see if he can get past. It's just not worth that risk.
To your point, a 1 minute 2.976 last time by. So that's, call it a second, maybe 2 off the kind of numbers we've seen him sort of consistently do. But we know that car is capable of low 58s. So just smarts. It's about smarts now, isn't it?
Just playing the game now. And
102 is still incredibly quick.
Very.
Yeah. Well, considering we look at what the 1 hour class C and D cars were doing, and they were 61s, and that was their top level. So yes, like you say, still impressive. But great to see such a mix of cars finishing. We've had a few drop out, but we've still got a good selection of cars out there.
Last lap board is out for him as he goes through. And how many laps has he done?
Well, the current record, is that not 168 laps?
168 laps.
There you go.
So how good's that going to be?
Record-breaking day for all sorts of reasons here, hasn't it? In various different classes too. So awesome stuff.
2 young drivers involved. That's great. It's great to see. And Ryan and Tom know each other very well from their early days in the 86. I know Tom's mentored Ryan a little bit in his first year, helped him out there. So it's great to see both of them being part of that record break.
Most
for both
definitely.
classes.
So we shouldn't be too far away from seeing the leader come into the Carter's valuation hairpin. There he is, lights ablaze for the last time for Tom Alexander.
And there's the Lee's team out on the Carlisle team out on the pit wall there.
Here he comes. Big Gav's got the checkered flag out and will take the race win. Anthony Lee's Tom Alexander go through.
That's a great win for that
Great
car's
win for those
first outing.
2 laps ahead of Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy. And then it's a massive 3-lap gap back to Hayden Padden and Martin Dippy, who will finish third. Still got a few cars out there to finish their lap. But what a good job for the locals though. Look at McConaughey Pike car, 7th. The RX-8. 21 laps off the leader, but still 7th is a good spot for them. Kitching finishing in the top 10. First in the A class. First in D class will go to Padden and Dippy.
I'll just wander downstairs and we'll try and hear from our top 3 very shortly.
No worries.
So here comes second place.
Second place comes through, gets a checkered flag, finishes the lap down in the end. Is what it came down to. So the race leader will come down and park out there on the front straight. Faultless race from the GTR Nismo team.
Apart from that one slight blemish.
As you say, Elton, that's a pretty easy thing to do. I
Yeah.
mean, the flag point's right at the start of the back straight there, and he could have been halfway down the back straight. He could have seen that in his vision and thought, well.
Yeah. Yep, and just slightly misplaced. Well, car being in a slightly different position, missed the flag. But no, that's great. It's great to see Anthony and Tom there. Now, Anthony's, like he said, he's moved up the ranks very, very quickly in terms of the cars he's been driving. Jumped into the R8 and then jumping into the GT3 or the GT3 car. It is a big step up in terms of performance, and so he's acquitted himself very, very well.
Certainly has. So we've got the first car there. Tom Alexander getting out. Bit of a handshake there with car owner Anthony Lees. Sponsored by Black Bull Markets and Lees Construction. And it's going to be a tight battle once all these GT3 cars, these GTRs get out there on track. Obviously the reschooled car under Mark Petch. And of course the Vanderdrift Lance Hughes car as well. Yeah, and then hopefully we also bring in the McLaren of Andrew Fawcett and Dan Gaunt from the North Island, and bring that in, plus the Audis of Johnny Reid and Neil Foster. So it's a great selection of cars. It would have been great to see all of them out there. Over to you, Rusty.
Well, there's a sea of people and crew and team members down here on the start-finish straight at the end of what has been a record-breaking race. The 3 hour really delivering here at Levels, and we are now at the halfway mark of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship. So why don't we take this opportunity to chat with the top 3 teams who have gathered here. We'll venture across to the Mitre 10 entry first. Martin Dippy and Hayden Padden grabbing that podium today. Congratulations, great result.
Oh, good for Marty in the car. So it's just a matter of just being sensible and bringing it home. So no, really enjoyable day and love doing some laps around here.
I think that's almost highlight underscore for you. It was roughly half the race behind the wheel, and just you did the entire time, mate, circulate super consistently, didn't you?
Yeah, it was always our plan. We said before the race that we're about the 5th fastest car on the track, just with where the car's at. So we just had to stay out of trouble and just circulate and just try and pump out laps.
Good stuff. Hey, have a good rally next weekend. We understand that your seat will be taken by a 2-wheel guy. Is that correct?
Yeah, it'd be good to see Aaron do it. I think he would be quite handy behind the wheel as well. So no, it should be a good weekend.
You've been super, mate. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
There he is, Hayden Padden. Let's dive in here with Martin Dippy. Sorry if we can. Congratulations.
Well, I'll put it down to Hayden. I think he's done a great job in the first stint, and I had to nurse the thing home. Had to spin early on just to test myself. Idiot. But no, the big car's going well, and great fun. What a great way to spend a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, fabulous way to spend a Saturday afternoon. Can you literally put this thing in the truck? Is there much to do for round 3?
I don't think there's anything at all to do. Yeah, and you wouldn't want to ask me anyway. As to, I assume I have to write a check out at some point.
the great weekend, and the
little bro.
we're coming your way soon. Don't worry. The major takeout for you after a couple of rounds. It's nice to be on the podium here.
It's great. Well, actually, and it's about consistency, isn't it? And it's a strategic race. It's a long, there's four-round series. You've just got to, you don't need to be the fastest straight out of the bag, but actually, if you can be consistent, you'll get on the podium. So, and hey, it's been fabulous having Hayden in the team. We're very pleased that he's a Mitre 10 representative, and he is pretty clever. He jumps in the car and takes 3 seconds out of me, like the first time he's ever driven it. So, great fella to have in the team, and you wish him well in his motorsport career.
Definitely. Super job. Enjoy that champagne, won't you?
Thanks, mate.
There he is, Martin Dippy. So third place today. Why don't we wander around to Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy, who've grabbed second. We'll jump in here. Our raceman Anthony Lewis is having a chat with one half of that combination. Hey, well done. What was that car like at the end, firstly?
Same as the first lap. Beautiful car in that regard. Yeah. But Scotty set us up for a good, position. We just can't beat that blue thing in the middle. It shivers. It's got some horsepower and it's very well driven as well. So congratulations to Tom and Anthony here. Yeah.
It's got some horsepower, but at the same time, it looked like the pair of you, and I think you and I reflected on this in a separate interview, you've got sort of strengths and weaknesses around a place like Levels in different spots, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely we have. Yeah, but it's got more strength than weaknesses. So congratulations to them.
Well done. But on, if we're to give a report card at the halfway mark of this series, how you feeling?
Well, it's nice to see Martin and Hayden on the podium in our old car, because they're doing a better job than we. I think, Scotty, we better fucking step it up. No, we're probably leading the series now, and that's what it's all about for us in the Porsche, is a bit of consistency, and obviously being able to get to the event helps. So we're obviously thinking of Chris and Co back home in Hamilton. I mean, that's just we'd much rather they'd be racing here with us.
With that in mind, what is the play for the remaining 2 rounds of this series?
We'll finish them. As simple as that. This is a finishing game.
They're on first.
Yeah, we'll see if they're on. Can't say that, but yeah, just finish. I mean, we've got a simple strategy. We're not going to be the fastest car on the track. We'll do a simple fuel game that we can go and play to, try and keep ourselves on the lead lap, which didn't quite manage this time around, and get a good finish.
I've asked questions that are very narrow in focus that relate to your racing today. What about in a holistic sense about event and round 2 generally? I mean, it's just been a big tick, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I said before when we were on the radio, look, the manicuring of the circuit is particularly good. So hats off to whoever that person is. Their lawn mowing is actually wonderful. There's nothing better when you drive out from Timaru, look at the White Mountains, beautiful manicured track. It's actually something quite special.
Yeah, sure is. Hey, congratulations to you both. Second place today. Go and enjoy some champagne, won't you?
Thank you, Greg.
There you go. All right, and our winners. Why don't we move over this Nissan GTR? It's been quite a story here for round 2 of the championship. Firstly, for you, Tom, that's got to feel good.
Oh, it does. It's awesome to get a result like that on our first weekend. Big thanks to Ant. His first stint was awesome. He muffed us a little bit, but he made up for it, and he put an awesome first stint to give me the car in a nice, comfortable position. I could just go and have some fun for the rest of the afternoon. So, it was awesome.
Was it awkward to see that yellow flag on the back chute? We sort of felt for you in some respects. Tell us what happened from your side.
Honestly, I was hidden in behind the car, so I didn't even see it. So then obviously got the call that I had passed on the yellow, which obviously drive through, fair enough. You can't be doing that stuff. So, a little bit silly mistake on my part, but hopefully the result makes up for it.
That said, though, between the pair of you, what you had been able to build in a lead sense meant you didn't need to panic when that happened either.
Yeah, it was all this guy in the first stint. He built the gap, which meant my mistake wasn't nearly as hurtful to us. So big credit to Ant. Jumping into this car is quite different to what he's used to, and he's taken to it like a duck to water. And I can't think of a better co-driver to have with me in this series. So looking forward to the rest.
Takes a group of people, and I know in a driving sense it may have largely been a solo pursuit for you on the North Island, but fantastic to have this bloke back behind the wheel, and clearly it works well together, doesn't it?
Yeah, really well. You know, Tom was really kind with his words, but he also drove a mega race as well. You know, and I don't know, I haven't heard it from officials, but we understand there's a new lap record set by this guy in the second stint, so that's another nice little thing to take out of this race. But as you say, it's a team effort, and there's a lot of people in the tent, and everybody are helping us to you know, get this wonderful car going and going so well, and come away with a result here today. It's wonderful.
To give you a sense of that result here, it's not just the lap record that you've been able to walk away with. You have chalked up more laps for this class in a 3 hour than anyone before. That too is a new record today. Well done.
Yeah, there you go. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah. So not bad for you know, the first race in New Zealand for this car, and you know, I think we're going to have a lot of fun in it over the next year or two. You know, it's a shame we've got a bit of a, you know, fractured season this year now, but you know, hopefully there'll be a national championship at some stage when COVID permits. And yeah, I think we'll only get better on the old blue beast.
I'm holding you guys up here from celebrating. One final one. Is there more to come? There are, in terms of what you can get from this car and what you think it's capable of, and maybe even yourselves in that regard. And also, too, 2 rounds left in this series.
Yeah, well, from my point of view, I think there's lots more to come. You know, that literally the car's kind of out of the box, and we've just got it going, and here we are today. There's lots in me. I know I've still got more to learn and more pace to find, and I think, you know, I'm sure there'll be some development work we'll be able to do on the car to just improve it a little bit more. So yeah, watch out. What do you reckon, Tom?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, new car to all of us. You know, we're learning on the fly here. You know, we had one solid test day here at Timaru last Friday, which gave us a good place to start. But we're always developing race cars. You never stop learning. You never stop learning how to drive them, how to get the most out of them. So definitely, I think more to come. And I want to say a big thanks to Black Bull Markets and obviously Lee's Construction and Carlisle Performance for obviously helping us get on the grid this year as well.
Great stuff, lads. Congratulations. They are the winners. Round 2 of the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Championship, the 3 hour, the Black Bull Markets entry. Anthony Lees, Tom Alexander take it out here. Don't forget, of course, for a full wrap of things, including your class winners in this round of the championship, check back on the Facebook page too. Bye for now.
Thank you very much, Greg Russ, down there doing the podium presentation. And a great win in the end, Anthony Lees, Tom Alexander, lap in the end over the Dippy O'Donnell car, and then Hayden Padden and Dippy coming in third. So a couple of Dippies on the podium, and Elton Goonan. It's been a pretty good day's racing all round.
Absolutely, it's been fantastic. Close battles, great weather, great company. It's been great to join you guys up here in the commentary tower. And you know, once again, thanks to all the volunteers, all the officials out there that have been out there enjoying the sun, enjoying the racing, and letting us actually do these events.
No worries at all, Elton. Thanks for coming. Thanks for letting us be a part of the live stream and everything else that's gone on throughout New Zealand, throughout the world, and through SENS and the other platforms. But that's about it, though, from Levels Raceway. Racing completed. Couple of lap records, overall lap records, and a distance record as well. So it's been a record-breaking day here at Levels. Thanks for listening in.
Just getting our final round of photos here with the top 3 outright. And then we're about to do the trophy presentation. Trophies today to be presented by a life member here of the Car Club too. We're very delighted to have Ashley Milliken here with us to do that job. Very proud job. 2. Are we? Couple more picks here. Is everybody happy? Can we commence the trophy presentation? We can. Why don't we go 3, 2, and 1 here, Ashley, if that's okay. So we'll get you to move into third place here on my left. Ladies and gentlemen, how about making some noise for Martin Dippy and Hayden Padden, third place today in the Mitre 10 Trade Racing Porsche. We'll get you to go to the far right now, please, Ashley, if we can. And to second place today, ladies and gentlemen, be generous in your applause for Scott O'Donnell and Alan Dippy. And that, we believe, gives them the series lead as well, heading into the next round of the championship in the Allied Porsche. It was a record-breaking day for this crew in terms of the amount of laps that they chalked up in the 3 hour, and a lap record by Tom Alexander on the run home as well. From the Black Bull Markets crew in that Nissan GTR. Stunning performance for your winners today.
Anthony Lees and Tom Alexander. Gentlemen, one thing remains, and that is to crack the champagne. Let the celebrations begin.
Thanks for that, Rusty, and just signing out and just reminding everyone that next weekend we're at for round 3 at Teratonga. Next weekend's event will be on the Sunday, so the live stream will be up and running from 10 o'clock again next Sunday as we bring this the event to you from the sunny south.
Yeah, and we'll just correct Rusty there too before we go, because no doubt Johnny Reid and Neil Foster are probably punching something right now, but they the overall lap record, the fastest lap record, it still stands, the 58.03. It was a new overall lap record of 169 laps today for the Lees Alexander car. So the Foster Reid 58.3 still stands. Obviously, in the 1 hour race, we had overall distance and fastest lap records go this morning.
Yeah, it was definitely an exciting race. Great way to finish it out. And as they finish knocking back that champagne down there, I think definitely some well-deserved drinks. And what we'll do is hopefully if we can get hold of Greg Rust, we'll just start to wrap things up and finish the stream up. But Greg's just down there with Ash, the life member who did the presentations. Great to have him here to present those trophies to the top 3. Very well known in the club.
Certainly is. Ash, been around for a number of years. So no, definitely worth the life membership. Yeah, Ashley. So the two Brendan's B1, B2. Final thoughts.
Oh, just a fantastic day's racing with all the records tumbling and the variety of cars and drivers, just absolutely brilliant. So middle of the series, hopefully, we know that the next 2 rounds are going to be more of the same. So yeah, onwards.
No, that's great. It's great to hear. So from our side, we'd like to say thanks to the club here at South Canterbury, Karen and Howard for organising what they've done. We're going to throw back to Rusty in a second to just wrap everything up from us. And but from me up in the control tower, thank you, and I'll throw down to Rusty.
Boys, I think you might be gradually wrapping things up there on what's been a very, very good day here at Levels. And just to build on some of the comments that you've no doubt made to everyone here at the club, thank you so much for having us. To everyone who's come out to spectate, thanks to you as well. And a massive thanks